Chapter 49-35. Lin Feng planned to head towards the Blackstone Mountains. The Blackstone Mountains extended for about 50 to 60 miles. Within the mountain range, there were dozens of mountains of various sizes. When Lin Feng arrived, he noticed that there were some cultivators wandering around the outskirts of the Blackstone Mountains. These cultivators were all looking towards the interior of the Blackstone Mountains. They were probably hesitating if they should enter the Blackstone Mountains to take a look. The Blackstone Mountains were very scary, but there were also many opportunities within. It was said that many people had obtained opportunities within the Blackstone Mountains. Since then, they had soared to the heavens. However, even more people had died within the Blackstone Mountains. Such a place was a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Naturally, one had to be careful when entering such a place. If one wasn't careful, they wouldn't even know how they died. After Lin Feng observed from the outskirts, he discovered that other than the many powerful restrictions within the Blackstone Mountains, there was also a strange power that he felt. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The Blackstone Mountains were indeed not simple. Lin Feng found an empty spot and entered the Blackstone Mountains. Although the restrictions were hidden, they couldn't hide from Lin Feng's divine sense. Lin Feng could easily sense where the restrictions were hidden. Therefore, Lin Feng successfully avoided many of the terrifying restrictions. Look, someone has entered the Blackstone Mountains. Someone outside saw Lin Feng and said to his companions. There will always be people who take the risk to enter the Blackstone Mountains in search of opportunities. I wonder if this guy will be the unlucky one or the lucky one. A cultivator said. The Blackstone Mountains were too dangerous. However, no matter how dangerous it was, there would still be some lucky ones. Lin Feng went deeper. He held the ancient map in his hand. The ancient map didn't have any special fluctuations for the time being. He didn't know if there would be any fluctuations when he neared the destination. The ancient map's final destination was the Blackstone Mountains. There was a red dot marking the final destination. However, the map didn't give any specific indication of the situation within the mountains. Therefore, after entering the mountains, one had to rely on oneself to find the final destination. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a dangerous qi which he had never sensed before. His facial expression changed slightly. Lin Feng moved to the left. Clang! The void that brushed past his body shattered. Seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. An invisible force pierced through the void. If Lin Feng hadn't dodged that beam of light would have pierced through Lin Feng's body. Fortunately, his sudden inspiration ability allowed him to sense the approaching danger in advance. Lin Feng hurriedly summoned his sovereign armor. Clang! As Lin Feng activated his ruler's armor to protect himself, a formless energy slammed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was blown away by that invisible and intangible strength. Even though he was wearing the ruler's armor, Lin Feng still felt like his body was about to fall apart. The power of that attack just now was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. Lin Feng quickly rushed into the depths. He felt that he had entered a very dangerous area. That area could condense a formless power, and that formless power would cause extremely serious damage to his body. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay in that area any longer. Clang! 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 As Lin Feng quickly retreated from that area, a series of clanging sounds rang out. 3 times in a row, Lin Feng was attacked by that invisible force. He was sent flying again and again. Fortunately, his ruler's armor was strong enough to block that invisible force. Otherwise, Lin Feng had the impression that his body would have been pierced by the sword, one bloody hole after another. Fortunately, Lin Feng finally rushed out of that area. Damn it! What's going on with that area? It's so dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but say gloomily. He didn't notice anything strange. The world of cultivators was often like this. There would always be things that you couldn't explain with words. Once this kind of thing happened, you wouldn't know how to face it or deal with it. Before you could react, you would have already died from these attacks. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He didn't set off immediately. Instead, he planned to adjust himself. After he had completely recovered, Lin Feng continued to walk inside. As he continued to go deeper, Lin Feng suddenly felt uneasy. He felt like he was being watched by some terrifying creature. This place was very dangerous. It was very normal for there to be some extremely powerful creatures. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that he might have been watched by those extremely terrifying creatures. This made Lin Feng a little distressed and helpless. He hoped to find the final location marked on the ancient map smoothly. He didn't want to fight with the powerful beasts here, but all of this was just wishful thinking. At this moment, Lin Feng heard some noises coming from the left side of the forest. He turned his head and immediately saw a girl with a jade scepter in her hand. Her face was pale and she was running towards him. To be precise, she couldn't be considered a girl. She seemed to be slightly younger than Lin Feng, but her face looked very young. She looked like she was 16 or 17 years old. A gentle pinch on her body seemed to be able to squeeze out water. After seeing this female cultivator, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly stunned. How could such a beautiful and young female cultivator come out of such a dangerous place? Handsome brother, I want a hug. The female cultivator also saw Lin Feng. Then, she opened her arms as if she wanted to hug Lin Feng. Damn it. So open. They just met for the first time and she wants to hug. Could it be that I'm so handsome that I can make these beautiful female cultivators fall head over heels for me? Am I that handsome? Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his face. You're the one who asked me to hug. Lin Feng looked at the girl and said. Then, he opened his arms. He was ready to welcome the girl flying towards him. Idiot. However, when the girl ran to Lin Feng's side, she looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Then, she turned and ran into the distance. Who are you calling an idiot? Lin Feng was angry. How dare she call me an idiot? Did she eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Chapter 49:36. Lin Feng was startled when he saw the terrifying creature rushing out of the forest. The creature shrouded in flames was a holy spirit of the Stone Clan. It looked like a lion, but it also looked like a Chileen. It had a tail like a crocodile. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of creature it was. However, Lin Feng was sure that the holy spirit of the Stone Clan was terrifyingly powerful. In fact, Lin Feng had seen many holy spirits of the Stone Clan, but this was the first time he saw one shrouded in flames. The holy spirit of the Stone Clan quickly pounced on Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had no intention of fighting the holy spirit of the Stone Clan. The holy spirit of the Stone Clan was so powerful that it would be a waste of energy to fight it. Moreover, it wouldn't benefit him at all. This was why Lin Feng didn't want to fight the holy spirit of the Stone Clan. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the scene of the little girl running towards him and opening her arms to hug him. That little girl wanted him to help her deal with the holy spirit of the Stone Clan. She was so two-faced. Lin Feng was speechless. Lin Feng quickly chased after the little girl. However, the little girl was too fast. She disappeared into the forest. Damn, where did she go? Lin Feng was speechless. Roar, the holy spirit of the Stone Clan that was chasing after Lin Feng roared from time to time. The holy spirit of the Stone Clan had a terrifying aura. It was ferocious and violent. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was still accelerating. It should be a creature of the Stone Clan, so it wasn't affected by the seal. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng was affected by the seal, so his speed was much slower than outside. Eventually, the holy spirit of the Stone Clan caught up to Lin Feng. The holy spirit of the Stone Clan spat out a ball of flame that flew towards Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying power of the ball of flame, Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng didn't plan to take the ball of flame head-on. Instead, he quickly dodged the fireball's attack. He successfully dodged the fireball, but the fireball suddenly exploded. Lin Feng hurriedly brought out his ruler's armor. The explosion of the fireball's energy slammed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was blasted away, but fortunately, he had the protection of the ruler's armor and his powerful physical body, so he didn't suffer too much damage. Lin Feng quickly got up and rushed towards the holy spirit. Since he was being pestered by this guy, he might as well fight him. When Lin Feng approached the holy spirit of the Stone Tribe, The Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe was stunned. The Holy Spirit of the Stone Clan shot out terrifying beams of flame from its eyes. Lin Feng collided with a beam of flame. He was immediately swept away by the flame beam. Lin Feng didn't give up. He continued to try to get closer to the Holy Spirit. However, the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe didn't plan on fighting Lin Feng in close combat. Its eyes continued to shoot out beams of flame. Lin Feng knew how powerful those beams of flame were, so he didn't plan on fighting them head-on. He tried to dodge the beams of flame, but the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe forced him into a rather difficult situation. Shit, this can't go on. Lin Feng's face darkened. He had to think of a solution. Otherwise, he would be at a huge disadvantage. In the end, Lin Feng couldn't think of a good solution. So he decided to keep running. The Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe's attacks were watertight. He would be at a huge disadvantage if he fought it. Lin Feng gathered several hundred powerful jade talismans and tossed them all at the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng wouldn't want to use those jade talismans. Drawing those talismans was very difficult, and the materials were hard to find. However, there was nothing he could do now. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. A large number of jade talismans exploded. The Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe was blasted away. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe being blasted away. He didn't stop. He quickly flew away. Lin Feng knew that those jade talismans could only blast the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe away. They couldn't kill the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe. Lin Feng heard the angry roar of the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe, but in the end, the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe still couldn't find Lin Feng's whereabouts. After getting rid of the Holy Spirit of the Stone Tribe, Lin Feng continued to travel deeper. When he reached a mountain in the depths, the ancient map in Lin Feng's hands actually transmitted waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng was overjoyed. It seemed that the ancient map had finally sensed the marked location. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sped up. He couldn't wait to enter the marked location to see what was there. The ancient map suddenly broke free from Lin Feng's hands and quickly flew forward. Lin Feng followed the ancient map all the way. They entered a valley. As soon as they entered the valley, they heard a huge explosion. In the depths of the valley, a large number of rocks collapsed. A huge cave abode appeared in his sight. An extremely cold aura was emitted from the cave residence. When Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the cave residence, he saw that the cave residence was filled with a cold aura. The ancient map that was suspended in mid-air once again fell into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng held the ancient map in his hand and looked into the depths. It was pitch black inside and he couldn't see anything. He didn't know what dangers there were, but this was the final marked location of the ancient map. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to explore it. Lin Feng was about to enter, but at this time, the Demon Lord suddenly said, "Take out the stone armor and wear it." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. The stone armor was a treasure obtained from Sin Street. When entering the land of death, wearing the stone armor could avoid some unknown and terrifying dangers. So, when Lin Feng entered the land of death, he would often wear the stone armor. However, this place was not a land of death. Therefore, when Lin Feng entered here, he didn't wear the stone armor. But now, since the Demon Lord asked him to wear the stone armor, Lin Feng didn't refuse. After all, it was a safe period. Maybe the stone armor could really work. After Lin Feng put on the stone armor, he walked into the cave. His footsteps were very light, almost too weak to hear. Lin Feng carefully walked into the depths. He felt that there might be some terrifying dangers hidden in this place. The feeling of being watched became more and more obvious after coming here. The passage was very long. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Feng entered the depths of the passage. In the depths of the passage, there was a huge mountain belly. What surprised Lin Feng was that he didn't encounter any danger along the way. Lin Feng entered the mountain belly. As soon as he entered the mountain belly, Lin Feng saw a large number of bones piled up in the mountain belly. Chapter 4937. Who died here? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Not too far away, he saw a medallion next to a skeleton. He walked over, picked up the medallion, and looked at it carefully. There were many strange pictures on the medallion. However, there were 2 ancient characters written on it. Lin Feng had been learning these ancient characters from the Demon Lord, so he could recognize them. Count of the Wind. Lin Feng read out the 2 characters. This surprised him, because the Count of the Wind was no ordinary person. The Count of the Wind was an existence from the era of titled gods. The 9th Count of the Wind had controlled the Grand Tao of Wind. The Count of the Wind was very powerful, and he had once been glorious. This was especially true for the first Count of the Wind, who had been one of the strongest titled gods. Although the later Counts of the Wind couldn't compare to the first Count of the Wind, all of their accomplishments were extraordinary. The fact that they had been able to inherit the title of Count of the Wind was enough to show how powerful they had been. Were all the people who died here titled gods? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, he looked at the broken words on the ancient map. Many of the characters couldn't be seen clearly, but the Demon Lord was able to make out some of the contents. 2 rivers, 2 cauldrons, 3 mountains, 3 cauldrons. What did these intermittent words mean? What secrets did they hide? Lin Feng didn't know what was going on, but he had the feeling that there were many secrets hidden in those words. What did these secrets have to do with the situation before him? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his blood begin to flow at an unprecedented speed. Sudden impulse. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He didn't sense any danger, but his sudden impulse ability had been activated. This meant there was an unimaginable danger approaching. What kind of danger was it? Quick, get close to the left wall. The stone armor can fuse with the wall, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He walked toward the left wall and pressed his body against it. In truth, when the Demon Lord said that the stone armor could fuse with the wall, it didn't mean that the stone armor could completely fuse with the wall. It meant that, in the eyes of some special creatures, Lin Feng wearing the stone armor was actually a wall. If it could interfere with the vision of those creatures, why would it cause such a visual difference? Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure. The stone armor completely covered Lin Feng's body, and only Lin Feng's eyes were exposed. However, the stone armor was very special, and it gave off a special aura. That special aura, it even covered Lin Feng's eyes. That way, those special creatures would not be able to sense it. Lin Feng's eyes. Even the slightest rustling of the wind, but strangely, to be sure, lint tea. That made him feel puzzled. Could it be that sudden inspiration sometimes made a mistake? Just as Lin Feng had this thought, he suddenly smelled a fishy smell coming from the entrance of the cave. That stench was very pungent. After smelling it, one would have a nauseating feeling. Something is really coming. What the hell is it? Lin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't see what the hell it was. He could only tell from the pungent smell that the terrifying existence had arrived here. Perhaps, that existence was searching for his whereabouts. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Lin Feng saw that 3 meters away from him, a bone had been crushed under his foot. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng suddenly revealed a look of horror. The terrifying existence hidden in the dark was right next to him. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body turn cold. Something was approaching him. That was why he had such a feeling. Obviously, the thing approaching him was the mysterious existence hidden in the dark that he was extremely afraid of. Lin Feng couldn't see what that existence was doing right now. The only thing Lin Feng could do now was to wait in torment. He prayed that he wouldn't be discovered by that terrifying existence. Lin Feng didn't move at all. Even his breathing had stopped. He was afraid of being discovered by that terrifying existence. Fortunately, Lin Feng's luck wasn't bad. That terrifying existence didn't seem to have discovered Lin Feng. The main reason was that Shi had played an extremely crucial role in helping Lin Feng conceal himself. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to completely avoid that terrifying existence's perception. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't move yet because that existence hadn't left yet. That fellow was indeed terrifying. However, it had obviously forgotten that the fishy smell emitted from its body would alert others of its impending arrival. Perhaps the existence hidden in the dark had thought of some ways to conceal the fishy smell, but it had ultimately failed. Lin Feng continued to patiently wait for that terrifying existence to leave. While waiting, Lin Feng was also on tenterhooks. After all, that terrifying existence was simply too powerful. It would be terrible if it discovered him. Roar! Suddenly, that terrifying existence let out a low roar. It didn't show itself, so Lin Feng didn't know what kind of existence it was. That terrifying existence seemed to have discovered something special. Therefore, it didn't stay outside and quickly rushed outside. In the blink of an eye, that fishy smell had disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng relied on the fishy smell in the air to determine whether that terrifying existence was here or not. Therefore, when the smell disappeared, Lin Feng felt that the terrifying existence had left. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, the Demon Lord transmitted his voice to him, "Don't act rashly." After hearing the Demon Lord's warning, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. At this time, the Demon Lord actually told him not to act rashly. That terrifying existence might not have left yet. As expected. In the next moment, clouds of black fog filled the air. The black fog contained a sinister and terrifying aura. At the same time, Lin Feng heard a low roar again. That monster hadn't left. It was only pretending to leave before going into hibernation. This gave Lin Feng a big fright. He originally thought that the monster wouldn't be able to conceal the fishy smell. Chapter 49:38. Lin Feng felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, nothing bad had happened, so he was still safe. Perhaps that monster really couldn't find its target here. Thus, he quickly rushed out. Lin Feng saw a cloud of black fog rolling and dissipating at the end of the passage. That monster should have left. To be safe, Lin Feng decided to continue observing for a while. Thus, Lin Feng didn't move. He waited for 2 hours, and when he was sure that the monster didn't appear again, Lin Feng finally relaxed. "Demon Lord, what was that thing?" Lin Feng asked telepathically. That unknown monster made him feel a threat he had never felt before. One could imagine that the monster was definitely an existence so powerful that it made people pale with fright. However, he didn't know what that monster was. Lin Feng was very curious about that monster, but he couldn't see its true appearance. Perhaps the Demon Lord knew. "It's a heavenly oasis beast," the Demon Lord said. "Heavenly oasis beast? What's that?" Lin Feng couldn't help but feel stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a creature. Even the classic of mountains and seas didn't seem to have any information about it. However, after thinking about it, he understood. In this epoch, countless powerful beasts had been born. Even the classic of mountains and seas only recorded a small portion of the beasts. The classic of mountains and seas didn't record the majority of the beasts. Thus, there were many unknown beasts. Those beasts were often abnormally powerful, but no one knew what they were called or where they came from. The Demon Lord explained, "This is an extremely terrifying beast. There are 2 different types of heavenly oasis beasts. One type controls the power of darkness, while the other controls the power of light. However, both types are extremely ferocious. These heavenly oasis beasts are definitely not to be trifled with. Their methods are unimaginable. Back then, when there were many heavenly oasis beasts, they stirred up trouble outside and fed on titled gods. Many titled gods were killed." Hearing up to here, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Heavenly oasis beast. Wasn't this a little too cruel? Feeding on titled gods. It was unimaginably terrifying. It was hard to imagine just how powerful a heavenly ethereal beast must be to be able to feed on a titled god. The Demon Lord continued, "The top experts among the titled gods were furious and decided to join forces with other titled gods to besiege the heavenly void beast. That battle could be said to be extremely tragic. A large number of titled gods fell in the battle to besiege the heavenly void beast. However, after that battle, the heavenly void beast also suffered an unprecedented injury. The heavenly void beast suffered heavy casualties and completely disappeared from the stage of history after that battle. After that, the heavenly void beast did not appear for a long time. However, in some dangerous places, there might still be heavenly void beasts that have been struggling to survive until now, or perhaps some descendants of the heavenly void beast from back then. Clearly, that heavenly void beast was the kind of heavenly void beast that the demon lord was talking about. Perhaps it was a heavenly void beast that had survived the great battle and was struggling to survive until now, or perhaps it was a descendant of the heavenly void beast from back then. Lin Feng said, "These ferocious void beasts are simply natural killers. They hide in the void and can launch a sure-kill attack on their enemies. It's not easy to deal with them, but fortunately, these ferocious void beasts have disappeared." As Lin Feng spoke, he checked the condition of the skeletons. All of the skeletons had already decayed, and some of the skeletons had tokens hanging on them. The craftsmanship was very similar to the tokens that Lin Feng had seen before. Lin Feng looked at some of the tokens and was shocked to discover that the tokens had names of titled gods written on them. There's a heavenly void beast here, and these people seem to be titled gods. Could they be the titled gods who had besieged the heavenly void beast from back then? They were no match for the heavenly void beast, so they were killed by it and finally died here? The demon lord said, "That's one possibility, but I don't think it's that simple. It's not easy to investigate the past, and we don't have to care about how these people died or what happened to them back then. The only thing we need to care about now is to see if we can get anything good from these people." Lin Feng nodded. He took off a cultivator's storage ring and sensed it. There must be some good stuff in the storage rings of these titled gods. If they could find it, it would be a great harvest. However, when Lin Feng's divine sense entered the storage ring, he frowned slightly. The storage ring had been destroyed, and the things inside had been destroyed along with it. What a pity. There were about 20 or 30 skeletons here. Lin Feng did not count how many there were, but it was about the same number. Lin Feng checked the storage rings on the fingers of the skeletons. What made Lin Feng speechless was that the storage rings were all destroyed. "Hey, this storage ring is not destroyed." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He found an undamaged storage ring, which made him very happy. Lin Feng's divine sense began to explore the storage ring. Suddenly, the ancient map that Lin Feng had obtained began to fluctuate violently. Then, another ancient map flew out from the storage ring. It seemed to want to fly out of the storage ring, but it failed to succeed after several attempts. Lin Feng sensed the ancient map, which made Lin Feng very surprised. With a thought, the ancient map immediately flew out. When the ancient map flew out, the ancient map flew out. The ancient map in Lin Feng's hand struggled, and the two ancient maps flew together. Lin Feng was surprised. The two ancient maps seemed to be going through some kind of change, but it was hard to say what it was. Rays of divine light escaped from the two ancient maps. Not long after, the divine light completely wrapped the two ancient maps. Lin Feng knew that the two ancient maps should be going through some kind of change. Soon, he would know what kind of change it was. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the divine light dissipated. Lin Feng suddenly saw that the two pieces of the map had fused together into a single ancient map. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Chapter 49-39. Let's go out and study it again. We can't stay here for long, the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. This place was indeed not a good place to stay, as there was no telling when the heavenly ethereal beast would return. If he was blocked here, he would be in for a lot of trouble. Lin Feng put the map away and didn't stay there any longer. He quickly left. Lin Feng left the Blackstone Mountains without a hitch. He found a secluded place and took out the ancient map. The map was very special, and the lines on it were rather complicated. Lin Feng let the demon lord take a look, and the demon lord said, "The text from before is still there, but there seems to be some extra text." The text from before was 2 rivers, 2 cauldrons, 3 mountains, 3 cauldrons. Lin Feng remembered these words very clearly. Lin Feng asked, "What do these extra words mean?" "Wei River Lakeside Wei River," the demon lord said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. What did Wei River Lakeside Wei River mean? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of Shennong's residence. The Middle Holy Continent had a Wei River lakeside, and it was rumored that Shennong had taken root there. Wei River Lake is a huge lake, and the river that flows out from it is the Wei River, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and asked, could this map be related to Shenong? The Demon Lord said, it's possible. After all, Shenong used to live here by the Wei River. Lin Feng scanned the items in the storage ring with his divine sense. There was a large pile of high-grade immortal stones, most likely used by that cultivator for cultivation. There were also many other natural treasures, but what really caught Lin Feng's attention was a stone cauldron. He summoned it. Shenong made this stone cauldron, and it's very similar to the one I obtained before. Lin Feng said in shock. The reason he knew it was Shenong's cauldron was because many of the runes on it were the same. However, this cauldron had been damaged. Although it hadn't shattered, there were many cracks on it. Those cracks were huge and extremely deep. If he used just a little bit of his power on the cauldron, it would probably shatter. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the cauldron. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the cauldron was destroyed. The Demon Lord said, he has Shenong's cauldron and has a map. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the celestial martial continent, the old farmer who had protected the immemorial oath of allegiance. However, the old farmer's substandard Shenong cauldron should be much more powerful than the other ones. It should be very close to the real Shenong cauldron. Perhaps the old man was also a descendant of Shenong? However, Lin Feng was unable to return to the martial heaven continent, so he naturally couldn't ask about this matter. Perhaps I'll only be able to find out more about Shenong after I reach the Middle Sacred Prefecture, Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He put away the ancient map, the broken stone cauldron, and the spatial ring. The Demon Lord said, then we'll wait until we reach the Middle Sacred Prefecture to explore its secret. The Middle Sacred Prefecture was the territory of the Heavenly Court. Lin Feng couldn't go there for the time being. He was on the Heavenly Court's must-kill list. If he went there now, he would definitely die. Furthermore, there was a deep enmity between the Demon Lord and the Heavenly Emperor. Now that he was far from the Middle Sacred Prefecture, the Demon Lord could use some special methods to avoid the Heavenly Emperor's detection. Once he reached the Middle Sacred Prefecture and got closer to the Heavenly Emperor, he might not be able to avoid the Heavenly Emperor's detection. If the Heavenly Emperor sensed him, it would be a disaster. One had to know how to judge the situation. One had to know how to act according to one's ability. Whatever ability one had to do the corresponding thing. Right now, Lin Feng's main goal was to increase his own strength. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to face all kinds of difficulties. Lin Feng rested for a day. Then he returned to the Western Paradise City. Lin Feng wanted to see Yun Tianyu and ask him about the ancient survivors as well as Yaoguang's whereabouts. Right now, Lin Feng was very concerned about Feng Yaoguang. After arriving at the Western Paradise City, Lin Feng went to the All-Knowing Pavilion. Shui Yushin hadn't returned yet. If she were to travel alone, her speed might be slower. Lin Feng inquired about Yun Tianyu, but Yun Tianyu hadn't arrived yet. Right now, many factions were targeting Yun Tianyu. Naturally, they wouldn't let him go so easily, especially the 8-level palace. In fact, some people said that the 8-level palace was the #1 faction in the minor Western Paradise region, while others said that the Western Paradise Immortal sect was the #1 faction. However, it was hard to say which one was the #1 faction. Needless to say, the 8-level palace had a strong foundation and the support of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, this faction was very powerful. This was also why so many people thought that the 8-level palace was the #1 faction. As for the Western Paradise Immortal sect, it had existed much earlier than the 8-level palace and was considered an old faction. Back then, before the 8-level palace had risen, the Western Paradise Immortal sect was already one of the strongest factions in the minor Western Paradise region. When the 8-level palace rose, the Western Paradise Immortal sect was already the #1 faction in the minor Western Paradise region. As time passed, many major factions disappeared in the long river of history. However, the Western Paradise Immortal sect and the 8-level palace had continued to exist until now. Nobody knew when it started, but more and more people thought that the Western Paradise Immortal sect was no longer the #1 faction in the minor Western Paradise region and that the 8-level palace had replaced it. The Western Paradise Immortal sect had been relatively low-key in recent years and didn't pay attention to these discussions. Chapter 4940. After leaving the Bai Xiao Pavilion, Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. He had a grudge against young Master Ming Yu. In fact, it wasn't just young Master Ming Yu. The entire Bag Palace had a grudge against him. They had a hostile relationship to begin with. However, Lin Feng had yet to exchange blows with young Master Ming Yu. When he first met young Master Ming Yu, Lin Feng still had to look up to him. At that time, young Master Ming Yu was indeed too powerful. But now, Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Naturally, he was no longer afraid of young Master Ming Yu. But Lin Feng also knew that if he really fought against Mr. Ming Yu, it would be difficult to say what would happen because Lin Feng's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds and Mr. Ming Yu's cultivation had also increased by leaps and bounds. If I can quickly advance to the Earth Immortal Realm, these peak-level geniuses of the undying world will be nothing. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was still in the worldly immortal realm. Lin Feng's foundation was actually stronger than those peak-level geniuses of the undying world. The only thing that Lin Feng couldn't compare to those peak-level geniuses of the undying world was his cultivation level. However, this was nothing. Lin Feng believed that his cultivation level would rise very soon. Lin Feng walked towards his residence. On the way, he saw a girl. When he saw the girl, Lin Feng immediately gnashed his teeth. The girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She had a charming appearance and was so beautiful that it made people's hearts pound. This girl was none other than the girl Lin Feng saw in the Blackstone Mountains. That girl was clearly an incomparably two-faced person. Back then, he was tricked by her. Now, he finally found a chance to take revenge. The girl seemed to be very curious about everything around her. From time to time, she would rummage through the stalls on the side of the road. However, she just wouldn't buy anything. This caused many stall owners to roll their eyes. Lin Feng walked towards the girl with big strides. At this moment, the girl picked up a jade hairpin and said, "I want this." "How much is it?" 1,000 immortal stones. The stall owner said, wanting to ruthlessly rip this girl off. "Only 1,000? Are you looking down on me? I'll give you 10,000. The girl said. The stall owner's eyes widened. What was going on? Who would complain that things were cheap? Even Lin Feng almost fell to the ground after hearing her words. When Lin Feng reached out to grab her, she quickly jumped away as if she had eyes on the back of her head. Then, he said to the stall owner, "This guy is my follower. Ask him for money." After saying that, he ran away. Lin Feng was about to give chase. The stall owner grabbed Lin Feng and said, "Don't go, that little girl. No, that fairy said that the jade hairpin was worth 10,000 immortal stones. You should have heard it right. Hurry up and give me the immortal stones." That little girl was really too two-faced. She had probably discovered Lin Feng long ago and then set up a trap for Lin Feng to fall into. Lin Feng struggled free from the stall owner and said, "Give your sister, I don't know her." After saying that, Lin Feng chased in the direction that the little girl ran away. His robbing. How dare he rob someone on the street in broad daylight? Hurry up and help me stop him. After the stall owner put away the things on the stall, he chased after Lin Feng. Many people were watching the show from the side, but where would they find anyone to help? It was not so easy to help in the cultivation world. Because there were many people in the cultivation world that you could not afford to offend. If you angered those people, you might die miserably. This kind of situation was too common in the cultivation world. Lin Feng realized that the little girl ran away again. He had to admit that this two-faced little girl was especially crafty. Her escaping skill was definitely top-notch. "Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I'll make your ass bloom in minutes," Lin Feng said while gnashing his teeth. He rarely suffered losses, but he was played twice by that little girl. Lin Feng was naturally very depressed, but what could he do? He could not catch that two-faced little girl. Other than helplessness, there was only helplessness. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng began to comprehend the magical ability of Heavenly Buddha that he had obtained before. Lin Feng would try to comprehend this magical ability if he had time during this period of time, but this magical ability was very complicated. It was not so easy to comprehend it. Even with Lin Feng's means, he was only at the beginner level. If he wanted to display the power of this powerful magical ability, he must at least comprehend this powerful magical ability to the small success stage, or even the large success stage, but this was not an easy thing to do. At night, Lin Feng suddenly heard a knock on the door. Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. He could not help but frown slightly. Who was this? Knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Could it be a female cultivator who did massage? Lin Feng knew that these high-end residences often had such services. These female cultivators not only had high cultivation, but they also had good figures and beautiful appearances. Their skills were also quite good. Of course, massage was only the basic service. If he wanted other services, he had to have enough immortal stones. If he did not have enough immortal stones, he could only stare helplessly. The night is long. Should I find someone to massage me? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. He went outside. He opened the courtyard door. Just as he opened the door, a delicate body threw itself into Lin Feng's arms. Damn, so crazy. So passionate. Beauty, at least let me see what you look like first before deciding whether I want your service or not. Lin Feng could not help but wail in his heart. But in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong because he smelled blood. This woman was not a masseuse. There was blood on her back. Lin Feng felt blood. Save me. The woman raised her head, revealing her delicate face. After seeing this beautiful little face, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. It was actually the little girl who had bowed to him twice in a row. Now that she was seriously injured, she came to his place. Did she know that he lived here? Lin Feng quickly closed the courtyard door and carried the little girl. He entered the room and tore open the clothes on the little girl's back. Immediately, he saw a piercing wound on her back. The wound was only as thin as a strand of hair, but it was obvious that it had injured her internal organs. What kind of weapon caused this wound? It's actually so thin. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Chapter 49-41. Lin Feng took out an immortal healing pill and fed it to the girl. He channeled his magic power into the girl's body and helped her recover from the effects of the immortal healing pill in her body. With the help of the immortal healing pill, her breathing became much more stable. But at this moment, Lin Feng frowned and looked outside. Then, he stood up and went outside. Before he left, he used a seal to protect the room to prevent anyone from sneaking in. When they arrived outside, they saw that there were clouds of black gas in the courtyard. Then, the balls of black chi turned into cultivators. There were a total of 13 of them. They were all wearing black armor and had swords at their waists. Even their heads were covered with helmets. The leader had a black cloak. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing here? Lin Feng glanced at them indifferently. Kill him. The leader of the cultivators said. His voice was as cold as ice, like the voice of the Grim Reaper from hell. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. These people are really a group of people who kill without batting an eyelid. One of the armored cultivators stepped out, drew his sword, and slashed at Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying power of the sword, Lin Feng was shocked. That sword was so powerful. Lin Feng felt that it was close to the attack of a true immortal. Who are these people? How are they so strong? Are they the people who are chasing after the girl in the room? Of course. The armored cultivator was strong. But he was not in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. The armored cultivator's sword strike struck nothing but air. Then, Lin Feng leaped out and arrived in front of the armored cultivator in an instant. He punched at the armored cultivator. Bang! The powerful punch landed on the armored cultivator's chest. A shocking scene appeared. Many talismans appeared on the armor and surprisingly, it managed to block Lin Feng's punch. The armored cultivator laughed sinisterly and was about to attack Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was faster. He punched again and this time, it landed on the armored cultivator's face. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of collision, the armored cultivator was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's punch was so powerful that it made the armored cultivator dizzy. After all, the helmet could not completely protect the face like the armor on the body. But the helmet was extraordinary and blocked most of the attack. The cultivator quickly recovered. This armor and helmet is good. Its defense is amazing, Lin Feng said. I didn't expect that there would be a young expert like you in this lowly world. You really surprised me. At this moment, the leader of the cultivators said. Cultivators from a lowly world? Where did you come from? Celestial realm, chaotic bound of Shenhuang realm, underworld, wasteland? Or creatures from other realms? Lin Feng frowned and asked. As a half-higher realm, the Undying Realm was an extremely high-level world in this era. Apart from the worlds that Lin Feng mentioned, the other worlds could not compare to the Undying Realm. But since these people said that the Undying Realm was a lowly world, they must have come from one of the worlds that Lin Feng mentioned. Hearing Lin Feng's question, the cultivator sneered and said, Do you think you have the right to know where we came from? As soon as he said that, the cultivator waved his hand again. Instantly, the 12 cultivators behind him surrounded Lin Feng. These guys. They were strong, and the defense of their armor and helmets was also very terrifying. It would not be easy to kill them. But he was not without weaknesses. The armor did protect his body, but the helmet had a weakness because the eyes were exposed. In fact, the ruler's armor was the same. After all, he needed to see the situation outside. If the eyes were also closed, wouldn't he be blind with his eyes open? Kid, die, said an armored cultivator, smiling coldly. He raised his sword and moved towards Lin Feng. Kid, die. The rest of the armored cultivators also raised their battle swords and rushed towards Lin Feng. These armored warriors cooperated with each other and attacked Lin Feng together. This time, Lin Feng was in a dangerous situation. Lin Feng sneered and then activated his domineering magnetic field. 4 times domineering magnetic field. He instantly used it. The powerful domineering magnetic field enveloped the 12 armored cultivators. The bodies of the 12 armored cultivators were instantly bound. Their bodies were greatly restricted, and their speed plummeted, making it difficult for them to move. And at this moment, 5 stone swords, golden flying sword, black dragon sword, no death sword, spring and autumn sword, broken sword, and other treasured swords. All of them flew out. Lin Feng multitasked and controlled those treasured swords to kill the 12 armored warriors. Those armored warriors were caught off guard by Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field. If they were given time to completely circulate their magic power, they might be able to recover a lot of their battle strength and speed. In this way, they might be able to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng did not give them time to counterattack. The moment they were restricted by the domineering magnetic field, the treasured swords had already flown out. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tearing could be heard. The treasured swords pierced through the heads of those cultivators from their eyes. Then, those treasured swords were summoned back by Lin Feng. Plop, plop. Corpses fell to the ground one by one. The 12 armored cultivators were all killed by Lin Feng. Seeing his 12 subordinates killed, the leader of the cultivators trembled in anger. Lin Feng said, Don't think that you're superior just because you're from a supreme world. This world is a world where strength is respected, not background. A bunch of self-righteous fellows. Good, good, good. The leader of the cultivators said the word good 3 times in a row. One could see how angry he was in his heart. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. He asked, I don't kill nameless people. What's your name? You don't have the right to know. Lin Feng said indifferently. This was what the leader of the cultivators had said before, but Lin Feng retorted. I admit that you have some ability, but compared to me, you're still far from being able to compete. The leader of the cultivators sneered. He drew his battle sword and slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand and met the attack fearlessly. Clang! Lin Feng's black dragon sword and the leader's battle sword collided fiercely. Suddenly, an earth-shaking sound of collision was heard. Fortunately, There were restrictions protecting them. Otherwise, many people would have been attracted. Chapter 49-42. The little girl in the lead was really terrifying. The battle prowess she displayed shocked Lin Feng. This guy's realm must be extremely high. Generally, when experts make a move, they would generally know the level of the opponent's battle prowess. Lin Feng knew that his chances of winning against this terrifying existence in front of him were relatively small. However, his chances of winning were relatively small, but it didn't mean that there was no chance of winning. The magic lotus, ruler's armor, external incarnation, and the power of the golden dwarf were all mobilized by Lin Feng. After receiving the buff, Lin Feng's battle prowess suddenly increased greatly. After fighting, I found out that you are even stronger than I imagined. So powerful, so young, yet you have such battle prowess. Even in my world, I have only seen a dozen cultivators like you. The leading cultivator's voice was indifferent. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step, his eyes flashing with dense killing intent. His words made Lin Feng very surprised. This cultivator had seen more than a dozen cultivators like him. The higher realms obviously had more powerhouses than the Undying Realm, and there were also more geniuses than the Undying Realm. Although he didn't know which world this guy came from, it could only be one of those ancient worlds. At this time, the leading cultivator continued, "Now, let's end all of this." As his voice fell, the leading terrifying existence waved his sword and slashed towards Lin Feng again. The power of the leading cultivator's sword was naturally incomparably terrifying. Facing the terrifying sword of the leading cultivator, Lin Feng didn't choose to take it head-on. He used a teleportation technique. Swish. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared from where he was. The leading cultivator's sword slashed at empty space. Lin Feng appeared behind the leading cultivator and slashed at him with his sword. Success. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Seeing that Lin Feng's sword was about to kill the leading cultivator actually turned around and slashed at Lin Feng. His reaction was simply too fast. Moreover, not only was his reaction fast, the speed of his attack was also unbelievably fast. Therefore, when the leading cultivator blocked Lin Feng's attack, the moment the two swords collided, the leading cultivator turned around and slapped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the leading cultivator's palm collided, and a powerful force surged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. That feeling was too painful. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's body was blown away. It took him a long time to stop. Amazing. Amazing. What's your cultivation level? You've definitely surpassed Essence Immortal. Could you be a Dao Immortal expert? Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the cultivator. The 4 golden sage immortals of the Essence Dao. Now that Lin Feng had fused with the magic lotus, the ruler's armor, the external incarnation, and the golden dwarf, he felt that even if his combat strength had not reached the peak of the Essence Immortal realm, he should be able to reach the 7th or 8th firmament of the Essence Immortal realm. In addition, Lin Feng's physical body and divine abilities were relatively powerful. Therefore, he should not be at a disadvantage when facing cultivators at the 9th or 10th firmament of the Essence Immortal realm. However, in front of this cultivator, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage. This was enough to explain many things. Lin Feng felt that this fellow should be a Dao Immortal expert. Of course, even if he was at the Dao Immortal realm, he was probably only at the early stage. If he was at the mid-stage or high-level Dao Immortal level, Lin Feng would probably be crushed. However, although Lin Feng was not a match for this person, he had not been crushed by this person yet. You're very smart to be able to guess my strength. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate skill. This expert looked at Lin Feng with a sinister and terrifying gaze. Then, he raised his sword vertically in front of him. Then, he shouted in a low voice, "Dark cross slash." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out a cross mark in the void. 2 sword chi formed a cross slash and directly slashed towards Lin Feng. When the cross sword chi quickly slashed towards him, Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He felt a dense killing intent from the cross slash. This was definitely an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Now, it was being used by this expert. Lin Feng knew that he had to carefully deal with this terrifying attack. Or else, he might die a terrible death. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword in his hand and tried to communicate with the weapon spirit of the Black Dragon Sword. The Black Dragon Sword was still enchanted with several seals. A special method was needed to unlock the seals. The more seals that were unlocked, the more powerful the Black Dragon Sword would be. Other than unlocking the seals to increase the power of the Black Dragon Sword, the best way to increase the power of the Black Dragon Sword was to awaken the weapon spirit of the Black Dragon Sword. Once the weapon spirit was awakened, the power of any magic treasure would increase greatly. Roar. A dragon's roar came from within the Black Dragon Sword. The weapon spirit of the Black Dragon Sword was a black dragon. Now that the weapon spirit of the Black Dragon Sword had awakened, the power of the Black Dragon Sword began to increase greatly. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword in his hand and directly swept towards the cross-sword chi that the opponent had slashed out. Clang! Along with the clanging sound of collision, Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword collided fiercely with the opponent's cross-sword chi. What made Lin Feng feel terrified was that even after activating the weapon spirit of the Black Dragon Sword, he was still forced back by the opponent's terrifying attack. The web between Lin Feng's thumb and forefinger was cracked. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. A Dao Immortal Realm expert was actually so terrifying. Even if he was only a beginner Dao Immortal, he was so terrifying that people couldn't help but be shocked. It's all over. After that cultivator repelled Lin Feng, he directly jumped up. He held the battle sword in his hand and charged towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. At this moment of incomparable danger, behind the cultivator, a figure appeared without a sound. The Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had appeared. The Demon Lord blasted a palm towards this cultivator. This cultivator clearly sensed the dangerous aura behind him. He turned around and swept his sword towards the Demon Lord. Yarrow Jun, on the other hand, quickly changed his attack style. He caught the opponent's sword with both hands. This cultivator wanted to pull out the battle sword, but he couldn't do it. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived behind him. Lin Feng knew that the defense of his armor was astonishing, so Lin Feng didn't choose to attack his body. Lin Feng jumped up, and the strength of the dragon elephant arm completely erupted, and then punched towards the opponent's head. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. Lin Feng's powerful punch fiercely smashed on the opponent's head. The power of the dragon elephant arm was really too violent. The cultivator's head was actually smashed into his chest by Lin Feng's punch. Chapter 49-43. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Feng panted violently. After seeing the corpse on the ground, Lin Feng felt a lingering fear. This guy was really too terrifying. If it wasn't for the Demon Lord, it would have been dangerous enough today. Moreover, this guy must have many powerful methods that he hadn't used yet. However, he didn't have the chance to use those methods now. The Demon Lord then dissipated. He returned to the Demon Bead. Lin Feng didn't thank the Demon Lord because there was no need for thanks between him and the Demon Lord. This guy's source energy should still be useful to me. It can definitely improve my cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He took out the heavenly fire and burned the corpse of the Dao Immortal expert to ashes. In the end, only the source energy, armor, helmet, and storage ring were left. Then, Lin Feng burned the corpses of the other 12 cultivators into ashes. Their source energy was preserved. Lin Feng couldn't use their source energy, but he could give it to others. Those armors were all good treasures, but Lin Feng had a supreme treasure like the ruler's armor. Therefore, he couldn't use those armors, but Lin Feng could also give them to others or sell them. However, Lin Feng planned to form his own personal guard in the future. There didn't need to be many people, but they had to be experts. When the time came, each person would have a piece of armor and a helmet. At that time, their combat strength would definitely increase greatly. Of course, forming a personal guard was only a preliminary idea. It would take some time to implement this idea. Moreover, Lin Feng hadn't found a suitable candidate to join his personal guard. Lin Feng didn't want to recruit ordinary cultivators or older cultivators. Lin Feng wanted to recruit those young and powerful cultivators to be his personal guard. He could also train them at the same time. However, Lin Feng also knew how difficult it was to find such people. This couldn't be rushed. He needed to find a suitable candidate while waiting. After dealing with these guys, Lin Feng returned to his room. He checked the black-bellied girl's condition and found that her injuries had stabilized a lot, but she still didn't wake up. It seemed that it would take some time for her to wake up. Now was the critical period of her recovery. This girl had fair skin and a cute face. Anyone who saw this girl couldn't help but have some improper thoughts about her. However, this girl was too black-bellied. Lin Feng was extremely speechless. When this girl woke up, Lin Feng felt that this girl's origin might be frightening. The next day, Lin Feng once again returned to the room where the black-bellied girl was resting. When he came here, the black-bellied girl was still sleeping. After waiting for a while, Lin Feng found that the black-bellied girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly. It seemed that the black-bellied girl should be about to wake up. Seeing that the black-bellied girl was about to wake up, Lin Feng came to the bedside and used a restriction to seal the black-bellied girl's spiritual power. Not long after Lin Feng sealed the black-bellied girl's spiritual power, the black-bellied girl opened her eyes. She first looked at the ceiling in confusion, but then seemed to remember what happened before. The black-bellied girl quickly turned her head and saw Lin Feng looking at her with a smirk. The black-bellied girl patted her full chest. It seemed that she was still alive. Thank the heavens. Name, where are you from, your measurements, quickly report it. Lin Feng looked at the black-bellied girl and said. The black-bellied girl rolled her eyes and then shouted loudly, "Help, help, a stinky rogue is bullying me." At the same time, she jumped down from the bed, wanting to escape. However, she discovered that her mana had been sealed. The black-bellied girl's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to shout. There is a restriction here. Even if you shout until your throat is broken, people outside can't hear you. In addition, I have sealed your spiritual power. Now you are completely my prisoner. Handsome brother, how can you do this to me? My mother died when I was 3 years old, and my father died when I was 5 years old. I am alone, and I am being chased. I am so pitiful, but you still want to bully me." The black-bellied girl became more and more sad as she spoke. She even shed tears as she spoke. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He naturally did not believe the black-bellied girl's words. There was no truth in her mouth at all. Lin Feng said, "Name, where are you from, your measurements? Don't make me say it again. If you don't answer me honestly, I will personally check it." The black-bellied girl suddenly gnashed her teeth. Now she couldn't wait to directly punch Lin Feng half to death. But thinking of the current situation, she could only temporarily submit to Lin Feng. The black-bellied girl said, "My name is Lung Zishi, a native cultivator of the undead world. As for your measurements, I really don't know, because I have never measured it before." Lin Feng, of course, was just teasing this girl. He didn't really want to know this girl's measurements. But this girl's answer was obviously not truthful. Let's not talk about her measurements for the time being. Let's talk about the origin of this black-bellied girl. She said that she was a native of the undead world. Lin Feng naturally did not believe such nonsense. The people chasing after her were from a higher world. Lin Feng did not believe that those from a higher world would wander around the undead world for no reason. Lin Feng said, "Do you know what happened when you were unconscious?" "What happened?" Lung Zishi asked. "The people chasing after you came to my place," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi clearly showed an extremely shocked expression when she heard that. Lin Feng continued, "Such powerful experts are chasing after you, yet you came to my place. Are you trying to drag me down with you?" Lung Zishi looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful gaze and said, "How would I know that those people would chase after me? You still dare to quibble? Do you want to have a taste of my methods of punishing people?" Lin Feng carefully sized up Lung Zishi's enchanting figure. Lung Zishi's face paled when she saw Lin Feng's gaze. She said, "I'll tell you the truth." "Don't touch me." "All right, tell me the truth," Lin Feng said. "I know that you are very powerful and have a good character. You will definitely not leave me in the lurch. If those people came after me, you will definitely protect me, Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, don't flatter me. It's useless. I'm telling the truth, Lung Zishi hurriedly said. Lin Feng did not continue the conversation on this matter. Instead, he said, Celestial Realm, Chaos-bound, Netherworld, Wasteland, and Otherworld. You should be from one of these 5 worlds, right? Which world are you from? Chapter 49-44. Lung Zishi's eyes flickered slightly. Clearly, this girl was going to fabricate more lies. Lying was a common thing for her. It was unknown how she had developed such a habit. Of course, Lin Feng did not expose her. Instead, he wanted to hear what she had to say. Lung Zishi said, I have indeed heard of the places you mentioned, but I have never been there. I'm really a native of the undying world. Lin Feng said, I've already killed those who came to kill you. You probably don't know about this, right? You killed them. Is that true? Lung Zishi became excited when she heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng was speechless. Not only was Lung Zishi two-faced, but she was also like a little witch who feared nothing. Lin Feng said, I have no reason to lie to you. Although those people didn't directly say which world you came from, they said that you came from a higher world. You'd better tell me your origin honestly. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell me, I plan to turn you from a young girl into a married woman. You shameless. Lung Zishi was frightened by Lin Feng's words. No matter how two-faced she was still a woman. Women, on the other hand, were at a disadvantage compared to men. Lin Feng said, thank you for your praise. Now, you can tell me your origin. Lung Zishi placed her hands on her hips and said, I'm afraid that you will be scared to death if I tell you my origin. Don't worry, I won't be scared to death. Lin Feng said indifferently. Lung Zishi snorted and said, just as you said, I come from a higher world. I come from the Wasteland world. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Lung Zishi's words. Wasteland. It was a well-known name. Lin Feng had heard of the Wasteland countless times. Even now, Lin Feng didn't know much about the Wasteland, mainly because he didn't have the means to understand the Wasteland. He had always wanted to know what kind of world the Wasteland was. Now, he finally saw the opportunity to understand the Wasteland. He could get some specific information about the Wasteland from Lung Zishi. Why are those people chasing you? Lin Feng asked. Because I obtained the 9 nether bird, that's why they chased after me. They want my 9 nether bird, Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the 9 nether bird before. It was an extremely heaven-defying creature that could contend against a true dragon. Once it matured, its power would be unimaginable. There were no traces of the 9 nether bird in the mortal world or even the undying realm. At most, there were only a few creatures with the 9 nether bird's bloodline. However, those creatures were not the real 9 nether bird. Compared to the real 9 nether bird, there was a huge difference. However, Lin Feng knew that the 9 nether bird that Lung Zishi was talking about was most likely a pure-blooded 9 nether bird. Otherwise, why would the experts of the Wasteland chase after her? A pure-blooded 9 nether bird was as powerful as a pure-blooded true dragon. When it matured in the future, its battle strength would be incomparably heaven-defying. What kind of forces are they from? Lin Feng asked. They are from the Darkness Empire, Lung Zishi said. Darkness Empire? Is that one of the forces in the Wasteland world? How are the forces in the Wasteland world divided? Lin Feng asked curiously. Lung Zishi said, the Wasteland world is vast and boundless. More than 70% of it is a boundless sea. The sea is extremely terrifying because there are countless terrifying beasts living in the sea. For example, the Kuan whale, prehistoric dragon crocodile, great peng, and other creatures. These creatures are all creatures that have crossed epochs. Moreover, they have already solved the problem of weakening due to crossing epochs. Therefore, the sea is an absolute forbidden zone in the Wasteland world. If you dare to enter the sea of the Wasteland world, it's no different from courting death. Fortunately, those terrifying creatures are restricted by the laws of the Wasteland world and are unable to enter the inland world. Otherwise, the inland world would be plunged into misery and suffering. The rest of the land is the land. About 80% of the land is a wasteland. These wastelands contain extremely terrifying death energy, dark energy, and other dark energy. Therefore, the land there is barren and not even a blade of grass grows. Cultivators have no way of surviving in those places. Cultivators usually gather in the big cities. Those cities have huge walls and restrictions that can withstand the attacks of many wild beasts in the wasteland world. Wild beasts? What kind of creatures are they? Lin Feng asked. Lung Zishi said, there are 3 types of wild beasts. The first type is the wild beasts that have transcended epochs. Some of these wild beasts are strong and some are weak. Some of the kings of wild beasts are about as strong as the giants in the sea area. The second type is the wild beasts that were born in the wasteland. These wild beasts are born in the wasteland. They are born with the power of death, darkness, or other types of dark energy. They are also extremely terrifying. The third type is the normal fierce beasts that have mutated after absorbing the dark energy in the wasteland. Due to the mutation, these fierce beasts have extremely powerful battle strength. These guys will attack the towns in the wasteland from time to time, wanting to devour the practitioners inside. Lin Feng said, in that case, the area occupied by the wasteland world's cultivators is actually very small. Lung Zishi nodded. You can think of it that way. How are the forces in the wasteland world divided? Lin Feng asked. Lung Zishi said, there are many forces in the wasteland. In fact, many of them are extremely powerful. However, there are 10 overlord forces in the wasteland world. These 10 overlord forces are countries with centralized power. The major forces are under the command of the 10 overlord forces. These 10 overlord forces are the 10 empires. The emperors of the 10 empires are known as dominators. Every dominator has unimaginable combat strength. Those dominators are basically creatures that have transcended epochs. Moreover, they are creatures that have transcended multiple epochs. The 10 overlords represent the pinnacle of the wasteland world's combat strength. The forces attached to them basically have no second thoughts. The main reason is that the 10 great sovereigns are simply too powerful. Those forces simply don't dare to have second thoughts. This is a stark contrast to the situation of the undying world's feudal vassals. Each of the 10 great sovereigns has achieved centralization of power. Once an order is given, hundreds will respond to it. No one dares to disobey. Chapter 49-45. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression when he heard that. Lin Feng had actually heard the term wasteland overlord countless times. However, Lin Feng had no idea what kind of existence the wasteland overlord was. Now, however, Lin Feng knew that the wasteland overlord was actually the emperors of the wasteland's 10 ultimate empires. Moreover, the wasteland overlords were emperors with centralized authority. They were not existences that the celestial emperors could compare to. What level of experts are the 10 overlords? Lin Feng asked. I'm not sure about that. No one knows how strong they are because anyone who has fought the 10 overlords is already dead. Eras after eras have been destroyed, but they have lived on for a long time. They have weathered too many storms. Perhaps only they themselves know how strong they are. Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng asked. How many eras did they cross? Lung Zishi shook her head. Lin Feng continued asking, are there any differences in strength among the 10 overlords? Lung Zishi said. I don't think so. Their strength should be about the same. What about the 10 empires? What's the difference in strength? Lin Feng asked. 9 of them are about the same, but there's one that's slightly weaker than the other 9, Lung Zishi said. Oh. What's that slightly weaker empire? Why is it weaker than the other empires? Lin Feng asked curiously. Lung Zishi said, the slightly weaker empire is called the Sacred Dao Empire. It's said that this empire is in turmoil. The previous overlord disappeared for some unknown reason. The current overlord is the one who succeeded the throne during the early eras. The overlord disappeared for no reason. Lin Feng revealed a look of disbelief. Lung Zishi nodded. Lung Zishi nodded and said, it's like this. Rumor has it that the previous ruler was killed by the new ruler. This new ruler is the previous ruler's junior brother. The sacred Tao Empire should have been the strongest empire, suppressing the other 9 great empires. After all, apart from their ruler, the new ruler's junior brother is also extremely terrifying. However, with the disappearance of the previous ruler, the sacred Tao Empire's strength has been greatly reduced. Of course, even though its strength has been greatly reduced, the empire is still incomparably terrifying. Especially after the new ruler succeeded the throne, he received the blessing of the investiture of the gods and obtained the power of heaven's will. This person has definitely undergone a transformation and cannot be underestimated. Lin Feng asked, "Which empire are you from?" Leng Zishi said, "I'm from the Frigid Empire. It's the northernmost empire of the wasteland." Lin Feng asked, "What kind of power are you from?" Said Leng Zishi, "The Leng clan is just a small clan. Even though my background isn't very good, my talent is shocking. Even those who come from large clans can't compare to me. Apart from my shocking talent, my luck is monstrous, and I've had many miraculous encounters." Lin Feng was speechless when he saw Leng Zishi praising herself. Lin Feng asked, "Then how did you come to the undying world?" Speaking of this, Leng Zishi couldn't help but sigh. She said, "Back then, when I went to snatch an opportunity, I snatched a 9-nether-bird egg from the cave where the 9-nether-bird died. When I wanted to leave, I was blocked by the people from the Darkness Empire. I really couldn't escape, but there's always a way out. There was a teleportation array in the cave, so I activated it. When the teleportation array was activated, I was teleported out. Who would have thought that those people from the Darkness Empire would also enter the teleportation array? When I reappeared, I was already in the mountain range where we met before. That place was too frightening, and I almost died there. Lin Feng was speechless when he recalled his first meeting with Leng Zishi. He really wanted to teach her a lesson now. This two-faced girl had ruined him back then. However, teaching Leng Zishi a lesson could wait. Right now, Lin Feng still had some things to ask Leng Zishi. He continued to ask, "You said that there's a teleportation array in that mountain range that leads to the wasteland? Is that teleportation array still there?" Leng Zishi said, "That's a single-use teleportation array. It can be used to travel from the wasteland to the undying world, but it can't be used to travel from the undying world to the wasteland. In fact, this single-use teleportation array can only be used to travel from a high-level realm to a low-level realm. It can't be used to travel from a low-level realm to a high-level realm. In order to travel from a low-level realm to a high-level realm, one needs to use a special ascension passage. However, there's no ascension passage in the undying world that leads directly to the wasteland. However, from what I know, the heavenly realm, the chaotic Shenhuang realm, and the underworld all have passages that lead to the wasteland. These 4 realms belong to the same plane as the wasteland, so there's no ascension passage. However, I don't know where the passage to the wasteland is. Perhaps only the top experts of the 3 higher realms know about it." Lin Feng asked, "I heard that there's a passage connecting the foreign realms to the wasteland?" Leng Zishi nodded and said, "It's like this. However, the 10 rulers of the wasteland world are rather disgusted with the foreign creatures, so they suppress them very heavily. Therefore, the foreign creatures don't dare to brazenly head to the wasteland world." "Oh, the 10 sovereigns are disgusted with the foreign realms?" Lin Feng was surprised. This was something he hadn't thought of before. However, this was something that Lin Feng was happy to see. Lin Feng was also very disgusted with the foreign realms. The crimes of the foreign realms were too numerous to count. Their crimes were unforgivable. Leng Zishi said, "I heard that the foreign realms once invaded the wasteland on a large scale. They obviously underestimated the wasteland's strength. The kings and emperors of the foreign realms underestimated the sovereigns of the wasteland even more. After the war broke out, the foreign realms suffered a great defeat. The survivors fled back to the foreign realms. Since then, the sovereigns hated the foreign realms very much. Originally, the sovereigns wanted to join forces to seal the passage to the wasteland from the foreign realms, but they failed. Those passages are rather special and very difficult to seal. After that, the sovereigns stopped paying attention to them. So, there are no foreign realms in the wasteland?" Lin Feng asked. Chapter 49-46. Lin Feng said, I want to go to the wasteland. Leng Zishi shouted, bring me along, bring me along. I'll protect you once we reach the wasteland. If you follow Sister Shi, no one will dare to provoke you. Sister Shi? I think I should call you Maid Shi instead. Lin Feng reached out and pinched Leng Zishi's cheeks before pulling them away. Her pouting appearance was really cute. Bastard. Bastard. How dare you take advantage of me? Do you believe that I won't beat you into a pig's head? Leng Zishi shrieked. She could only vent the dissatisfaction in her heart by shouting. Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, you are now my prisoner. Don't forget that I saved you. Otherwise, you would be a dead man. I know that you are a person who repays kindness, so you can repay me with your body. Tonight, I will be your groom. From tomorrow onwards, there will be a charming and lovely young woman in this world. Shameless. Scum. Shameless. Who said I'm going to repay you with my body? Stop daydreaming. Leng Zishi glared fiercely at Lin Feng, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like a wild cat. Lin Feng said, then how do you want to repay me? How about I say thank you to you? Leng Zishi said. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently when he heard Leng Zishi's words. How could this two-faced girl be so thick-skinned? This young master will definitely settle for the next best thing. I won't let you be this young master's wife. How about this? You can be this young master's maid for the time being. Every day, you will massage my back, wash my feet, warm my bed, and so on. As long as you do well, this young master will reward you well, Lin Feng said. Leng Zishi was infuriated. She said, I won't do it. I have a noble status. I don't want to be a maid. You are just someone from a small clan in the wasteland world. What noble status do you have? You're not the daughter of the ruler of the wasteland. If you were, I could serve you tea and give you a full body massage or something. But don't forget your identity. Come over here and give me a full body massage. If you don't listen to me, I'll give you a full body examination later, Lin Feng said as he lay on the bed and hooked his finger at Leng Zishi. Bastard. Bastard. You only know how to bully me. Leng Zishi gnashed her teeth in hatred. She had always been the one bullying others. When had she ever been bullied by others? But now, she was being bullied to this extent by Lin Feng. This made Leng Zishi quite depressed. But now, Leng Zishi's spiritual power was sealed. He couldn't resist Lin Feng anymore. Leng Zishi walked over and started massaging Lin Feng's body. Comfortable, so comfortable. Use more strength. Did you not eat? Left. Yes, yes, yes. That's the spot. Put more strength into it. Lin Feng moaned in pleasure. The feeling of being served was not ordinary. It was no wonder so many people liked to have beautiful maids. Now, he finally experienced this feeling. In the afternoon, Leng Zishi pulled Lin Feng out to shop. She was very curious about many things. She looked around and looked around. Sometimes, when she saw something she liked, she would pick it up and run away without paying. Lin Feng could only clean up the mess for her. Lin Feng said speechlessly, you have to pay for the things you buy. Leng Zishi said pitifully, I don't have money. For someone from a small clan like me, it is very difficult to get immortal stones for cultivation. Usually, I don't have any left. Moreover, I am now your maid. No matter what, I should be paid, right? Take the money for these things as my payment in advance. Lin Feng took out 10,000 immortal stones and said, I have never mistreated the people around me. Even if you are a maid, I will not mistreat you. Take these 10,000 immortal stones and spend them first. Wow, 10,000 immortal stones. So many. Leng Zishi quickly kept the 10,000 immortal stones and jumped up and down. She was very happy. She looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, tell me, do you like me? Otherwise, why would you give me so many immortal stones? If you like me, then say it. I can give you a chance to chase me. Like your head. Usually, when I beg for food, I will give you 100,000 immortal stones, Lin Feng said. Leng Zishi naturally heard Lin Feng's teasing words. He actually dared to say that she was worse than a beggar. Lung Zishi was so angry that she reached out her hand and tried to strangle Lin Feng's neck. Then she shouted, "I will strangle you to death." Lin Feng turned around and ran forward. "Don't run!" Lung Zishi screamed and chased after Lin Feng. "Help! The tigress wants to kill me," Lin Feng shouted as he ran. "Damn, brother, you actually called such a beautiful girl a tigress? This brother really doesn't know how lucky he is. If I had such a beautiful wife, I would definitely treat her like the apple of my eye. This brother actually made such a beautiful wife angry. Comparisons are odious. Oh heavens, oh earth, please give me such a beautiful girl." Many cultivators who were watching the show immediately started to talk. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi arrived at the black market, laughing and joking. Lung Zishi's character was lively. Being with her, Lin Feng was also infected by her lively character. This was because Lin Feng had a relatively calm character. If he was with other women, he probably wouldn't be so crazy. "The black market is even more lively than outside," Lung Zishi said after looking around. "Don't you have such a lively place?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "No. I've never seen it. The people there are all desperately cultivating for survival. However, there might be some in some big ancient cities, but I've never had the chance to go there to take a look," Lung Zishi said. Then she added, "However, even if there are such trading markets in those ancient cities, they are probably far less lively than the ones in the Undying Realm." Lin Feng naturally agreed with this point. After all, it was too difficult to survive in the wasteland. When there was nothing to do, those cultivators would probably go to cultivate. Who would have the time to go to the trading market? Chapter 49-47. I want that thing. Lung Zishi pointed to a bracelet. It was a crystal bracelet with 7 different colored crystals strung together. 7 different colors of energy flowed out of the 7 crystals. The 7 different colored energies intertwined together and looked very beautiful. This bracelet was not a powerful magic treasure. It was just an accessory. Lin Feng said. "It's not like you don't have money. Buy it yourself," Lung Zishi said. "I want you to give it to me." Lin Feng had no choice but to buy the bracelet for Lung Zishi. Lung Zishi put the bracelet on her hand and then shook it gently. The bracelet immediately made a crisp jingling sound. The 7-colored light flickered. Under the refraction of the sun, it was simply magnificent and very beautiful. Lung Zishi obviously liked this bracelet very much. Her beautiful little face revealed an incomparably happy expression. Although this little girl was sometimes very black-bellied, in reality, her heart was extremely pure and flawless. Sometimes, from some small things, one could see what kind of person's inner world was. "Do you have anything you want to buy?" Lung Zishi looked at Lin Feng and asked. "Not at the moment," Lin Feng said. "Let's go inside and take a look. Maybe there's something you want to buy. I'll buy it for you then," Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng nodded and continued to walk inside with Lung Zishi. That's... Suddenly, Lung Zishi revealed a surprised expression. She pulled Lin Feng and walked towards a stall. Lin Feng and Lung Zishi came in front of the stall. It was a stall set up by a middle-aged cultivator. There were all kinds of things on the stall. There were many things that were in tatters. They seemed to have been dug out from an ancient tomb. After seeing those things, Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Could it be that he had met the same trade as the immeasurable Taoist? In fact, in a place like the Undying Realm, there were many tomb robbers. Because there were many experts and powerful forces in the Undying Realm. After an expert died, there would definitely be many good things in the tomb. However, if the other party's cultivators find out that you're robbing a tomb, you'll definitely be hunted down. Therefore, the tomb robbers of the Undying Realm were relatively low-key. "How much is this?" Lung Zishi pointed at an item. It was a short sword made of an unknown material. There were many ancient runes on it, but the surface of the short sword was rusty. Due to that, the power of the short sword had been greatly affected. If the rust could be removed, the short sword's power would rise greatly. Lin Feng knew of some forces or cultivators who knew how to remove the rust. Now that Lung Zishi had asked him about the short sword, he wondered if Lung Zishi knew how to remove the rust. This is a peerless sword, but I'm fated with you, so I'll sell it to you for 100,000 immortal stones, the stall owner said with a smile, looking extremely cunning. These businessmen were always full of nonsense and never spoke the truth. Lung Zishi said, "Don't try to get close to me. Who's fated with you? This short sword is already rusted to this extent, and you still have the nerve to ask for 100,000 immortal stones? How can you be so thick-skinned?" After hearing Lung Zishi's taunting words, the stall owner couldn't help but roll his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Go away. If you're not buying, don't disturb my business here." Lung Zishi said, "Who's not buying? Did I say I'm not buying? Give me a cheaper price for this short sword." The stall owner said, 80,000. "I can't go any lower. Too expensive, too expensive. Give me a cheaper price." Lung Zishi said 70,000. "That's the lowest price. Any lower and I'll lose money," the stall owner said. Lung Zishi continued, "Too expensive, too expensive. Give me a cheaper price. How much do you want?" The stall owner said helplessly. Lung Zishi stretched out her jade-like hand and spread her 5 fingers, making a gesture of 50,000. No, 50,000 is really going to make me vomit blood." The stall owner quickly shook his head. Lung Zishi said, "You misunderstood. I said 500. Fut." After hearing Lung Zishi's price, Lin Feng directly spat out his saliva. Lung Zishi actually bargained for 500 for something that was priced at 100,000. That was too outrageous. Even Lin Feng wasn't so thick-skinned as to barter at such a price. After hearing the price, the stall owner couldn't help but be stunned. After being stunned for a short while, the stall owner's face darkened. He probably felt that Lung Zishi was playing with him. "Go as far as you can think," the stall owner said speechlessly. Lung Zishi looked at the short sword and said, "I know the words on it. This short sword seems to be made by an expert from some force called Venerable. It seems to be a burial item. You're actually peddling someone else's burial item. Don't tell me you've dug up someone else's ancestral grave. I'm going to ask others if they know about this force." After hearing Lung Zishi's words, the stall owner was shocked. He quickly said, "Young lady, don't ask. Don't ask. I'm afraid of you. I don't want 500 immortal stones. I'll give it to you for free. Hurry up and leave." "Hehe, you're the one who gave it to me. It's not that I'm not paying," Lung Zishi said with a smile. Then, she squatted down and grabbed a broken clay figurine and stone statue in her hand. She said, "I want this clay figurine and stone statue too." The stall owner saw that the stone statue wasn't anything valuable, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He waved his hand and said, take it, take it." Lung Zishi picked up the clay figurine and stone statue, then dragged Lin Feng away. "Wasn't my bargaining ability amazing just now?" Lung Zishi asked Lin Feng with a smile. "Amazing. Really amazing. Not only did you not spend a single immortal stone on something worth 100,000, you even took a clay figurine and stone statue with you when you left. I'm so impressed," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi said, "I only have 10,000 immortal stones. I can't afford such an expensive thing, so I can only scare the boss. Who would have thought that this guy would be scared to such an extent by me? I actually don't recognize the words on it at all." "Here," Lin Feng said, "these grave robbers have many tricks up their sleeves. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. You'd better pray that he doesn't come looking for trouble with you. He wouldn't dare." Lung Zishi snorted. Then, she stuffed the clay figurine and stone statue into Lin Feng's hands. Then, she lowered her voice and said, "What I really want to buy isn't that broken dagger, but this clay figurine and stone statue." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but ask, what's so special about this clay figurine and stone statue? Chapter 49-48. Seeing Lung Zishi's serious expression, Lin Feng showed an extremely surprised expression. Was the clay figurine and stone statue extraordinary? What was its origin? Lin Feng held the clay figurine and stone statue in his hand and observed it. He found that there was nothing special about the clay figurine and stone statue. He didn't even see any runes. However, Lung Zishi didn't seem to be lying. Lin Feng asked, What's so special about this clay figurine and stone statue? I really can't see what's so special about this clay figurine and stone statue. You try to break it, Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng didn't know what Lung Zishi was up to, but Lin Feng still did as Lung Zishi said. He tried to break the clay figurine and stone statue. Lin Feng suddenly exerted force. However, something happened that surprised him. The clay figurine and stone statue couldn't be broken at all. Lin Feng looked at the clay figurine and stone statue in surprise. If the clay figurine and stone statue were ordinary objects, with Lin Feng's strength, it would be easy for him to break the clay figurine and stone statue. However, the clay figurine and stone statue didn't break. This meant that the clay figurine and stone statue was absolutely extraordinary. It was just that Lin Feng couldn't see what was so special about the clay figurine and stone statue. Lung Zishi said, "This clay figurine and stone statue is called the cursed clay figurine. It's a very strange thing. Once activated, it can release an extremely powerful curse power to fight against the enemy. You should know that cultivators are most afraid of the curse power. Therefore, once the clay figurine and stone statue is activated, it can often have a miraculous effect." After hearing Lung Zishi's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The clay figurine and stone statue could release a powerful curse power? Would he be able to use the power of the curse? If it could be used by him, he could use this curse power to activate the Great Curse Art. Lin Feng's Great Curse Art was naturally extremely terrifying and powerful. However, the Great Curse Art was a little special among the 3,000 Great Daos. The most unique thing was that it was very difficult for him to activate the Great Curse technique. However, with the support of a large amount of curse power, the chances of activating the Great Curse technique would be much higher. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng asked, "If the clay figurines and stone statues release a large amount of curse energy, will I be able to make use of the curse energy?" "Of course," Lung Zishi said. "Once the clay figurine and stone statue is activated, it will produce some divine sense waves. At this time, the clay figurine and stone statue can choose from two states. The first state is the fighting state of the clay figurine and stone statue. In this state, the clay figurine and stone statue is equivalent to an avatar and can cooperate with the master to fight the enemy. The second state is the fusion state. If this state is activated, the clay figurine and stone statue can enter the master's dantian and its power will be connected with the master. At that time, the curse power produced by the clay figurine and stone statue can also be used by the master." Hearing this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. If that was the case, the Great Curse technique would definitely become an extremely terrifying killing move. Moreover, it was a relatively reliable killing move. The Great Curse technique from before was, of course, also a powerful killing move. However, although it was powerful, it was not very reliable. This was because it might not be able to activate the Great Curse technique even if it was activated many times. If one wanted to use the Great Curse technique against the enemy, it would depend on luck. However, with the support of a large amount of curse energy, the probability of activating the Great Curse technique should be greatly increased. This could become a common method. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. Lin Feng asked, "How do I refine this thing? Do I refine it with my magic power? Or do I refine it with my blood?" "Neither works," Lung Zishi said. "You need to inscribe a curse restriction. After that, you can communicate with it using your divine sense. Do you know how to inscribe a curse restriction?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course. I have many tricks up my sleeves," Lung Zishi said proudly. After hearing Lung Zishi's affirmative answer, Lin Feng was very excited. He could not wait to hug Lung Zishi in his arms and give her 3 kisses. Of course, if he dared to do so, Lin Feng would definitely suffer a tragedy. "Then let's go back quickly. Teach me how to inscribe a curse restriction," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi said with a smile, "Don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished talking about the wonders of the clay figurines and stone statues." Lin Feng looked at Lung Zishi, puzzled. According to Lung Zishi, could it be that the clay figurines and stone statues had other effects? If that was the case, it would be a pleasant surprise. Lung Zishi said, "Actually, The most powerful thing about the clay figurines and stone statues is not the powerful curse energy that they can release after being revived, but the secret of the clay figurines and stone statues themselves. What secret does the clay figurines and stone statues have? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. It is said that the method of condensing the clay figurines and stone statues is quite special. When condensing the clay figurines and stone statues, some special runes need to be integrated into the clay figurines and stone statues. These special runes are scattered all over the clay figurines and stone statues, just like the acupuncture points in the human body. As you know, the human body has many acupuncture points, and these acupuncture points are extremely important to a cultivator. The special runes that are integrated into the clay figurines and stone statues are also very important to them. These special runes are formed by the method of condensing the clay figurines and stone statues. In other words, if you can decipher the special runes inside the clay figurines and stone statues, you will be able to master the method of creating the clay figurines and stone statues. These clay figurines and stone statues are similar to forbidden weapons. Normally, they will be destroyed after 10 uses. However, if you master the method of creating the clay figurines and stone statues, you don't have to worry about how many times the clay figurines and stone statues can be used. After using them up, you can just create a new one, Leng Zishi said. After hearing Leng Zishi's words, even with Lin Feng's state of mind, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Lin Feng had obtained the clay figurines and stone statues, but there was a limit to how many times they could be used. After using them up, the clay figurines and stone statues would be destroyed and could no longer be used. However, what if Lin Feng learned the method of creating the clay figurines and stone statues? Just thinking about this made Lin Feng extremely excited. Come, let's go back and study it. Lin Feng held Leng Zishi's hand and said. He and Leng Zishi quickly headed back to their residence. On the way, they met someone. This person was none other than Shui Yushin. Chapter 49-49. Lin Feng let go of Leng Zishi's hand and looked at Shui Yushin. When I went to the All-Knowing Pavilion, I heard that Fairy Shui hadn't returned yet. Did you just return? Shui Yushin's heart was filled with bitterness. She had thought that she would be able to remain calm when facing Lin Feng again, but when she saw Lin Feng holding another woman's hand, she felt very uncomfortable. She tried her best to act normal. Yes, I just returned. Who is this fairy? Shui Yushin responded and asked. A friend. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shui Yushin felt even more uncomfortable. Even if Lin Feng had said that Leng Zishi was a servant he had bought with money, Shui Yushin would have felt much better. However, reality was very cruel. Shui Yushin suddenly wanted to escape. She said, then I'll return first. When I have news of Yun Tianyu, I'll send someone to inform the young master. Lin Feng nodded, all right. Thank you, fairy. Shui Yushin bowed to Lin Feng and left as if she was escaping. Lin Feng looked at Leng Zishi and said, let's go quickly. I can't wait to study the clay figurines and stone statues. Leng Zishi followed beside Lin Feng and said with a smile, who was that vixen just now? Could it be that she's your old lover? I noticed that there was something wrong with the way she looked at you. Lin Feng said, what old lover? Don't accuse me wrongly. She's just a friend of mine. Oh. Leng Zishi responded and did not talk about Shui Yushin. The two of them quickly returned to their residence. Lin Feng took out the clay figurine and stone statue. Leng Zishi took the figurine and stone statue and pointed at a spot. Do you see that? There's a black spot here. Lin Feng nodded and asked, does this black spot have any special meaning? Leng Zishi said, it's equivalent to a formation core. After that, Leng Zishi showed Lin Feng a few more places. Those places all had black dots. It seemed like those places were the cause of the deployment spell, that's why there were black dots. Although a restriction is not as complicated as a great formation, the essence of a restriction is the same as that of a great formation. Therefore, the formation eye is also very important to a restriction. Remember the position of these formation eyes. Later, I will show you how to draw a cursed restriction, Leng Zishi said. All right. Lin Feng replied and took out a talisman paper and a brush. Lung Zishi first drew the locations of the 7 formation cores on the talisman's izizes. The position of the eye of the formation completely overlapped with the position of the stone statue. Then, to draw the cursed restrictions. Drawing the curse restriction wasn't particularly troublesome, but it wasn't too easy either. Of course, it wasn't Aziz was at all. It took roughly half started sats. Lin Feng practiced a few times and mastered the cursed restrictions. You've learned how to draw cursed restrictions so quickly? Lung Zishi looked at all this in disbelief. Although cursed restrictions weren't particularly troublesome restrictions, it was extremely unrealistic to master cursed restrictions in such a short time. Lung Zishi originally thought that Lin Feng would need a few days to study cursed restrictions. However, Lin Feng only practiced a few times to master cursed restrictions. Even though Lung Zishi came from the wasteland, she still found it unbelievable. In the wasteland, she had seen some cultivators with top-notch talent in spirit arrays. Those cultivators with top-notch talent in spirit arrays seemed to be far behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, "What's the fuss about? I'm the 38th Celestial Master." "What? You're a Celestial Master?" Hearing Lin Feng say that he was the 38th Celestial Master, Lung Zishi suddenly exclaimed. Her face was filled with shock. Obviously, Lung Zishi had heard of the legends of the Celestial Master lineage. Lin Feng said, "What's the fuss about?" Lung Zishi sighed and said, "Of all the things to be a Celestial Master, your lineage is cursed. I remember that there was a Celestial Master in the wasteland. That Celestial Master was a powerful figure, but he was robbed in his later years. It was said that he was taken away by a group of Yin soldiers." Lin Feng said, "The curse of the Celestial Master lineage is indeed terrifying, but I believe that man can conquer nature. As long as I work hard, I'll definitely be able to remove the curse of the Celestial Master lineage." Lung Zishi said. "I hope so." Lin Feng said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about something happy. Now that I've mastered the curse, can I try carving the curse on the clay figurines and stone statues?" Lung Zishi said, "There's only one clay figurine and stone statue. If you make a mistake, the statue will be destroyed. I think it's better to practice a few more times just to be safe." Lin Feng nodded. What Lung Zishi said made sense. There was indeed only one clay figurine and stone statue. He still needed to familiarize himself with the method of carving the curse. After all, it was Lin Feng's first time successfully carving the curse. Lin Feng practiced 10 more times. He felt that he was becoming more familiar with the curse. Lin Feng decided to use his real saber and sword. He began carving the curse on the clay figurine and stone statue. Naturally, he couldn't use a talisman brush. He had to use a talisman knife. He poured his magic power into the talisman knife. The talisman knife could form a special energy that turned the carving into a curse. Moreover, it could be preserved for many years. Lin Feng was very careful when carving the curse. He tried his best to do every step perfectly. This was because he couldn't afford to make any mistakes when carving the curse. If he made a mistake, the clay figurine and stone statue would be destroyed. When that happened, Lin Feng would be crying. Lin Feng took even less time to carve the curse talisman than Lung Zishi. Normally, he would only need 15 minutes to successfully carve the curse. However, carving the curse on a talisman paper and carving the curse on a clay figurine and stone statue were two completely different situations. It took Lin Feng 3 hours to carve the cursing spell. But luckily, Lin Feng had managed to carve the curse on it. Lin Feng's strength penetrated into the cursed restriction spell. In an instant, the curse was activated by Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng, he found that he had a special connection with the clay figurine and stone statue. This connection was like the connection of water, milk, sex, and fusion. The clay figurine and stone statue seemed to have become a part of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng could even sense the consciousness sleeping in the clay figurine and stone statue. Chapter 4950. What a magical clay figurine and stone statue. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the consciousness sleeping in the clay figurine and stone statue. The clay figurine and stone statue were extraordinary. The consciousness was perfect. If it continued to evolve, it might form a complete soul body. This was highly possible. However, the consciousness was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth and could not continue to grow. Therefore, it could not become a true soul body. After all, clay figurines and stone statues were special. It was too difficult to form a complete soul body. Did you sense the clay figurine and stone statue? Lung Zishi asked. Lin Feng replied. It has. That's great. I'll try to understand the cultivation method in the clay figurine and stone statue. I'll tell you when I succeed. Okay, I won't disturb you, Lung Zishi said and left Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He carefully sensed the special runes in the clay figurine and stone statue. Soon, Lin Feng sensed the runes in the clay figurine and stone statue. Those runes were very mysterious. Each rune contained a powerful energy. Lin Feng's divine thought invaded the runes. Suddenly, the information wrapped in the runes was found by Lin Feng. Those runes contained pure cultivation techniques. Apart from that, there was nothing else. However, it was not easy for Lin Feng to link all the cultivation methods together. There were a total of 64 different runes. Each rune contained a different cultivation method. Lin Feng did not know the specific order. He had to rely on himself to link all the cultivation methods together. There could not be any mistakes. There could not be any problems with the cultivation methods. Once there was a problem with the cultivation method, it could cause the magical power in the cultivator's body to be chaotic. If the cultivator could not suppress the chaotic magical power in the body, it could lead to qi deviation. Lin Feng tried to link all the different cultivation methods together, but he failed. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There must be a special way to do all this. Lin Feng could not help but say to himself. He felt that there must be such a way, but he did not know what it was. Lin Feng continued to look at the mysterious runes in the clay figurine and stone statue. He tried to channel his magical power into the clay figurine and stone statue. At this time, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng found that when he channeled his magical power into the clay figurine and stone statue, the magical power flowed from the top to the bottom. The runes lit up one by one with magical power. Those runes emitted waves of dazzling light. What will happen if I arrange these cultivation methods according to the order in which the runes are activated? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He decided to follow this train of thought and see if he could do it. Lin Feng naturally remembered what kind of cultivation method was contained in each rune, so he arranged all the cultivation methods according to the order in which the runes were activated. Then, he formed a complete cultivation method. However, this cultivation method was called the clay figurine technique. Whether the clay figurine technique was correct or not had not been verified. Only after verifying it could he determine whether this cultivation method was correct or not. Lin Feng planned to try to circulate the cultivation method according to the cultivation method. Lin Feng cultivated 3,000 grand daos, so his understanding of the various grand daos was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that if there was a problem with the cultivation method, he would be able to detect it. Of course, if there was a problem with the cultivation method and it caused a backlash, Lin Feng also believed that with his methods, he would be able to resolve this problem. Lin Feng was very confident about this. Lin Feng began to circulate the cultivation method according to the cultivation method. After about an hour, Lin Feng successfully completed one cycle. His face lit up. That was because Lin Feng found that there was no problem with this cultivation method. The cultivation method that he arranged according to the order in which the runes were activated was actually correct. This made Lin Feng happy. These cultivation methods were very mysterious. A single cultivation method could contain a lot of content. Lin Feng comprehended a method of refining clay figurines and stone statues from it. Lin Feng felt that there might be more than one way to refine clay figurines and stone statues, but what kind of method could he obtain? He would have to rely on his own abilities. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he told Lung Zishi the cultivation method he had obtained. At the same time, Lin Feng removed the seal that was restraining Lung Zish's powers. "You're free now. You can leave whenever you want," Lin Feng said. "Why should I leave? I eat well and live well here. I don't want to leave," Lung Zishi said with a grin. "Since you like to live here, you can continue to live here." Lin Feng shrugged. He did not drive Lung Zishi away. Lung Zish's character was more lively, so Lin Feng felt that there was no need to drive her away. Perhaps after a while, Lung Zishi would leave on her own. Lin Feng did not believe that this two-faced girl would stay in one place for so long. The main thing was that Lung Zish's character was not like that. If she stayed in one place for so long, wouldn't she suffocate to death? Lin Feng returned to his room and went into seclusion. He needed to continue studying the clay figurine technique. Lin Feng went into seclusion for about 10 days. On this day, Shui Yushin came to visit Lin Feng. In fact, Shui Yushin had thought about it for a long time. She did not want to come because she did not want to see Lin Feng being intimate with other women. However, there was a voice in her heart that made her make another decision. She came to Lin Feng's place because she wanted to see Lin Feng. Sometimes, Shui Yushin thought that if she did not leave that night and had a peaceful conversation with Lin Feng, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. She felt that she and Lin Feng were like strangers. This feeling was unacceptable to her and made her feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng heard the noise outside and walked out of his room. Lung Zishi also came out of seclusion. Lin Feng was surprised that this two-faced girl had not left. "Why are you looking at me with such a strange gaze?" Lung Zishi asked. "Is my gaze strange?" "I don't find it strange," Lin Feng said. He did not continue to chat with Lung Zishi. Instead, he went to the door of the courtyard and opened it. He saw the charming Shui Yushin standing outside waiting for Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng, she revealed a charming smile. Chapter 4951. Shui Xianzi, please come in. Lin Feng invited Shui Yushin in. Lung Zishi, on the other hand, was looking at Shui Yushin with a smile. No one knew what this girl was thinking. Shui Yushin naturally saw Lung Zishi, but she didn't pay any attention to her. Now that she was facing Lung Zishi again, Shui Yushin was much calmer. Shui Yushin didn't stand on ceremony and followed Lin Feng into the courtyard. In the living room, the guest of honor took their seats. Shui Yushin said, "Young master, Yun Tianyu has sent news. He will arrive at the Western Paradise City in about 5 days. Oh, you can reach there in 5 days. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 5 days would pass very quickly. When Yun Tianyu arrived, he would be able to ask him about the ancient survivors. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that Yun Tianyu wouldn't tell him. Yun Tianyu didn't know whether Lin Feng was a friend or foe. Rashly asking would only arouse Yun Tianyu's suspicions. After all, many people wanted to find out about the ancient survivors from Yun Tianyu, and most of them were hostile towards them. Therefore, before asking about the ancient survivors, he needed to gain Yun Tianyu's trust. That way, there wouldn't be any problems asking about the ancient survivors. "Thank you for bringing news about Yun Tianyu, fairy," Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Shui Yushin sighed inwardly. If it was her relationship with Lin Feng in the past, how could Lin Feng thank her? Saying thank you would make him sound like an outsider. Shui Yushin felt helpless. She wanted to mend her relationship with Lin Feng, but it was easier said than done to restore it to its original state. Not to mention, Lin Feng had a beauty like Lung Zishi by his side. "When Yun Tianyu arrives, I will send someone to inform young master. I still have some matters to deal with in the all-knowing pavilion, so I will take my leave," Shui Yushin said. "All right, fairy, take care." Lin Feng stood up and sent Shui Yushin out. After returning, Lung Zishi giggled and said, "Looks like that woman has some thoughts about you. Could she be your old lover?" Lin Feng pulled Lung Zishi into his arms and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're obviously my old lover, scoundrel." Lung Zishi snorted and struggled out of Lin Feng's arms. Then she said, "Don't think that I can't see it. Even if that woman is not your old lover, she definitely has an affair with you." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Lung Zishi seemed to be more interested in this gossip. He said, If you have time to think about this, why don't you spend it on cultivation? Why haven't you left yet? I thought you had left long ago. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Leng Zishi suddenly showed a pitiful expression and said, "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to drive me away? Don't drive me away. If you drive me away, I won't have anywhere to go. My home is in the wasteland, and I don't know how to go back. I don't know anyone except you, but you still want to drive me away." At this point, tears were already flowing down her cheeks. This black-bellied girl was definitely good at acting. Said Lin Feng, "I'm not driving you away. I'm thinking about a plan to train you into a maid. I want to train you to be a very obedient maid. Then I'll buy you a few maid outfits. In the future, when you're in front of me, you can wear maid outfit." Leng Zishi immediately gritted her teeth. She said angrily, "I don't want to be a maid. I want to be a queen, and you can be my manservant." Seeing Leng Zishi gnashing her teeth, Lin Feng couldn't help but find it funny. For some reason, Lin Feng liked to anger Leng Zishi. He felt that it was quite fun. Lin Feng said, "Let's not talk about maid and manservant first. How about we talk about cultivation? How's your study of the clay figurine technique?" Leng Zishi said awkwardly, "I studied it for 2 hours, and then I accidentally fell asleep." Hearing that, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. "Could it be that you've been sleeping until now?" Lin Feng said speechlessly. Leng Zishi nodded. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sleeping until now? Was she the god of sleep? To put it bluntly, was she a pig? Leng Zishi was a smart and beautiful girl. She probably guessed what Lin Feng was thinking. She said, "When I sleep, it's equivalent to cultivating. My strength will continue to rise while I sleep." After hearing Leng Zishi's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. In fact, there were some similar races in the world. Their strength would increase greatly while they slept. For example, some of the top races, such as Bibi's race, were like this. Bibi was fond of sleeping, but it could increase its cultivation while sleeping. Although he didn't know what race Leng Zishi was from, since it was a race from the wasteland world, it should be an extremely powerful race. Lin Feng wouldn't underestimate Leng Zishi's clan. Leng Zishi said that she came from a small clan. Among the clans that could establish themselves in the wasteland world, were there any simple clans? Even if it was a small family in the wasteland, if placed in the undying world, it was very likely that it would be a colossal force. This was naturally something that was highly possible. "Do you want to sleep a little more?" Lin Feng looked at Leng Zishi and said. Speaking of sleeping, Leng Zishi immediately felt sleepy. "Sure. When that Yun Tianyu comes, don't forget to wake me up," Leng Zishi said. Lin Feng said, "I also want to sleep. Why don't I hug you to sleep?" "Don't worry, I won't touch you. Go to hell." Leng Zishi threw a fist at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng easily dodged it. Leng Zishi didn't bother with Lin Feng and directly returned to her room. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, there was a violent fluctuation between heaven and earth. Lin Feng was alarmed. Even Leng Zishi, who was in deep sleep, was alarmed. They all came to the courtyard. "The fluctuation is coming from outside the city. There must be extremely powerful cultivators fighting," Lin Feng said. Leng Zishi immediately became excited. She said, "That's really fun. Let's go and take a look." Leng Zishi, this two-faced girl, had a personality that wanted to see the world in chaos. Therefore, when she saw people fighting, she couldn't wait to watch the show. She grabbed Lin Feng and quickly flew out of the city. Chapter 4952. When Lin Feng and Leng Zishi arrived at the outskirts of the city, a large number of cultivators had already gathered outside the city. These cultivators were naturally here to watch the show. In a distant mountain forest, an extremely intense battle had erupted. 3 cultivators were besieging a cultivator in scholarly robes. The cultivator in scholarly robes looked to be in his 30s. He was quite handsome, but his temperament was somewhat dispirited. Lin Feng recognized one of the 3 people besieging him. It was none other than the 8 Extreme Palace's old ancestor. There were also 2 others that Lin Feng did not recognize. The 8 Extreme Palace's old ancestor was a true immortal expert. Clearly, the other 2 companions should also be true immortals. Could that person be Yun Tianyu? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This was because Yun Tianyu had sent a message saying that he would arrive at the Little Western Paradise City today. Yun Tianyu was also wanted by the 8 Extreme Palace and other factions. It was very normal for the 8 Extreme Palace's experts to move out to kill Yun Tianyu. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the cultivator in scholarly robes was Yun Tianyu. Confucian robes, and other similar types of clothing were basically worn by Confucian cultivators. If the besieged cultivator was really Yun Tianyu, then Yun Tianyu was very likely a Confucian cultivator. That's right, he's Yun Tianyu. A voice came, confirming Lin Feng's guess. The person who came was none other than Shui Yushin, said Lin Feng, nodding at Shui Yushin. Then, he looked at the 4 cultivators who were fighting. The 8 Extreme Palace's old ancestor and the other 2 true immortals' attacks were very powerful. Yun Tianyu was restrained. However, Yun Tianyu did not show any signs of defeat. This meant that although Yun Tianyu was restricted, he wasn't using his full strength. The 8 Extreme Palace's 3 ancestors' strength is only SOSO. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my Confucian sect's overwhelming righteous technique. Suddenly, Yun Tianyu roared. Next, a large amount of righteous energy surged out of Yun Tianyu's back and started to churn violently. Yun Tianyu waved his sleeve and a large amount of righteous energy shot towards the 8-level palace's 3 ancestors. Lin Feng could not help but reveal an extremely shocked expression when he felt the violent fluctuations emanating from the nature energy. The righteous energy of the Confucian sect was one of the most unyielding and yang energies in the world. This kind of power was extremely violent and terrifying. Once this kind of power was unleashed, its might was simply appalling. The 3 ancestors' expressions suddenly changed after they felt the righteous energy attack. The reaction of the 3 ancestors of the BAG Palace was extremely fast. The 3 of them hurriedly operated their divine abilities and blasted towards the overwhelming vital energy that Yun Tianyu had unleashed. Bang! 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 3 consecutive violent collisions were heard. Everyone watched as the 3 ancestors of the 8-level palace collided with Yun Tianyu's attack. The divine ability of the 8 Extreme Palace's 3 ancestors was instantly drowned out by Yun Tianyu's overwhelming vital energy. Then, the powerful aura of righteousness sent the 8-level palace's 3 ancestors flying. So strong. Many people cried out in alarm. As expected of the Confucian sect's righteous energy, it's truly heaven-defying. Then, someone sighed with emotion. The 3 ancestors of the 8-level palace glanced at each other with a gloomy expression. They knew that Yun Tianyu was not easy to deal with. Currently, the 3 of them would not be able to kill Yun Tianyu. Therefore, the 3 ancestors of the 8-level palace did not linger and quickly left. I'm afraid those 3 old geezers won't let this matter go. They will probably go find some helpers, Leng Zishi said. Lin Feng nodded. They schemed to capture Yun Tianyu and interrogate him to find the ancient survivors. Leng Zishi said, however, this Yun Tianyu is very powerful. He's not someone that ordinary people can deal with. At this time, Yun Tianyu was rapidly flying towards the minor Western Paradise City. This person was indeed skilled and daring. He was wanted by the 8-level palace and other forces, yet he still dared to brazenly come here. He was truly audacious. Ha 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 ha, I brought a lot of good things. I want to exchange them for immortal stones. A lot of immortal stones. Tomorrow, we will conduct the transaction in the Sacred Treasure Pavilion. Everyone is welcome to the Sacred Treasure Pavilion. Yun Tianyu's voice was loud and clear. Then, Yun Tianyu entered the minor Western Paradise City. Why did he exchange so many immortal stones? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Under normal circumstances, these experts liked to exchange their treasures for other treasures and didn't like to exchange them for immortal stones. Because it wasn't especially difficult for experts at their level to obtain the immortal stones required for cultivation, so there was no need for them to exchange all their treasures for immortal stones. As long as he had enough immortal stones, it would be enough. Exchanging so many immortal stones was useless. Lung Zishi said, "Didn't you tell me that he has a very deep relationship with the ancient survivors? We don't know where the ancient survivors are hiding, and they can't come out as they wish. Tell me, is he exchanging so many immortal stones for the sake of the ancient survivors? After all, the ancient survivors also need a lot of immortal stones for their cultivation." When Lin Feng heard that, his eyes twinkled. Lung Zishi's explanation was very reliable. Perhaps he really did exchange the immortal stones for the ancient survivors. Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, then I'm sure he knows the whereabouts of the ancient survivors." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Previously, he was worried that Yun Tianyu didn't know the whereabouts of the ancient survivors. Now, he was even more certain that Yun Tianyu knew the whereabouts of the ancient survivors. Lin Feng was eager to see Feng Yaoguang. Now, it seemed that he would be able to see Feng Yaoguang soon. "Let's go back first. Tomorrow, we'll pay Yun Tianyu a visit," Lin Feng said. Lung Zishi nodded. Lin Feng said goodbye to Shui Yushin and then quickly left with Lung Zishi. Seeing Lin Feng and Lung Zishi leave, Shui Yushin couldn't help but sigh. She didn't stay and quickly left the place. On the second day, Lin Feng and Lung Zishi went to the Saint Treasure Pavilion together. After arriving, Lin Feng learned that the Saint Treasure Pavilion was going to hold a small auction. The items to be auctioned were all things brought by Yun Tianyu. It seemed that Yun Tianyu had brought a lot of good things this time. After hearing that Lin Feng had arrived, Liu Xiaoqing personally came to welcome Lin Feng. After seeing Lung Zishi, Liu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "What a beautiful little sister." "Young master, who is this little sister?" Lin Feng said, "This is a friend of mine. Her name is Lung Zishi." Lin Feng introduced Liu Xiaoqing to Lung Zishi and said, "This is the person in charge of the Saint Treasure Pavilion, Liu Xiaoqing." The two women looked at each other with smiles on their faces, but they were secretly judging each other with their swords and knives. Chapter 4953. Liu Xiaoqing was the type of woman who had a hot body but a pure appearance. Two completely different temperaments fused together in her body. It was like a deadly poison that attracted others to conquer her. Lung Zishi was the type of woman who had a tall figure and a cute appearance. Who asked her to have a baby face? She looked like she was 16 or 17 years old. There was a saying that a girl next door had just grown up. It was referring to a little beauty like Lung Zishi. The two great beauties naturally had their own merits. Liu Xiaoqing admired Lin Feng. She was different from Shui Yushin. Shui Yushin was the more idealistic kind of person. On the other hand, Liu Xiaoqing was used to all kinds of deceit and scheming in the cultivation world. She was also used to all kinds of dark things. Thus, she was a more rational person. In her opinion, an outstanding man like Lin Feng would definitely not lack women by his side. If she could become Lin Feng's woman, she would already be satisfied. How could she still hope to obtain all of Lin Feng? Thus, when she saw Lung Zishi beside Lin Feng, she did not find it strange. She was just a little surprised that Shui Yushin was not by Lin Feng's side. Could it be that something unpleasant happened between Lin Feng and Shui Yushin? Thinking of this, Liu Xiaoqing was a little gloating. She knew Shui Yushin quite well. After all, they had been in the little western paradise city for many years, and they often interacted with each other. Thus, she felt that even if Lin Feng and Shui Yushin really got together, it would not last for long. Now, it seemed that her guess was right. Liu Xiaoqing did not care whether Lin Feng was sentimental or not. The only thing she cared about was when she could get together with Lin Feng. "I'll bring you to the VIP lounge to rest for a while. The auction has not officially started yet. This time, Yun Tianyu has brought a total of 97 auction items. There are some good things among them. If you see anything that you like, you can bid for it," Liu Xiaoqing said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, then we'll see if there's anything we like. When the auction ends, I'll have to trouble you to introduce me to Yun Tianyu." Yun Tianyu actually didn't like to interact with outsiders. Every time he came to Little Western Paradise City to sell things, he basically wouldn't interact with outsiders. After selling his things, he would take the immortal stones and leave. This was Yun Tianyu's rule. Liu Xiaoqing was also aware of this, but she didn't tell Lin Feng. She was very happy to be able to help Lin Feng. Therefore, she didn't mind telling Yun Tianyu about this. After all, they had been working together for a long time. Perhaps Yun Tianyu would relent because of this. Liu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master. This servant will definitely give young master and Yun Tianyu a chance to meet alone." "Thank you, fairy." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Young master, you don't have to be so polite." Liu Xiaoqing grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said with a charming smile. She even pinched Lin Feng's palm with her jade-like fingers. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Liu Xiaoqing was really seducing him all the time. Liu Xiaoqing's little actions naturally couldn't be hidden from Leng Zishi. Leng Zishi saw all of this, but she didn't say anything. Liu Xiaoqing still had a lot of things to deal with, so after bringing Lin Feng and Leng Zishi to the VIP lounge, she bid farewell and left. As for Lin Feng and Leng Zishi, they were drinking tea in the VIP lounge. Leng Zishi kicked Lin Feng and said, "You stinking brat, you're really flirting with women everywhere. Wherever you go, you'll find your soulmate." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't take the initiative to provoke them. They're the ones who want to throw themselves at me, okay? You also know that as a man, if you're too charming, it's indeed possible to attract bees and butterflies." "You're too charming? You really have the nerve to flatter yourself, don't you feel ashamed?" Leng Zishi curled her lips and said. Although she didn't admit that Lin Feng's charm was greater, she didn't think so in her heart. From Leng Zishi's perspective as a woman, Lin Feng was indeed more charming and more attractive to girls. First of all, in terms of appearance, Lin Feng was more handsome. Lin Feng's handsomeness was the masculine kind of handsomeness of a man, not the kind of handsomeness of a man. There were many extremely beautiful men in the world of cultivators. Those men were beautiful, not handsome. Those men even wore makeup and had a more feminine temperament. Many women liked such men, but even more women didn't like those men who were more feminine. Especially those goddess-like women, they liked men like Lin Feng who were full of masculinity. Secondly, Lin Feng's talent and strength were powerful. In the world of cultivators, the most attractive thing was not the appearance, but the strength, cultivation, and talent. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. In the case of strength, cultivation, and talent, having a better appearance was naturally a bonus. It was easy to become a Prince Charming. Finally, Lin Feng's character was very good. Although she didn't spend much time with Lin Feng, Leng Zishi still found a lot of character merits in Lin Feng. Let's not talk about anything else. Just one point. Lin Feng was very kind. It was easy to judge this point. Leng Zishi and Lin Feng weren't friends in the beginning, but Leng Zishi deceived Lin Feng. However, when Leng Zishi was injured and dying, Lin Feng still helped her. Even though Lin Feng had punished Leng Zishi and made her his personal maid, it wasn't a big deal. Therefore, Leng Zishi felt that Lin Feng was very kind. In the world of cultivators, there were too many deceit and there were too many vicious people. The word kind didn't seem to be suitable for the world of cultivators. However, Lin Feng was very kind. Just this point alone was enough to make many goddess-like beauties fall in love with Lin Feng. Of course, Leng Zishi's thoughts were her own thoughts. She wouldn't say them out loud. She couldn't help but insult Lin Feng a few times, or at least make fun of him. She didn't want to talk to Lin Feng in a soft and gentle way. That had something to do with her personality. Lin Feng didn't say much about Leng Zishi's rebuttal. It wasn't good for him to say much about this kind of thing. However, Leng Zishi obviously liked to gossip. She continued, "Do you want me to create an opportunity for you to take down that beauty in one fell swoop? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll serve you even more when we go back." Chapter 4954. When the auction started, Liu Xiaoqing came to the VIP lounge and led Lin Feng and Leng Zishi to the auction. This was a small auction. There were fewer people in this kind of auction, but the standard was higher. Those who could participate in this auction were all famous figures. For example, There was a huge underground auction house in the Sacred Treasure Pavilion that could accommodate 100,000 people. However, this small auction house only had 1,300 people. Everyone gathered in the small auction house. Yun Tianyu did not attend this auction. He only needed to wait for the items to be auctioned and take away the immortal stones he deserved. There was no need for him to participate in this auction. Lin Feng and Leng Zixi found a place to sit down. The auctioneer was not Liu Xiaoqing, but an old man and a beautiful woman. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, the old man said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer of the Sacred Treasure Pavilion, Sichu Hai. This is my partner, Shangguan Jianing. Today's auction will be hosted by the two of us. Now, let's bring out the first auction item." After Sichu Hai finished speaking, a beautiful maidservant brought out an item. It was a porcelain bottle. However, no one knew what was in the bottle. Shangguan Jianing said with a smile, "I think everyone must be very curious about this auction item. This is a good item. It is the 9-heaven cloud mist immortal spring. Some of you must have heard of this immortal spring. This immortal spring is found in the land of death in the heaven realm. The spring water is extremely precious. Even in the heaven realm, it is extremely precious. The spring water of the 9-heaven cloud mist immortal spring can be used for cultivation, and it can also be used to refine all kinds of top elixirs. It's actually this kind of item, good item, it's really good. We must get it." After hearing Shangguan Jianing's introduction, the crowd burst into an uproar. Such a good item would naturally make people go crazy. Shangguan Jianing continued, "The starting price of the 9-heaven cloud mist immortal spring is 3 million. Each increase must not be less than 300,000. Ladies and gentlemen, you can start bidding now. 4 million. Soon, someone broke the silence and called out a price. 5 million. Then, someone called out a new price. 6 million. 7 million. 7,500,000. 8. 3 million. 8. 6 million. 10 million. More and more cultivators joined the competition. This was a treasure that could be used to refine top-grade immortal pills that could be directly refined and absorbed to improve one's cultivation. Naturally, its value was unimaginable. Therefore, the final price was usually extremely high. Lin Feng estimated that the price of the 9 heavens cloud immortal spring would be around 80 to 90 million. If it was higher, it could even reach a sky-high price of 100 million. Lin Feng didn't want to waste any more time and directly quoted a price of 100 million. After hearing this price, everyone was shocked. This price scared off a lot of people and made some people frown. These cultivators were naturally interested in the 9 heavens cloud immortal spring, but the price of 100 million made them hesitate. "It's the young master who killed evil monk Yuan Hai and the others." Someone recognized Lin Feng and exclaimed. Back then, Lin Feng had killed evil monk Yuan Hai, evil monk Yuan Ji, and the others in the Western Paradise City and caused a huge uproar. Among the 4 great evil monks, evil monk Yuan Hai and the other 2 weren't a big deal. The key was that their eldest senior brother, evil monk Yuan Fa, was a true immortal expert. An expert like Yuan Fa would be an overlord wherever he went. However, he was killed by Lin Feng in a single move during the battle with Lin Feng. At that time, the cultivators present were shocked. "What? He's the young master who killed the 4 great evil monks?" Many people exclaimed. "That's right, it's him." Someone gave a definite answer. Many people exclaimed in shock. During this period of time, they had heard countless people talking about this matter. Now that they finally saw the young master in person, their hearts were in great turmoil. Those who were still considering competing with Lin Feng withdrew from the bidding. They didn't want to offend a young expert like Lin Feng. In the end, the 9 heavens cloud immortal fountain was bought by Lin Feng for a sky-high price of 100 million. Leng Zixi said, "Are you very famous? Why do I feel like those people are looking at you with reverence?" Lin Feng said, "I wouldn't dare say that I'm very strong, but I'm quite famous." Leng Zixi pursed her lips but didn't refute. Next, one item after another was taken out for auction. Those items were extremely precious, but most of them were sold for less than 30 million celestial stones. Only a few items were sold for more than 30 million celestial stones. Lin Feng had just bought the 9 heavenly clouds and mist celestial spring for 100 million celestial stones. Lin Feng didn't participate in the bidding for the following items. Very few items could attract Lin Feng's attention. The final item of the auction was a treasured seal, and it was bought by someone for 300 million immortal stones. The auction came to an end. The cultivators who bought the item they wanted were naturally very happy. The cultivators who didn't get the item they wanted were a little depressed. Lin Feng went to pay the 100 million immortal stones. Then, the other party gave the 9 heavens cloud immortal fountain to Lin Feng. Yun Tianyu estimated that this auction would be able to get 2 or 3 billion immortal stones. This was a lot of immortal stones. It would be enough to maintain a sect's normal operations for a long time. Liu Xiaoqing found Lin Feng and Leng Zixi. Liu Xiaoqing said, "Young master, I just talked to Yun Tianyu. Yun Tianyu wants to meet you, but Fairy Leng, Yun Tianyu won't be meeting you. Fairy Leng, you can rest in the VIP lounge for a while and wait for young master to come. I'll go out for a walk and see if there's anything good in the black market." Leng Zixi had a restless personality. If she was with Lin Feng, he could stay in one place for a while. If she had to wait in the VIP lounge alone, wouldn't she be bored to death? Lin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, be careful." "Hee, don't worry. I'll take care of myself," Leng Zixi said with a smile. Then, she left the sacred treasure pavilion. Chapter 4955. On the way, Liu Xiaoqing looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng touched his face and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" "No," Liu Xiaoqing said. She then continued, "I'm just happy." "Why are you happy?" Lin Feng asked. Liu Xiaoqing said, "Because I can help you. This makes me very happy." After hearing Liu Xiaoqing's words, Lin Feng suddenly felt as if something in his heart had been touched. In truth, how could Lin Feng not know that meeting Yun Tianyu was definitely not an easy task? Liu Xiaoqing must have said a lot of good things about him. Although Lin Feng did not say it out loud, he knew very well in his heart. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to find some good things in his time and space and give them to Liu Xiaoqing as a reward. However, after hearing Liu Xiaoqing's words, Lin Feng dispelled this idea. Liu Xiaoqing's words touched the softest part of Lin Feng's heart. Liu Xiaoqing had previously expressed her feelings to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng did not accept it. Even so, Liu Xiaoqing was still helping Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng turn a blind eye to their friendship? "How about we go on a cruise together tonight?" Lin Feng asked. "Really?" After hearing Lin Feng's invitation, Liu Xiaoqing's eyes instantly lit up. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Liu Xiaoqing immediately became happy. If possible, she really wanted to hug Lin Feng. Fortunately, she restrained herself in time. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the VIP lounge where Yun Tianyu was resting. When he saw Lin Feng arrive, Yun Tianyu stood up and said with a smile, "Little friend Ji, I've heard of your name. I've heard of your name before, but may I know why you're looking for me?" Liu Xiaoqing knew that Lin Feng and Yun Tianyu definitely had something important to discuss, so she left the VIP lounge. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Senior Yun, actually this junior's real name is Lin Feng. Junior wishes to inquire about the whereabouts of a person from senior." "Lin Feng? The sinner's Emperor Lin Feng?" Yun Tianyu was shocked. He clearly didn't expect Lin Feng's identity. Now that he knew Lin Feng's true identity, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had heard the name Lin Feng countless times. "That's me," Lin Feng said. "How can you prove it?" Yun Tianyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Instead, he activated his sovereign emperor's blood. The sovereign of the imperial clan is indeed the emperor of the sinner's blood. Yun Tianyu nodded. Then, he asked, "Who do you want to inquire about from me?" Lin Feng took out the letter Feng Yaoguang had sent him and said, "I believe Senior must have seen this special paper before. This is a letter sent to me by a close female friend of mine. This paper is used only by the ancient survivors. Back then, when I was in the 9 provinces, I met this close female friend of mine and had a very good relationship with her. However, this close female friend of mine had a very important matter to deal with, and she was worried that she would implicate me, so she left without saying goodbye. This is the last letter I received. She seems to have encountered some trouble, but I don't know what kind of trouble she has encountered. I suspect that she is an ancient survivor, but I don't know where she is, so I wish to inquire about her from Senior. Yun Tianyu said, "It has been a while since I went to the ancient survivors, so I don't know anything about this close female friend of yours. I'm not particularly sure if she's with the ancient survivors. This time, I plan to go to the place where the ancient survivors live in seclusion. When the time comes, I'll help you inquire about it. Whether or not I find the news of your confidant, I'll find a way to inform you." Lin Feng said, "Can you take me with you to the ancient survivors?" Yun Tianyu said, "I really can't help you with this. Without their permission, I can't bring anyone to their place of residence. I hope you can understand the ancient survivors. Back then, they were betrayed by their trusted friends, which was why the other powers found out where they were hiding. In the end, many of them died miserably. I don't know if you know about the betrayal of the ancient survivors, but you should have heard about their heavy losses." Lin Feng had indeed heard about this matter. Lin Feng even heard that Yun Tianyu's lover had fallen in this battle, so Yun Tianyu must be very emotional about this matter. Lin Feng said, "Okay, then I will wait for Senior's news in the Western Paradise." Yun Tianyu nodded. Lin Feng then bid farewell and left. Seeing Lin Feng come out, Liu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Did the discussion go smoothly, young master?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. The result was worse than he had thought. Lin Feng wanted to go to the 10,000 Ancient Remnant personally, but now he couldn't go to the Ancient Remnant anymore. He had to wait for Yun Tianyu's news. Of course, Lin Feng didn't tell Liu Xiaoqing about the troubles in his heart. He said, "It went smoothly. I'll go back first. Let's meet again tonight. Go entertain Yun Tianyu." "All right. Take care, young master," Liu Xiaoqing said. Lin Feng nodded and left the Saint Treasure Pavilion. Not long after he returned to his residence, Leng Zixi returned with a mysterious look. Lin Feng asked around and found out that Leng Zixi had found a good treasure. It was a special energy body formed by condensing a very special energy. Moreover, this special energy body had a great effect on Leng Zixi's cultivation. Therefore, Leng Zixi needed to spend some time to refine this special energy body. After a simple conversation, Leng Zixi went to refine the special energy body. At night, Lin Feng went to the Saint Treasure Pavilion and invited Liu Xiaoqing to go on a cruise. Liu Xiaoqing had clearly dressed up. She wore a long white dress, which made her look even more ethereal. Seeing how charming Liu Xiaoqing was, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Liu Xiaoqing was very good at reading people's expressions. Naturally, the changes on Lin Feng's face couldn't be hidden from Liu Xiaoqing's eyes. Liu Xiaoqing was delighted. As the saying went, a woman would dress up for the one she liked. Which woman didn't like being admired? Moreover, it was being admired by the person she liked. Liu Xiaoqing naturally hoped so. She had always been looking forward to being able to take a step further with Lin Feng. Chapter 4956. The river in the city was called the Xiliang River. It was about 100 meters wide. Compared to the huge ancient city, the Xiliang River's scale was naturally not big. In the Xiliang River, there were many brothel boats and many pleasure boats. Brothel boats and pleasure boats were different. Brothel boats were equivalent to floating brothels on the Xiliang River. On the other hand, pleasure boats were boats rented by cultivators. They could follow the river and enjoy the scenery on both sides of the river. Isn't that fairy Liu Xiaoqing? She actually went on a pleasure boat with a man. TSK, who is that man? She is going to enjoy the blessings of having multiple partners. This Liu Xiaoqing really has a good appetite. She doesn't reject any man. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think that the rumors in the outside world are true? According to what I know, there are many peak-level geniuses who are pursuing Liu Xiaoqing. However, no one succeeded. The rumors outside say that Liu Xiaoqing is a promiscuous woman. However, That is just a smear on Liu Xiaoqing's reputation. I have also heard of this matter. I heard that the son of the city lord of Little Western Paradise City was pursuing Liu Xiaoqing. However, Liu Xiaoqing did not agree. Later on, Liu Xiaoqing's scandal spread out. I reckon it was caused by that fellow. Didn't that fellow leave Little Western Paradise City many years ago? I heard that he went to the ancestral land of Bag Palace to cultivate. However, I heard that he returned a few days ago. Many cultivators started to discuss. At this moment, Lin Feng and Liu Xiaoqing had already boarded the pleasure boat. There were many servants on the pleasure boat. There were even many beautiful singers, dancers, and musicians. Actually, renting a pleasure boat was very expensive. An ordinary pleasure boat cost 10,000 immortal stones a day. A top-grade pleasure boat cost 100,000 immortal stones. The reason was that there were many servants on the pleasure boat. Especially those women. They were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Lin Feng wasn't interested in watching the performances of the singers, dancers, or musicians. He just waited for the maids to bring him some food and drink. After the dishes were served, Lin Feng dismissed them. Liu Xiaoqing came to Lin Feng's side. She knelt beside the table and poured wine for Lin Feng. Admiring this beauty at such a close distance. It was really quite comfortable. Young master, this wine was brought by me. It's called the 8 Treasures wine. It said that 8 kinds of extremely precious ingredients were added to it. Not only does it have an extremely good effect on cultivation, it's also said to be able to clear the eyes, nourish the spirit, and nourish the yin and yang, Liu Xiaoqing said. Thank you, fairy. Lin Feng took the wine cup from Liu Xiaoqing and drank it in one gulp. Fairy, what plans do you have for the future? Have you been staying in the Saint Treasure Pavilion all this time? Lin Feng asked Liu Xiaoqing. Liu Xiaoqing said, the world is chaotic, and life is difficult. If there are no accidents, I won't leave the Saint Treasure building. However, nothing is absolute. Who knows what will happen in the future? Lin Feng gently pinched Liu Xiaoqing's snow-white chin and said, what if I ask you to follow me? Will you leave the Saint Treasure Pavilion? Liu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up as she asked, is young master serious? Of course. Lin Feng pulled Liu Xiaoqing into his arms. On another boat, more than 10 young masters were gathered. These young masters all had extraordinary auras, and it was obvious that they were all from famous clans. Every young master was accompanied by 2 women. The young master leading the group was none other than the son of the city lord, Sichu Tianai. Sichu Tiany's background was extremely extraordinary. His father was appointed by the 8 Extreme Palace to be the city lord of Little Western Paradise City. Although the city lord didn't have much authority because there were too many factions stationed in Little Western Paradise City, he was still the city lord of Little Western Paradise City. However, he was still the city lord of Little Western Paradise City, and his status was still very respected. Sichu Tianai was also a young cultivator with great talent. Because of his father, he was highly valued by the 8 Extreme Palace. In addition, Sichu Tianai was young master Mingyue's cousin. Young master Mingyu even had to call Sichu Tianai cousin. Brother Sichu's cultivation will definitely soar after coming out of seclusion from the 8 Extreme Palace's ancestral land. We will have to rely on Brother Sichu's care in the future, a young master said. Brother Sichu will definitely be a supreme figure in the future. Even someone like young master Mingyu will probably be suppressed by Brother Sichu. We will definitely have a meteoric rise if we follow Brother Sichu, another cultivator said. These people were all flattering Sichu Tianai. Sichu Tianai accepted their flattery with a clear conscience. In fact, Sichu Tianai had always been jealous of his cousin, young master Mingyu. Ever since he was young, his brilliance had been overshadowed by young master Mingyu. This made Sichu Tianai rather depressed. Of course, he was a scheming person, so he didn't show his jealousy. Although he wouldn't express his jealousy of young master Mingyu, Sichu Tianai still felt rather good when others flattered him and said that he would be able to suppress young master Mingyu in the future. In fact, Sichu Tianai wasn't a simple person after going through his past. For example, Situ Tianai had once used his connections to find a gathering place for the ancient survivors more than 10,000 years ago. He had personally led a team to raze that gathering place to the ground, killing more than 17,000 ancient survivors and capturing more than 8,000 of them alive. This was a great achievement. Situ Tianye's ability could be seen from this. Therefore, some of the higher-ups in the 8 Extreme Palace were rather optimistic about Situ Tianai and felt that he would be able to achieve great things. Otherwise, even if Situ Tianye's father had pleaded with the higher-ups of the 8 Extreme Palace, the higher-ups of the 8 Extreme Palace wouldn't focus on nurturing Situ Tianai. The higher-ups of these large family clans wouldn't let their emotions affect their decisions. They would only nurture someone if they were worthy of nurturing. Now that Situ Tianai had come out of seclusion, he was very pleased with himself. Since all of you have taken a fancy to me, Situ Tianai, I'm not a pretentious person. I won't treat you unfairly if you follow me in the future. After saying that, Situ Tianai raised his wine cup and said, "Let me toast to all of you." Everyone raised their cups and drained it in one gulp. At this moment, someone came to the flower boat and said apologetically, "Brother Situ, everyone, I'm really sorry for being late." The person who had come was a thin young man in green clothes. His name was Wang Dong. His father was one of the 10 great itinerant immortals of the small Western Paradise region, the Divine Eye Supremacy. He was a genuine immortal realm expert. Therefore, Wang Dong's status was rather extraordinary. As the saying went, a son's status depended on his father. Chapter 4957. Situ Tianai smiled and said, "You're not late at all. The gathering has just begun. Brother Wang, please take a seat." Wang Dong found a place to sit and said, "If I'm late, then I'm late. If I'm late, then I'll be punished. How about this? I'll drink 3 cups as punishment." The maidservant beside Situ Tianai poured wine for Wang Dong. Wang Dong downed 3 cups in a row. Situ Tianai smiled and said, "Brother Wang is so forthright. How about we toast to Brother Wang as well? It's our honor to toast to Brother Wang," the group hurriedly said. Under Situ Tianye's lead, everyone toasted Wang Dong. Wang Dong smiled and raised his cup with everyone. After putting down his cup, Wang Dong said, "When I arrived, I saw many people pointing at a man and a woman. When I looked over, I realized that the woman was actually Liu Xiaoqing. She boarded the ship with a man, but I don't know who that man is." Wang Dong had just arrived at the Western Paradise City, so he didn't know Lin Feng. However, he knew Liu Xiaoqing. Wang Dong knew about the relationship between Situ Tianai and Liu Xiaoqing. Now that he mentioned Liu Xiaoqing's secret rendezvous with another man, it was naturally for Situ Tianai to hear about it. Wang Dong wasn't a simple person either. People called him the smiling gentleman, and he always had an amiable expression on his face. However, his methods were more sinister, and he probably didn't have any good intentions when he said those words. "Liu Xiaoqing? It's been a long time since I've seen her. I was just thinking of meeting her." Situ Tianye's lips curled into a cold smile. Back then, Liu Xiaoqing had rejected his advances for 2 reasons. First, Liu Xiaoqing didn't have any feelings for Situ Tianai. Second, Liu Xiaoqing knew that Situ Tianai wasn't a kind-hearted person. Such a person would naturally act like he wouldn't marry anyone other than you before he got you. But after he got you, his attitude would definitely change. Liu Xiaoqing had seen too many people, so she naturally knew what a person with Situ Tianye's personality would do in the future. Moreover, she also knew that Situ Tianai was a sinister person who would never give up in order to achieve his goals. Back then, when he massacred the ancient survivors, his personality had been fully displayed. Liu Xiaoqing was the kind of person who still retained her kindness even after experiencing all kinds of hardships. Putting everything else aside, Liu Xiaoqing would never agree to Situ Tianye's wanton massacre of the ancient survivors. At that time, Situ Tianai actually wanted to use force on Liu Xiaoqing. Although Liu Xiaoqing had the Saint Treasure Building behind her, and the Saint Treasure Building also had a powerful background, so what? Situ Tianai didn't care about this at all. No matter how powerful his background was, could it be more powerful than the 8-level palace? Moreover, Liu Xiaoqing's status in the Saint Treasure Pavilion wasn't particularly high because she was only the person in charge of the Saint Treasure Pavilion's branch in the Western Paradise City. Although she had some background, it wasn't deep. So what if he used force on her? Could it be that someone was blind enough to offend the 8-level palace? However, before he took action, the 8-level palace's higher-ups urgently summoned Sichu Tianai to the 8-level palace's ancestral land. Sichu Tianai had no choice but to put this plan on hold. However, this guy was indeed a good-for-nothing. Before he left, he even ordered people to spread rumors that slandered Liu Xiaoqing. Sichu Tianai originally wanted to teach Liu Xiaoqing a lesson when he returned. However, he had been busy with various social engagements and didn't have time to deal with Liu Xiaoqing. Now that he heard that Liu Xiaoqing was meeting another man in private, how could Sichu Tianai stand it? His heart was filled with anger and jealousy. At this moment, Lin Feng directly carried Liu Xiaoqing and walked towards the inner room. Liu Xiaoqing's hands were wrapped around Lin Feng's neck. She was at the peak of her passion, so she wanted to completely give herself to Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the voice of the guard on the flower boat came from outside. "Young masters, this boat has been booked by someone. Without permission, you can't force your way in. Are you blind? How dare you stop us?" At this moment, there were shouts and curses coming from outside. The guards didn't dare to say anything else. Some people were indeed people they couldn't afford to offend. Lin Feng was a little angry. It seemed that someone was trying to force their way into the boat. Liu Xiaoqing quickly struggled to get down and tidied up her messy clothes with a red face. Just as she finished tidying up, Sichu Tianai and the others had already barged in. When he saw Liu Xiaoqing's red face and watery eyes, he wanted to kill her. Sichu Tianai even had the urge to kill. His face was as gloomy as it could get. "Get out," Lin Feng said coldly. "Kid, who do you think you are? Do you know who we are? How dare you tell us to get out? You're courting death." One of the young masters sneered. This young master wanted to flatter Sichu Tianai, so he was the first to step forward. However, there were also some who recognized Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng, their faces turned pale. Their legs were about to give way. How did they offend this murderous god? Those young masters almost wanted to cry out loud. They had seen with their own eyes how Lin Feng had killed the 4 evil monks. Even the 4 evil monks had been killed by Lin Feng in an instant, let alone them. "Young Master Ji, this is all a misunderstanding. We'll leave right now." A few of the young masters who recognized Lin Feng hurriedly apologized and turned to leave. "Young Master Ji? Could it be that young Master Ji who killed the 4 evil monks?" The others came back to their senses. Although they had never seen Lin Feng before, they had heard of the 4 evil monks. But they had also heard that Lin Feng had killed the 4 evil monks. Now that they knew this young man was Prince Ji, they were all scared out of their wits and started shaking violently. "Young Master Ji, it's all a misunderstanding. We'll leave too." The young masters shouted in horror. After apologizing, they hurriedly left. There were only 3 people left. Sichu Tianai, the young master who had scolded Lin Feng, and Wang Dong. The young master who had scolded Lin Feng fell to his knees with a thump. Bang! 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 Then, he kept kowtowing to Lin Feng. "Young Master Ji, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please, young Master Ji, treat me as a dog and let me go," the young master begged. Liu Xiaoqing smiled bitterly at the side. These top-notch young masters were lofty existences wherever they went. But now, they were scared half to death. Liu Xiaoqing rejoiced at the thought of becoming Lin Feng's woman. Such a domineering man gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Get out. Chapter 4958. You're that Ji? I've heard of you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time after I heard that you killed the 4 great evil monks. I never expected to meet you under such circumstances. Sichu Tianai didn't seem to be afraid of Lin Feng. He smiled and spoke slowly. Get out and kneel outside. Lin Feng looked at Sichu Tianai indifferently. He didn't like this guy, so there was no need for him to be polite. Sichu Tianai sneered. You're really full of yourself. I know that you have some impressive means, but so what? You're still no match for me. This woman is the woman I've taken a liking to. You should know how powerful the Baji Palace is, so I don't think I need to remind you how to behave. However, I can overlook what you just said on account of the fact that you're also a top-notch genius. However, you have to hand over this woman. After you hand her over to me, I'll consider you my friend. Sichu Tianai really thought too highly of himself. He spoke frankly and confidently in front of Lin Feng. His arrogant attitude made people want to beat him up. Sichu Tianai, who came from a powerful organization, naturally had something to rely on. Since he had heard about Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng had killed the 4 great evil monks, it was obvious that Sichu Tianai had some terrifying means. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of means Sichu Tianai had. However, regardless of what kind of means Sichu Tianai had, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. The ignorant are fearless. Lin Feng looked at Sichu Tianai and spat out these words coldly. These words fully displayed Lin Feng's disdain for Sichu Tianai. After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, Sichu Tianai's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. He was an extremely arrogant person and thought that he was superior to others. Now that he was being ridiculed by Lin Feng, he was naturally furious. He sneered and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth just because you have some ability. Today, I'll show you how powerful I am." As soon as he finished speaking, Sichu Tianai took a step forward and blasted his palm towards Lin Feng. A mysterious 8 trigrams pattern appeared on his palm. The divine ability he used was called the 8 trigrams universe palm. It was one of the top inheritances of the Baji Palace and was very powerful. Sichu Tianai knew many powerful divine abilities, but the 8 trigrams universe palm was Sichu Tianai's favorite divine ability. Not only was this divine ability powerful, but it was also one of the few top divine abilities that Sichu Tianai had cultivated to the great perfection realm. Therefore, Sichu Tianai often used this divine ability against his enemies. Now, when facing Lin Feng, Sichu Tianai also used this divine ability. Lin Feng had a sneer on his face. In the face of Sichu Tianai's attack, Lin Feng unleashed a palm strike at Sichu Tianai. Lin Feng didn't even use any divine abilities. He only channeled a bit of his own magic power. Even without the support of a divine ability, the power of Lin Feng's palm strike was still frightening to the point of horror. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Feng and Sichu Tianai fiercely collided. After the collision, Lin Feng was completely fine, but Sichu Tianai was pushed back by Lin Feng. How can this be? Sichu Tianai's expression immediately turned ugly. Sichu Tianyi knew what evil monk Yuan Fa's cultivation level was. Even though evil monk Yuan Fa was also a true celestial cultivator, he had only just broken through to the true celestial layer. The reason why evil monk Yuan Fa had broken through to the true celestial layer was because he had used some evil techniques. Because of that, he was much weaker than other true celestial cultivators of the same level. Therefore, Sichu Tianyi wasn't surprised that Lin Feng had been able to kill evil monk Yuan Fa. Many top geniuses in the Undying Realm had the strength to kill evil monk Yuan Fa. Sichu Tianyi's ability was very strong to begin with. After returning to the ancestral ground and obtaining a fortune, his cultivation had greatly increased. Therefore, Sichu Tianai was very confident in himself. This was also the reason why he didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. However, after the fight, Sichu Tianai realized that he was gravely mistaken. Lin Feng's battle power was too strong, far stronger than he had imagined. When you attacked earlier, a mark seemed to have formed in your dantian. That mark boosted your battle power by a large amount. Even so, you're still too weak. I'm quite surprised by the mysterious mark in your dantian. What kind of mark is that? Lin Feng asked. Sichu Tianyi's expression was gloomy. He didn't answer Lin Feng. Liu Xiaoqing said, "Young master, that mark is called the ancestor's mark. It is said that many special bloodlines can awaken the ancestor's mark. Depending on the bloodline, the time it takes to awaken the ancestor's mark is also different. Some bloodlines can awaken the ancestor's mark during their first or second transformation, but some bloodlines require more bloodline awakenings before they can awaken the ancestor's mark. The stronger the bloodline, the later it takes to awaken the ancestor's mark. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Liu Xiaoqing's explanation. His undying bloodline had awakened a golden humanoid figure. That golden humanoid figure could provide him with a large amount of energy to increase his battle power. Could that golden humanoid figure be his ancestor's mark? However, after thinking about it carefully, that didn't seem to be the case. Although the golden humanoid figure could increase his battle power, it didn't have the aura of the ancestor's mark. The ancestor's mark clearly had a special aura. If he had to give that aura a specific name, he could call it the ancestor's aura. There was no need to mention the sovereign bloodline. Even with the powerful Adler bloodline, it was impossible for him to awaken the ancestor's mark. Today's matter was purely a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it, Sichu Tianai suddenly said. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Feng sneered. Did I say you could leave? Sichu Tianai said with a gloomy expression. What do you mean by that? Do you want to fight me to the death? I admit that you are very strong, but I have many tricks up my sleeve that I haven't used yet. Even if I use them, I won't necessarily be afraid of you. Moreover, you must remember that this is the little Western Paradise City. There are many experts of my 8 Extreme Palace stationed here. If you know what's good for you, you should know that taking a step back is beneficial to both you and me. Chapter 4959. Sichu Tianai had emphasized that there were experts from the 8 Extreme Palace stationed in the Western Paradise to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had never been afraid of threats. Lin Feng did not take Sichu Tianai's threat to heart. So what if you're from the 8 Extreme Palace? Do you believe that I'll destroy the 8 Extreme Palace sooner or later? Lin Feng replied with a sneer. You. Sichu Tianai's expression sank. Lin Feng walked toward Sichu Tianai and said, one has to pay the price for one's wrongdoings. That's the logic. Don't you understand that? You said that you have some powerful hidden techniques. I'd like to see what they are. As soon as Sichu Tianai finished speaking, Lin Feng executed an extremely powerful divine ability. Behind Lin Feng, a mysterious and ancient world appeared. In that mysterious and ancient world, the sound of monks chanting could be heard. Countless monks were reciting Buddhist scriptures. These monks were surrounded by an endless amount of Buddhist light. The Buddhist light was dazzling and sacred. The Buddhist light illuminated the world. It dispelled the evil in the world. Suddenly, the densely packed monks fused together and transformed into a huge ancient Buddha. It was a Buddha, as if it was the Lord of all Buddhas. Lin Feng sent a palm strike toward Sichu Tianai. The Buddha's actions were exactly the same as Lin Feng's. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have fused with the Buddha. His strength had fused with the Buddha. Lin Feng even felt as if he had transformed into an ancient Buddha. His every move contained the supreme profoundness of Buddhism. This was Lin Feng's supreme Buddhist divine ability, all true Buddhas. This was a divine ability passed down by Buddhas. An existence of the Buddha level was roughly equivalent to an ancient saint king or a devil lord. The techniques passed down by existences of this level were naturally unimaginable. They were powerful to the point that others couldn't help but be shocked. Now, this technique was being used, and it indeed erupted with a terrifying power that left others in awe. After sensing the terrifying power of Lin Feng's attack, Sichu Tianai's expression changed drastically. Ancestors' protection, Sichu Tianai shouted coldly. He summoned a protective seal and placed it in front of him. Bang! Lin Feng's terrifying palm strike struck the ancestor's protection. The ancestor's protection actually blocked Lin Feng's attack. Sichu Tianai's methods were truly powerful. However, his expression did not change. His protection. Bang! 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 After 3 consecutive violent collisions, the ancestor's protection summoned by Sichu Tianai was destroyed by Lin Feng. At this moment, Sichu Tianai's attack was completed. He sneered and said, "Kid, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Ancestor's fury. Sichu Tianai roared. Then, he summoned another ancestor's seal. This time, the ancestor's seal was even more impressive. This ancestor's seal was called the Fury Seal. After the ancestors' fury, situ Tianai would be strengthened by it. After being strengthened by the fury seal, situ Tianya's combat strength would increase tremendously. Under normal circumstances, after being strengthened by the ancestors' fury seal, one's combat strength would increase by about 2 times. However, at most, it could increase one's combat strength by about 4 times. Currently, situ Tianya's combat strength had not increased by 4 times. However, it had increased by about 3 times. This was situ Tianya's trump card. Situ Tianai was known as a genius second only to young noble Mingyu in the 8th-level palace. Naturally, his methods were extremely terrifying. When situ Tianai used the ancestors' fury seal to increase his combat strength by 3 times, Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Liu Xiaoqing, who was standing behind Lin Feng, was extremely worried. The combat strength that situ Tianai had displayed was too terrifying. Although this method of increasing one's combat strength by several times usually could not be maintained for too long, however, during that time, situ Tianyi's battle strength had increased. He had enough time to fight against Lin Feng. Now that situ Tianai was so powerful, Liu Xiaoqing's heart was tied to Lin Feng. Naturally, she was extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. "Kid, let's see how you're going to fight me." Situ Tianai was extremely arrogant. After being strengthened by 3 times his combat strength, he became extremely confident. It was no wonder that situ Tianai was so confident. The current him was indeed ridiculously powerful. Situ Tianai did not think that Lin Feng was still a match for him now that his combat strength had increased by 3 times. In his opinion, the current Lin Feng was no longer a threat. He could toy with Lin Feng any way he wanted to Lin Feng. It was a piece of cake. Emperor's scripture, human sovereign appear. Suddenly, Lin Feng let out a long roar. He used the Emperor's scripture, a supreme technique that was imparted to Lin Feng by Yaoji, the daughter of the human clan's ancestor, Shunnong. It was a supreme inheritance created by Shunnong. Once the Emperor's scripture was used, it could summon saint sovereigns to fight against the enemy. Lin Feng summoned the human sovereigns. 9 human sovereigns appeared behind Lin Feng. "I am the human sovereign. Who dares to disobey me?" Lin Feng stepped forward. He was determined to become the human clan's 10th human sovereign in the post-apocalyptic era. This was the main reason why Lin Feng had summoned the 9 human sovereigns. Human sovereign, enlighten the people. At that moment, the 9 human sovereigns spoke in unison. Enlightening the people was what the 9 human sovereigns had done their entire lives. The human clan was a nation of etiquette. They respected the elderly and cherished the young. They were benevolent to the father and filial to the son. There were also the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. All sorts of etiquette and morals were passed down by the human sovereign. The power of the 9 human sovereigns merged with Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent a palm strike towards situ Tianai. Bang! Following a violent collision, Lin Feng and situ Tianai collided. Situ Tianai was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. With a plop, situ Tianai fell to the ground. "No, that's impossible." Situ Tianyi's eyes were bloodshot. He had used all his strength and even increased his strength by 3 times, but he had still been defeated by Lin Feng. He couldn't accept that. He was a proud and arrogant person, he couldn't accept defeat. Besides, he had been defeated so miserably. Situ Tianyi's heart was pounding. "You're pitifully weak. Killing you will only dirty my hands. Get out and kneel on the ground." Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Powerful magic power surged out and wrapped around situ Tianai. Situ Tianai was sent flying outside. Lin Feng's magic power turned into sealing runes and sealed situ Tianai. Chapter 4960. "Oh my God, isn't that situ Tianai? Why is he kneeling on the ground?" There were many people on the riverside. Some were here to enjoy the boat with their friends, while others were here to enjoy themselves. Everyone knew a big shot like situ Tianai, so when they saw him kneeling on the ground, many people exclaimed. Many cultivators suddenly exclaimed. The news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. After many cultivators heard the news, they all rushed over to watch the show. When the cultivators who ran out earlier saw Situ Tianai kneeling on the ground with bloodshot eyes, they couldn't help but feel fear. That G guy was too cruel. Nothing good would come out of angering that guy. It's really Situ Tianai. Why is he kneeling here? I heard that Situ Tianai is an expert who can fight against a true immortal, but he's kneeling here. Who has the ability to make him kneel here? Just now, I saw Situ Tianai leading a group of people onto that boat. That boat seems to be Liu Xiaoqing's private rendezvous with a mysterious young master. Everyone should have heard about what happened between Situ Tianai and Liu Xiaoqing back then. Situ Tianai was naturally jealous of that mysterious young master. He probably boarded that boat to cause trouble for that young master. Not long after, a group of people ran out as if they were fleeing. Situ Tianai was thrown out and then sealed. Now, he's even kneeling on the ground to repent. I wonder who that young master is to be so powerful. I also saw Liu Xiaoqing and a mysterious young master board the cruise ship. In fact, although Liu Xiaoqing's reputation isn't good, those who know the truth know that Liu Xiaoqing is a woman who loves herself very much. This is her first time dating someone outside. I think that mysterious young master must have successfully taken Liu Xiaoqing down. Everyone can imagine that mysterious young master and Liu Xiaoqing were being intimate when Situ Tianai interrupted them. Situ Tianai is a narrow-minded person. Back then, when he failed to pursue Liu Xiaoqing, he ordered people to spread rumors that Liu Xiaoqing didn't know how to restrain herself and that she was a fickle woman. Now that he saw Liu Xiaoqing being intimate with someone else, how could he tolerate it? Therefore, the two sides must have fought. Situ Tianai is so powerful, so logically speaking, Situ Tianai should have won. Who knew that the young master was even stronger? Instead, it was Situ Tianai who suffered a great loss. Hey, none of you know who that young master is, right? I know who that young master is. I've seen him before. Who is that young master? It's the young master who killed the 4 evil monks. What? It was actually him. Didn't they say that this young master and Shui Yushan of the 100 Days Pavilion were together? Why are you with Liu Xiaoqing now? The goddess in our eyes may be unreachable, but in that young master's eyes, she may be nothing. So I don't think it's a big deal to get Shui Yushan first and then get Liu Xiaoqing. Don't talk about it anymore. Please don't talk about it anymore. My heart feels terrible. The 2 peerless fairies of our little western paradise have fallen into the hands of the enemy just like that. Those who hear it will feel sad and those who hear it will shed tears. Many cultivators were discussing the matter. Many of them were pointing at Situ Tianai, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. It was no wonder that people would laugh at him. Situ Tianai was not a good person. Moreover, he had massacred the timeless survivors, so many people had a bad opinion of him. After all, ordinary cultivators did not have any grudges with the timeless survivors. Instead, they sympathized with them. Ah, let me go. Let me go. Gee. You little bastard. How dare you humiliate me like this? I won't rest until you're dead. Situ Tianai kept struggling and roaring. His eyes had turned blood red. Right now, he only wanted to kill Lin Feng. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. But if Situ Tianyi wanted to kill Lin Feng, he could only dream about it. Seeing so many people staring at him like he was a monkey and pointing at him, Situ Tianai heard all sorts of mocking and gloating voices. Situ Tianai had never been humiliated like this before. Therefore, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face also became as pale as paper. What was even more frightening was that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but be shocked. Situ Tianai had actually gone mad. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's boat had drifted far away. Lin Feng looked at Wang Dong, who had not left, and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Wang Dong replied, "Because I want to be friends with young Master Ji. Do you think I'll be friends with you?" Lin Feng looked at Wang Dong indifferently. He did not know this person and did not know where this person got the courage to think that he would be friends with him. Wang Dong said, "Of course you will. It's always a happy thing to have another friend." Wang Dong said. Lin Feng nodded, "I agree with that. All right, I'll be friends with you then. Wang Dong said, that's really a happy thing. Lin Feng said, I hope I haven't made a wrong friend. Wang Dong said, of course, you won't make a wrong friend. You have a good eye. Lin Feng smiled, you're very confident. Capable people are always confident. Right, there's something I need to tell you. Wang Dong said. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Wang Dong said, I heard that the Undying Realm Lord has come to Minor Western Paradise. I don't know why he's here. The Undying Realm Lord was the Heavenly Emperor's third brother. He was the current world lord of the Undying Realm and the second strongest person in the Heavenly Court. Lin Feng had seen the battle between the Undying Realm Lord and the Devil World sinners. What was the Undying Realm Lord doing in Minor Western Paradise? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. Lin Feng had killed Di Wuxuan, who was the Undying Realm Lord's son. Was he here to deal with him? However, the Undying Realm Lord probably did not know that he had come to Minor Western Paradise. Chapter 4961. Lin Feng naturally didn't want anything to happen to Yun Tianyu. However, Yun Tianyu had already left. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy for the Undying Realm Lord and the others to stop Yun Tianyu. Moreover, Yun Tianyu had displayed such a powerful battle prowess. Even if he was stopped, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to escape. Thank you for bringing me this information, Brother Wang. It's very useful to me, Lin Feng said. Wang Dong smiled and said, You're welcome, Brother Ji. I won't disturb Brother Ji and Fairy Liu any longer. Let's meet again in the future. Take care, Brother Wang, Lin Feng said. Wang Dong nodded and left. Lin Feng, the Sinner's Blood Emperor. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is going to be fun. A smile appeared on Wang Dong's face. He had met Lin Feng before. However, Wang Dong kept a low profile, so Lin Feng didn't know him. Wang Dong also didn't expose Lin Feng's true identity. Wang Dong's schemes were indeed many times deeper than Situ Tianyes. After Wang Dong left, Liu Xiaoqing said, Wang Dong seems to be Situ Tianyes' friend. Does young master really want to be friends with Wang Dong? Lin Feng smiled. Of course. He's a very interesting person. Liu Xiaoqing didn't know what Lin Feng meant by that. She said, I heard that he's very good at scheming. It's best not to have too much contact with him. Lin Feng said, this Wang Dong is definitely not a simple person. I estimate that he's much stronger than Situ Tianai. He's just hiding his strength a little deeper. Liu Xiaoqing was shocked. She said with some disbelief, is Wang Dong really that powerful? I've heard some rumors about him before, but most people only commented on his personality and not his strength. Lin Feng said, this is the most terrifying opponent. No one knows how strong he is, so he can hide his strength without any qualms. You also said that he's very good at scheming. This kind of scheming cultivator knows what kind of friend is worth making and what kind isn't. Liu Xiaoqing said, shouldn't we stay away from a vile character? No matter how strong Wang Dong is, he's a vile character. Lin Feng smiled and said, how can there be so many gentlemen in this world? Perhaps it's ideal to make friends with a gentleman. Wang Dong's a vile character, and it seems like he is indeed a vile character. However, a vile character is better than a hypocrite. In life, we have to make friends with all kinds of people. People like Wang Dong can't be avoided. Liu Xiaoqing thought about it and felt that Lin Feng's words were very reasonable. She couldn't help but nod. Lin Feng's hands once again wrapped around Liu Xiaoqing's soft waist. Happy smiley, happy smiley, happy smiley, happy smiley, happy smiley. After Yun Tianyu left the Sacred Treasure Pavilion, he quickly flew towards the northwest. That area was a vast ancient forest. The three ancestors of the Bag Palace followed closely behind Yun Tianyu. Have you contacted the Undying Realm Lord? Asked the first ancestor of the 8 Extreme Palace. His name was Sun Yuanqing, and he was the strongest of the 3 ancestors. I've already contacted him. He's rushing over here, said the third ancestor of the 8 Extreme Palace. He was the one who lost an arm to Lin Feng. Previously, the third ancestor of the 8 Extreme Palace was more active. The first and second ancestor kept a low profile and didn't move much. He was called Ju Zihun, and it was said that he was most proficient in soul attacks. Therefore, he was weaker in terms of magic power and other abilities. As for the second ancestor of the 8 Extreme Palace, his name was Dongfang Cheng. He said, Yun Tianyu hasn't discovered us yet. However, as time passes, I'm afraid he'll discover us. If he discovers us, we'll be in trouble. At that time, he'll definitely find a way to shake us off. If he escapes, it'll be very difficult to hunt him down again, said the third ancestor, Zhu Zihun. Don't worry. The Undying Realm Lord is definitely aware of this. That's why he'll definitely rush over as fast as he can. 3 days later, they met up with the Undying Realm Lord. The Undying Realm Lord was floating in a ball of divine light. He was very powerful, and his combat strength was heaven-defying. In the Undying Realm, there weren't many existences that could contend against him. Under normal circumstances, the Undying Realm Lord wouldn't personally take action. However, this time, the Undying Realm Lord was more concerned about this matter. This was because the Undying Realm Lord seemed to possess something that he was very interested in. Previously, when he slaughtered his way into the ancestral land of the Undying Realm Lord, the Undying Realm Lord had participated in the battle on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor. After that, he searched for the unknown item in the ancestral land of the Undying Realm Lord. However, he couldn't find it. After so many years, the Heavenly Emperor still hadn't given up. However, even the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace didn't know what the Heavenly Emperor and the Undying Realm Lord were looking for. However, it must be something extremely important. Lord. After seeing the Undying Realm Lord, the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace quickly bowed. The Undying Realm Lord nodded. The number 1 ancestor of the 8 Extreme Palace, Sun Yuanqing, said, originally, we shouldn't trouble you to deal with Yun Tianyu. After all, you're currently dealing with the sinner's blood from the devil world who invaded the Undying Realm. However, Yun Tianyu is too powerful. That's why we asked the Heavenly Emperor for help. You don't have to blame yourselves. Yun Tianyu is also a great threat to me. He's a Confucian cultivator, but he cultivates both Confucianism and Buddhism. He's very strong. Moreover, he's too close to the Undying Realm Lord. It's really not a good thing. If it wasn't for that bitch from the Undying Realm Lord blocking my attack for him, he would have died long ago. All these years, I've been trying to find him, but he's too good at hiding. That's why I haven't found a chance to kill him. Since he dares to appear so brazenly, I'll personally deal with him. The Undying Realm Lord sneered. When he thought of the battle back then, a sneer appeared on his face. These people didn't stop. They quickly chased after Yun Tianyu. An hour later, they saw Yun Tianyu. These people didn't hide their tracks. Therefore, they were discovered by Yun Tianyu. It's you. Yun Tianyu glared hatefully at the Undying World Overlord. He had a blood feud with the Undying World Overlord. That's right, it's me. Yun Tianyu, your death has arrived. The Undying Sector Lord sneered. Go. Yun Tianyu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly fled into the depths of the forest. Chapter 4962. Lin Feng was very comfortable in the Western Paradise City. However, Lin Feng also noticed that some people had been watching him recently. These people were none other than the cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace. Lin Feng punished Sichu Tianai by making him kneel on the ground. Sichu Tianai couldn't endure such humiliation and ended up suffering from qi deviation, completely crippling him. This matter caused a huge uproar. Originally, many people thought that the 8 Extreme Palace wouldn't let this matter go. However, the strange thing was that the 8 Extreme Palace didn't deal with Lin Feng for some unknown reason. When Lin Feng found out about Sichu Tianyu's qi deviation, he was very surprised. He only wanted to punish Sichu Tianai. Who would have thought that Sichu Tianai would suffer from qi deviation? Wasn't this guy's mental fortitude too weak? No wonder he was trampled by young Master Mingyu despite being so powerful. Compared to young Master Mingyu, apart from having a slight advantage in terms of age, young Master Mingyu was a far cry from young Master Mingyu. Of course, the advantage in terms of age referred to the fact that this fellow was much older than young Master Mingyu, not much younger. Lin Feng naturally didn't worry about Sichu Tianyu's matter. He was bold and didn't fear the people of the 8 Extreme Palace. However, the cultivators of the Western Paradise City were in an uproar. The news of Situ Tianya's chi deviation spread like wildfire. Many people had a gloating expression on their faces. Then, they talked about how Situ Tianyi didn't destroy the ancient gathering place. Even now, many people still wanted to curse Situ Tianyi. This was because the ancient people still had some contact with the outside world. Although there weren't many of them, the ancient people still had some special heavenly treasures that were very beneficial to cultivators. Occasionally, they would trade these things with cultivators in the outside world in exchange for things they needed. However, after the ancient survivors were besieged several times, especially after the gathering place where most of the ancient survivors lived in seclusion was breached by the Bag Palace and other forces, the special treasures of heaven and earth that the ancient survivors possessed were basically not circulated anymore. This made many people extremely angry. However, no matter how angry they didn't dare to provoke the 8 Extreme Palace. Therefore, many people took joy in Situ Tianya's misfortune. There was a saying that a person's lowly self would be punished by the heavens. This saying was indeed true. Lin Feng had been very comfortable these past few days. With Liu Xiaoqing's service, he naturally lived like an immortal. Of course, Lin Feng didn't forget about cultivation. Lin Feng. Leng Zixi was still in seclusion. It seemed that her opportunity this time was not small. Otherwise, she would have already broken through. The source energy of the Tao Immortal Realm should still be quite useful to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng refined it, the source energy was also gradually refined by Lin Feng. And Lin Feng made another breakthrough, from the 3rd layer of the Human Immortal Realm to the 4th layer of the Human Immortal Realm. However, there was still a large amount of source energy in his body that had not been refined. Lin Feng continued to refine the source energy in his body. When all the source energy was refined by him, Lin Feng broke through to the 5th layer of the Human Immortal Realm. After completing the breakthrough, a look of ecstasy appeared on Lin Feng's face. After refining the 9 Heavens Cloud Immortal Spring and the Tao Immortal Essence, he had broken through 4 realms in succession. The harvest this time was simply too great. The increase of 4 realms caused Lin Feng's combat power to soar. After completing the breakthrough, Lin Feng began to slowly familiarize himself with his new power. At this time, Shui Yushin and Liu Xiaoqing actually came together. To be precise, it was Shui Yushin who came to look for Liu Xiaoqing for some business matters. After all, the business relationship between Saint Treasure Pavilion and Bai Xiao Pavilion was very close. Therefore, Shui Yushin and Liu Xiaoqing often met each other. In the past, when they met, they were quite amiable. Although their relationship was not particularly good, there was no smell of gunpowder. But now, when they met, there was a smell of gunpowder between them. And this smell of gunpowder was naturally caused by Lin Feng. Moreover, Shui Yushin came from Bai Xiao Pavilion. She knew all kinds of information about the outside world like the back of her hand. Naturally, she knew that Lin Feng and Liu Xiaoqing had been together for a few days. When she found out about this, Shui Yuxin's mood was very bad. Now that she saw Liu Xiaoqing, she naturally lost the calmness she had when facing Liu Xiaoqing. As for Liu Xiaoqing, she was somewhat displeased with Shui Yushin. She felt that Shui Yushin was taking herself too seriously. Did she really think that all the men in the world revolved around her? After the two finished discussing business matters, Liu Xiaoqing said with a smile, "Sister, you don't look too good. Did you not rest well these few days?" Shui Yushin said faintly, "I have rested well. Sister Liu, you don't have to worry about me." Liu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "That's good. Sister, you must take good care of yourself. After all, it's not easy to work alone outside. But sister and I are different. I have young master to take care of me. No matter what happens, young master will help me solve it. Perhaps when young master leaves Little Westfield City, I will also have to leave. At that time, we might not have the chance to meet." Shui Yuxin's fists that were hidden in her sleeves could not help but clench slightly. Her face could not help but turn ugly. Shui Yushin naturally knew that Liu Xiaoqing was showing off to her. Shui Yushin originally wanted to say a few words of ridicule to Liu Xiaoqing, but she really did not know what to say. Shui Yushin even realized that she was actually very jealous of Liu Xiaoqing. I still have some matters to attend to. I will take my leave first, Shui Yushin said and then got up to leave. Chapter 4963. After cursing for a while, Liu Xiaoqing muttered, "Actually, I should thank her. If she had really gotten together with the young master back then, with her sticking to the young master's side all day, perhaps I wouldn't have had a chance." After thinking about this, Liu Xiaoqing's resentment towards Shui Yushin lessened a lot. In fact, her resentment was because Shui Yushin rejected Lin Feng back then. She felt that Shui Yushin really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. She only had herself to blame now. It was easy for women to scheme against each other. Otherwise, the concubines in the harem of the various dynasties wouldn't fight to the death. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what Liu Xiaoqing and Shui Yushin were thinking. He was actually very open-minded about the matter between him and Shui Yushin. Lin Feng wasn't a novice when it came to relationships. After being hurt by Su Yueshi when he was young, Lin Feng told himself that he wanted to be a prodigal son. He wanted to pluck as many flowers as he could. There were so many beautiful women in the world, so there was no need to hang himself on a big tree. It wasn't Lin Feng's style to blame a flower garden for a flower. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the matter of him gradually distancing himself from Shui Yushin was a normal matter. Men were more open-minded about this kind of thing. While Lin Feng was in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation, a shocking news gradually spread. This news was about Yun Tianyu, the undying sector lord, and the three ancestors of the Eight Extreme Palace. It was said that after the three ancestors of the Eight Extreme Palace failed to besiege Yun Tianyu, they used a secret technique to quickly report the news to the Heavenly Emperor. As a result, the Heavenly Emperor sent his third brother, the undying sector lord, to deal with Yun Tianyu. There was a reason why the undying sector lord was sent. First, the undying sector lord was very powerful. The success rate of dealing with Yun Tianyu was naturally higher. Second, the Heavenly Emperor wanted to obtain something special from the ancient survivors. No one knew what those things were. The person the Heavenly Emperor trusted the most was his third brother, the undying sector lord. Therefore, he sent his third brother, the undying sector lord, to search for those things. Back then, when the undying sector lord destroyed the gathering area of the ancient remnant, he wasn't able to find what the Heavenly Emperor needed. This time, the undying sector lord took action again. He wanted to capture Yun Tianyu and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the ancient remnant. They planned to attack the ancient remnant again and obtain what the Heavenly Emperor needed from them. Combining these 2 points, the undying sector lord was the best candidate. The combination of the undying sector lord and the three ancestors of the Eight Extreme Palace was too terrifying. Anyone who was targeted by such a combination would probably feel despair. The undying sector lord and the three ancestors of the Eight Extreme Palace naturally felt that Yun Tianyu was dead for sure. They had chased after Yun Tianyu but were discovered by him. Thus, Yun Tianyu quickly fled. However, everything that had happened was within Yun Tianyu's control. This was a trap set up by Yun Tianyu. Yun Tianyu appeared in a high-profile manner. After defeating the three ancestors of the Eight Extreme Palace, he didn't chase after them. Later on, the Heavenly Emperor sent the undying sector lord to assist the three ancestors in dealing with Yun Tianyu. All these things were calculated by Yun Tianyu. Yun Tianyu had already joined forces with some experts of the ancient survivors and arranged a dangerous zone in a mountain forest in the northwest of the Western Paradise City. That place was said to be a burial ground for gods. In the past, an extremely terrifying titled god was buried there. Originally, that place was densely covered with seals. However, for some unknown reason, all the seals disappeared. In fact, the seals in that place didn't disappear, but sunk into the ground. Yun Tianyu and the experts of the ancient survivors took the risk to explore that place and spent 3 years to successfully arrange a grand formation. Once their grand formation was activated, all the seals that had sunk into the ground would be shifted to the surface. Then, the grand formation they arranged would fuse with the grand formation that was shifted to the surface, turning into an even more powerful and terrifying formation. Yun Tianyu lured the Undying Sector Lord and the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace to that place, then activated the Grand Formation. After the Grand Formation was activated, an astonishing thing happened. The Undying Sector Lord and the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace were immediately trapped in that place. Previously, the experts of the ancient survivors who were lying in ambush rushed out and activated the Grand Formation together with Yun Tianyu, besieging the Undying Sector Lord and the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace. The Undying Sector Lord and the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace were extremely powerful figures. The Undying Sector Lord's battle prowess was incomparably heaven-defying. However, no matter how powerful the Undying Sector Lord and the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace were, they were somewhat powerless in the face of the meticulously designed trap of the enemy. Therefore, the Undying Sector Lord and the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace were all injured in this battle. The enemy's main target was the Undying Sector Lord. Compared to the Undying Sector Lord, the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace were truly insignificant characters. However, even the Undying Sector Lord was somewhat powerless in the face of this crisis. 80% of the enemy's attack was focused on the Undying Sector Lord, while the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace only suffered 20% of the enemy's strength. Even so, the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace almost died in this battle. However, the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace weren't ordinary characters. They all carried some forbidden artifacts that they would only use in desperate situations. Therefore, they relied on these forbidden artifacts to bitterly hold on. The situation of the Undying Sector Lord was even worse. It was said that one of his eyes was pierced blind. This attack should have instantly destroyed the Undying Sector Lord's soul, but who would have thought that the Undying Sector Lord had actually cultivated a soul transfer technique? Before his soul was destroyed, his soul had actually been transferred from his mind to his dantian. This was an extremely difficult divine ability to cultivate. However, the Undying Sector Lord had successfully cultivated it. Relying on this powerful divine ability, the Undying Sector Lord successfully avoided certain death. In the end, the Undying Sector Lord escaped with serious injuries. Yun Tianyu and the rest went to pursue the Undying Sector Lord, while the rest stayed behind to deal with the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace. The 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace naturally knew that this was their only chance to escape. If they couldn't escape before Yun Tianyu and the rest returned, the 3 of them would undoubtedly die. Therefore, the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace no longer held back. Chapter 4964. These rumors caused a huge uproar in the outside world. However, the authenticity of these rumors had yet to be verified. Now, many forces were heading towards the place where the battle took place to investigate this matter. Some forces were looking for witnesses. Not long after, a crystal ball of light was circulated. The crystal ball that was sent out showed some blurry images. In the forest, the Undying Sector Lord who was blind in one eye was covered in blood. There were many wounds on his body that were so deep that his bones could be seen. He escaped from the forest shrouded in darkness. Then, 3 cultivators chased after him. One of them was Yun Tianyu. The other 2 were unfamiliar to everyone. Many people felt that they might be Yun Tianyu's friends or members of the Eternal Remnant. But no matter who they were, they had participated in the encirclement of the Undying Sector Lord. After the Undying Sector Lord escaped, another image appeared in the crystal ball. A stone golem escaped with the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace. That stone golem was naturally not a real stone golem. It was only transformed from a special magic treasure. If it wasn't for Yun Tianyu and the other 2 experts chasing after the Undying Sector Lord, the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace wouldn't have been able to escape. Of course, the main target of Yun Tianyu and the others was the Undying Sector Lord. The importance of the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace couldn't be compared to the Undying Sector Lord. The crystal ball was branded by someone. First, it was sold in the little western paradise city. Then, it began to spread to some ancient cities outside. Moreover, it spread to other domains at lightning speed. If it was just some news, no one would believe it. After all, there were too many rumors in this world. Most of the news could be false. However, The images imprinted in the crystal ball couldn't be faked. Now, countless people were discussing this matter. They wondered how the Undying Sector Lord was doing. Many people rejoiced in the misfortune of the Undying Sector Lord, hoping that the Undying Sector Lord would be killed. This was especially true for the cultivators of the top forces. This was because many of the top forces had long been estranged from the Heavenly Court. Moreover, they disobeyed the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. However, because the Heavenly Court was too powerful, they had no choice but to obey the orders of the Heavenly Court. The most capable helper of the Heavenly Emperor was naturally the Undying Sector Lord. He was an almost invincible existence. If the Undying Sector Lord fell, the pressure on the other major forces would be greatly reduced. Lin Feng was also paying attention to this matter. He also saw the images imprinted in the crystal ball. When Lin Feng saw the images, he was extremely shocked. Lin Feng didn't expect such a thing to happen. It was really inconceivable. When he talked with Yun Tianyu before, he didn't see any flaws. Perhaps Yun Tianyu didn't bring him to the gathering place of the Eternal Survivors because of the Eternal Survivors. However, the bigger reason was probably because Yun Tianyu and the others wanted to deal with the Undying Sector Lord. Yun Tianyu and the others weren't familiar with him. They had only heard some rumors about him before. Therefore, it was naturally extremely unrealistic for them to trust him quickly. It was absolutely impossible for such an important battle to be leaked to him. However, even if he didn't participate in the siege of the Undying Sector Lord, Lin Feng was still extremely happy to see that the Undying Sector Lord had suffered such a serious injury. The situation of the Undying Sector Lord was very bad. He hoped that Yun Tianyu and the others could successfully kill this great threat. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it wasn't an easy task to kill an expert like the Undying Sector Lord. However, maybe Yun Tianyu and the others could really do it. In the next few days, many people were waiting for news. Lin Feng was also waiting for news. He urgently wanted to know if the Undying Sector Lord had been killed. Lin Feng hoped that the Undying Sector Lord would be killed even in his dreams. However, he could only let nature take its course because he really couldn't help in this matter. He could only watch the show from the side. On the 5th day, news spread that the Undying Sector Lord had escaped through some special means. Yun Tianyu and the others weren't able to kill the Undying Sector Lord. However, even though they weren't able to kill the Undying Sector Lord, they still made him suffer a great loss. This was because the Undying Sector Lord had lost an eye. Moreover, his sea of consciousness had suffered great damage. This kind of injury was extremely serious for a cultivator. Moreover, it was an injury that couldn't be healed. Originally, the Undying Sector Lord might be able to break through to the Sage Realm in the future. However, it was somewhat difficult now. This path was basically cut off. Many people were discussing this matter passionately. Lin Feng also felt that it was a pity. Of course, even though it was a pity, it wasn't unacceptable. Lin Feng had long expected that it wouldn't be easy to kill the Undying Sector Lord. Perhaps we will receive news about Yun Tianyu soon. Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself. After all, after Yun Tianyu was done with his business, he would probably ask the ancient survivors around him about Feng Yaoguang. Now that Yun Tianyu and the others weren't particularly far from the little western paradise city, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to pass the news back. Lin Feng went to look for Liu Xiaoqing. Liu Xiaoqing, who had become a married woman, seemed to be even more charming. With such a woman by his side, even a monarch wouldn't want to attend the morning assembly. Lin Feng looked at Liu Xiaoqing and said, "I estimate that it won't be long before I leave the little western paradise city. Many people already know about our relationship, so you shouldn't continue to stay here. After I leave, the people of the Bag Palace will definitely target you." Liu Xiaoqing said, "Young master, I have been doing the handover work these days. My handover work is almost done." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt somewhat emotional. Liu Xiaoqing was truly a woman with a pure heart. She had prepared everything in advance. Lin Feng said, "That's good. Let's set off tomorrow to the Xin domain. Now that the Xin domain is strong, it's very safe. Once you reach the Xin domain, you can wholeheartedly cultivate there. If you feel bored and want to do something, you can also find my ancestor to arrange something for you to do. Then, Lin Feng told Liu Xiaoqing about the situation in the Xin domain, as well as the various interpersonal relationships. Since they were about to leave, they naturally couldn't bear to part. Thus, it was a sleepless night. Chapter 4965. Isn't this young Master Ji's residence? Previously, young Master Ji punished Sichu Tian'ai by making him kneel on the ground for a day and a night. Sichu Tian'ai's mental fortitude is very poor, so he suffered from qi deviation. Now, he's basically a cripple. Sichu Tian'ai is a heaven's pride second only to young Master Ming Yu. He's an elite that the 8-level palace nurtured. Now that he's a cripple, the 8-level palace naturally won't let this go. Previously, the 3 ancestors were busy dealing with Yun Tianyu, so they couldn't spare time to deal with young Master Ji. Now that they're free, they naturally want to eliminate young Master Ji. The 3 ancestors of the 8-level palace have just suffered a great loss. Instead of quickly returning to their ancestral land to heal their injuries, they actually came out to wander around. This really makes one speechless. Moreover, as ancestor-level experts, they actually attacked young cultivators. Isn't this too degrading? The 3 ancestors suffered a great loss at the hands of Yun Tianyu and almost died. Now, they're suppressing a bellyful of anger. Naturally, they have to find a way to quell the anger in their hearts. That's why the 3 ancestors took action. A large number of cultivators gathered around to watch the show. They were all discussing this matter. Many people were quite disdainful of the 3 ancestors' actions. However, they only dared to talk about it in private. They didn't dare to offend the 3 ancestors unless they had a death wish. Although the 3 ancestors suffered a great loss at the hands of Yun Tianyu, they weren't people that people like them could afford to offend. Offending the 3 ancestors was simply courting death. Now that the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace had come together, many people believed that young Master Ji was in danger. After all, no matter how powerful young Master Ji was, he was only one person. The 3 ancestors of the 8-level palace were 3 true immortal experts. Moreover, the first ancestor of the 3 ancestors was a Dao immortal expert. This was the second layer of the true immortal realm. His cultivation was unfathomable. Although the first ancestor was injured, an injured Dao immortal expert was still unimaginably powerful. The battle hadn't started yet, but in many people's eyes, the result was already very obvious. Brat, get out here. Zhu Zihun, the 3rd ancestor of the Bag Palace and an old acquaintance of Lin Feng, coldly shouted. In fact, he didn't know that the young Master Ji was actually Lin Feng. If he had known, he would have already dealt with Lin Feng. Crown Prince Di Wudao had already given the order to deal with Lin Feng, and the Bag Palace was a loyal supporter of Crown Prince Di Wudao. I was wondering why it was so noisy outside. Turns out it was you, the old dog, barking outside. Lin Feng walked out of the courtyard, looked at Zhu Zihun and said sarcastically, "It's you." When Zhu Zihun saw Lin Feng, his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent and monstrous hatred. One of his arms was chopped off by Lin Feng. He dreamed of killing Lin Feng, but he never had the chance. Now, after a short moment of shock, Zhu Zihun's heart was filled with excitement. He finally saw Lin Feng again. Moreover, the other 2 ancestors of the Bag Palace were also here. This time, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape. Zhu Zihun was already thinking about how to kill Lin Feng. He couldn't let Lin Feng die a quick death. If he did, it would be too easy for Lin Feng. Who is he? The 2nd ancestor of the Bag Palace, Dongfang Cheng, looked at Zhu Zihun in surprise. This was because Zhu Zihun obviously knew Lin Feng. Moreover, Zhu Zihun was gnashing his teeth, which aroused Dongfang Cheng's interest. Zhu Zihun said, "This brat is the Sinner's Blood Emperor, the son of Lin Baitian, Lin Feng." What? He's the Sinner's Blood Emperor, the son of Lin Baitian, Lin Feng? The number 1 wanted by the heavenly court. The first ancestor, Sun Yuanqing, couldn't help but exclaim. Zhu Zihun nodded and confirmed, "Yes, this is the brat." After receiving this confirmation, Sun Yuanqing and Dongfang Cheng became excited. If they could kill Lin Feng, Lin Feng's powerful lineages, endless wealth, and powerful treasures would all belong to them. They could even plunder Lin Feng's monstrous providence for their own use. Thus, killing Lin Feng was no less than obtaining 4 or 5 heaven-defying fortunes. Secondly, both Crown Prince Di Wudao and the Heavenly Court had issued bounties for Lin Feng, so the rewards were quite generous. Killing Lin Feng would be a great contribution with boundless rewards. Thus, killing Lin Feng was akin to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With this thought in mind, the 3 ancestors couldn't help but become excited. Oh heavens, that person is the legendary sinner's blood emperor, Lin Feng. No wonder why he is so powerful at such a young age. I finally know why. The relationship between Lin Feng and the Bag Palace has always been very bad. It can even be described as an irreconcilable feud. The Bag Palace is one of the top powers in the minor Western Heaven territory, so it's too late to hide from them. Lin Feng actually came to the minor Western Heaven territory. How audacious. I actually think that this person is bold because of his skill. So what if he is bold because of his skill? Right now, he is surrounded by the 3 ancestors of the Bag Palace. They are too strong, and Sun Yuanqing is a Dao immortal. What can Lin Feng use to fight against them? Thus, there is no doubt that he will lose this battle and die for sure. The surrounding cultivators were extremely shocked after knowing Lin Feng's true identity. Monstrous waves were set off in their hearts. One could imagine that if Lin Feng were to fall here, then the Sin realm, which had been united with great difficulty, would fall apart. At that time, the Sin realm would be quickly breached by the Heavenly Court's army. Ha ha ha, this is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Sun Yuanqing couldn't help but laugh while looking at Lin Feng. He had cultivated for 30 million years, so what kind of storms had he not seen? Very few things could excite him like this. However, today, he had besieged the sinner's blood emperor, Lin Feng, and this was something to be excited about. Because Sun Yuanqing had sealed himself in the divine stone before, after breaking the divine stone, his body weakened very quickly. This made Sun Yuanqing extremely panicked. If this continued, the damage to his body would be too great, and he would very likely die of old age quickly. Chapter 4966. The hope he saw was to obtain enough benefits from Lin Feng. He could even devour Lin Feng's powerful bloodline to improve his own. Of course, Sun Yuanqing didn't dare to say whether he could achieve a breakthrough, but this was indeed an opportunity. However, the premise of trying these things was to first kill Lin Feng. If he couldn't kill Lin Feng, then everything was just empty talk. Lin Feng sneered as he looked at these guys. The 3 of them seemed to think that they could defeat him. How ridiculous. If they weren't in their peak condition, Lin Feng would be extremely afraid of them. But now, these 3 guys had just narrowly escaped death and their injuries hadn't even healed yet. Yet, they wanted to kill him? How whimsical. 3 old things, are you in such a hurry to die? In that case, this young master can send you on your way, Lin Feng sneered. After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, the faces of the 3 ancestors of the Bag Palace suddenly became extremely gloomy. Lin Feng actually dared to look down on them, which made them quite angry. The cultivators who were watching the show were even more surprised. They couldn't believe their ears. Lin Feng was now surrounded by the 3 ancestors of the Bag Palace, yet he was still so arrogant. The word audacious was no longer enough to describe him. Many people thought that Lin Feng was scared silly, so he spoke incoherently. Everyone felt that this was really possible. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have said such arrogant words just now. Lin Feng, you think too highly of yourself. Death is at hand, yet you are still so arrogant. I'll see how you die later. Zhu Zihun glared fiercely at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. After Zhu Zihun's voice faded, the 3 ancestors of the Bag Palace quickly separated. They divided into 3 directions and surrounded Lin Feng. This way, they could prevent Lin Feng from escaping. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Zihun sarcastically and said, "When I chopped off your arm, I thought you had learned some lessons. It seems that you still haven't learned much. In that case, I will cut off your head later. If you reincarnate as a human, don't ever offend me again. Otherwise, You will still die without a burial place. Many people were shocked. They didn't know who cut off Zhu Zihun's arm. It turned out that it was done by Lin Feng. Now, they finally knew the truth of the matter. Therefore, they were very shocked. However, Lin Feng was still incomparably arrogant. Let's do it, Sun Yuanqing said. He didn't want to continue bickering with Lin Feng because he was worried that the situation would change if he delayed any longer. Moreover, they were at a disadvantage when bickering with Lin Feng. Being ridiculed by Lin Feng made them tremble with anger. However, when it came to bickering, they really couldn't compete with Lin Feng. In that case, they might as well get rid of Lin Feng quickly. The three ancestors of the Bag Palace quickly reached an agreement and decided to besiege Lin Feng. Let's use the joint attack technique, Zhu Zihun said. Sun Yuanqing and Dongfang Sheng nodded. They didn't have any objections. The joint attack technique could maximize their combat strength to the maximum. They were naturally happy to do so. The three ancestors of the Bag Palace made a series of hand seals. When the hand seals were completed, dense threads appeared in each of their hands. These threads contained a powerful destructive force. Everyone saw that these threads easily tore the void apart. After seeing this scene, many people were shocked. What a terrifying attack! However, the attack of the three ancestors of the Bag Palace was obviously just the beginning. When the threads were condensed, they intertwined into a large net in the air. It was like an inescapable net. The dense threads intertwined together and shrouded Lin Feng's body. What kind of attack is this? What a terrifying attack! One after another, the cultivators exclaimed, their faces filled with shock. The attacks from the three ancestors of the 8-level palace were simply too powerful. It was simply unheard of. Anyone who faced such a powerful attack would feel their hair stand on end. Heavenly Buddhas, deliver all living beings. Lin Feng put his palms together. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of ancient Buddhas appeared behind him. These ancient Buddhas fused together and turned into a huge Buddha. The Buddha sat cross-legged in the void. When the inescapable net shrouded the sky and the sun, the Buddha's light illuminated the world and formed a huge energy shield. The huge energy shield resisted the attack of the inescapable net. The inescapable net emitted a powerful destructive force. The destructive force seemed to want to destroy the huge energy shield condensed by the Buddha, but in the end, it failed. That Lin Feng is so powerful. He actually resisted the joint attack of three true immortals. Some cultivators exclaimed. They couldn't believe their eyes. However, all of this was real. In the face of the joint attack of three great experts, Lin Feng seemed to be able to handle it with ease. It was really incredible. The main reason was that Lin Feng was too young. If he was already so heaven-defying at such a young age, what would happen in the future? As expected of the sinner's blood emperor. He's really too powerful. If he's given time, he'll definitely surpass the heavenly emperor. No wonder Di Wudao and the heavenly court want to get rid of him. It's because he's too heaven-defying. That's why they want to get rid of Lin Feng before he fully matures. If they wait until Lin Feng fully matures, it won't be easy to get rid of him. Yeah, now is the best time to get rid of Lin Feng before he fully matures. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. The shock caused by Lin Feng's terrifying battle strength was almost indescribable. The three ancestors of the Bag Palace couldn't help but become incomparably gloomy. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so difficult to deal with. Although they could only display a portion of their battle strength due to their injuries, they still used a joint attack. They still couldn't take down Lin Feng. This made them feel a trace of fear. If they couldn't kill Lin Feng, then, in the future, Lin Feng would definitely become a big problem. Summon the magic treasure, Sun Yuanqing shouted in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, he summoned a golden mirror-type magic treasure. Dongfang Cheng and Zhu Zihun also summoned their magic treasures. Dongfang Cheng summoned a ghost-faced saber, while Zhu Zihun summoned a heaven-shaking tower. Chapter 4967. The magic treasures summoned by the three were very powerful, including Sun Yuanqing's mirror-type magic treasure. Dongfang Cheng's ghost-faced blade and Zhu Zihun's sky-shaking pagoda were both extremely powerful. The three of them activated their magic treasures. Sun Yuanqing held the golden mirror in his hand. Powerful beams of light shot out from the mirror one after another. Each beam of light contained world-destroying fluctuations. All of the beams of light bombarded the light shield formed by the huge Buddha. Dongfang Cheng held the ghost face saber in his hand and slashed out again and again. Each slash was powerful and heavy. Evil spirits flew out from the ghost face saber, and then those evil spirits turned into saber light. Clang, clang, clang. Zhu Zihun's sky-shaking pagoda rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it became as big as a mountain. The sky-shaking pagoda descended from the sky and bombarded the huge light shield. Clang, clang, clang. Attack after attack. They bombarded the huge light shield. The huge light shield shook more and more violently. The three true immortals have summoned their magic treasures. Looks like they don't want to hold back anymore. The three true immortals have summoned their magic treasures to deal with Lin Feng. Their combat power will increase greatly. If that's the case, Lin Feng won't be a match for the three true immortals, right? Lin Feng is not a simple person. Let's just wait and see. Who knows what will happen next? The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. Some believed that the three ancestors of the 8th-level palace could win after summoning their magic treasures. Some believed that it would not be easy for them to win. Lin Feng's methods were extremely powerful. How could it be easy for the three ancestors of the 8th-level palace to deal with Lin Feng? However, at this moment, the huge light shield formed by the Buddha was indeed shaking violently after receiving the attacks of the three powerful magic treasures. The situation did not look good. Perhaps, it would not take long for the huge light shield to be destroyed. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Although Lin Feng's words were full of contempt and sarcasm for the three ancestors of the 8th-level palace, in fact, Lin Feng attached great importance to them. Lin Feng's verbal attack was actually to disturb their emotions. Once a person was in a state of anger, it was often easy for them to lose their cool. Once they lost their cool, they might not be able to fully display their cultivation. In fact, Lin Feng attached great importance to the three ancestors of the 8th-level palace. After all, they had a Dao immortal expert as their leader. If not, Lin Feng believed that he could kill the other two. However, since they had a Dao immortal expert, killing them would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Seeing that the light shield was about to be destroyed, Lin Feng planned to enter the room and send Leng Zishi, who was in seclusion, into the space-time continuum. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng was unwilling to expose the secret of the space-time continuum, but now, it seemed that he had no other choice. He could not just watch a beautiful girl like Leng Zishi die here, right? That was naturally not Lin Feng's style. Is this a fight? It looks so exciting. I also want to participate in it. Just when Lin Feng was about to return to the room and send Leng Zishi into the space-time continuum, a voice was heard and Leng Zishi ran out. Leng Zishi came out of seclusion at this critical moment. Looking at her happy face, one could tell that this two-faced girl had obtained a lot of benefits. It is indeed a fight, but these guys are not easy to deal with. Let's leave this place first. Lin Feng said. Although Leng Zishi was a warmonger, she also knew that the three ancestors of the 8th-level palace were not to be trifled with. Therefore, after hearing Lin Feng's words, the three ancestors could not help but nod. Asterisk bang. Asterisk suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The three ancestors of the 8th-level palace manipulated their powerful magical weapons and directly destroyed the huge energy barrier. Then, the three ancestors manipulated their magical weapons to attack Lin Feng and Leng Zishi. Lin Feng began to operate the weapon mantra. The three powerful magical weapons actually changed their direction and quickly bombarded the three ancestors of the 8th-level palace. After seeing this scene, everyone showed an astonished expression. What was going on? Why did the magical weapons of the three ancestors of the 8th-level palace turn around and attack the three ancestors of the 8th-level palace? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Everyone's mind was somewhat confused, but someone who was experienced and knowledgeable knew what was going on, so he said that Lin Feng knows the rumored weapon mantra, so he can control other people's magical weapon. After hearing this, many people were shocked. The weapon mantra was a rumored method. Mastering such a powerful method was absolutely tempting. Everyone also knew more about Lin Feng. It made sense that Lin Feng could have such a terrifying combat strength at such a young age. The three ancestors were alarmed to see their treasures flying towards them. They quickly retreated in order to increase the distance between them and their treasures. Of course, this wasn't the end of it. While retreating, they also attempted to regain control of their treasures. Once they regained control of their treasures, they were able to do so as well. Lin Feng and Leng Zixi rushed out of the encirclement of the three ancestors. Ha 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 ha, three old farts, this young master still has some matters to take care of, so I'll let you live for now. However, this young master will soon send you to your death. Lin Feng's laughter came from the distance. Many people couldn't help but wryly smile. Before leaving, Lin Feng had to say some infuriating words to annoy the three ancestors. The three ancestors' expressions were extremely gloomy. They put away their magical weapons and quickly chased after Lin Feng and Leng Zixi. However, Lin Feng and Leng Zixi's speed was too fast and soon disappeared without a trace. In the forest, Lin Feng leaned against a tree to rest. Leng Zixi said with some dissatisfaction, "Why are you running? Why don't you fight those three shameless old farts? We can definitely beat them." Chapter 4968. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "I think you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They aren't three virtual immortals. If they were three virtual immortals, would I have chosen to leave? I would have killed them long ago. One of them is a Dao immortal. An expert of this level is still a great threat to us. In other words, even if we can kill this Dao immortal expert, we will have to pay a heavy price. This is not something I want to see." Leng Zixi wanted to refute Lin Feng's words, but Lin Feng's words were very reasonable. Leng Zixi also knew that Lin Feng's words were very reasonable. Therefore, she didn't know how to refute Lin Feng. Perhaps she didn't even have a way to refute Lin Feng. She sat down beside Lin Feng and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I'm so tired. I want to rest for a while," Lin Feng said as he lay down on Leng Zixi's thighs. Leng Zixi's face turned slightly red. Then, she said angrily, "Bastard. You're taking advantage of me. Get off me." Lin Feng said, "If you keep shouting, do you believe that I won't drag you into the forest right now?" Leng Zixi clenched her teeth when she heard Lin Feng's threat. However, she didn't dare to say anything in the end. Lin Feng lay on Leng Zixi's thighs and smelled the pleasant fragrance coming from her body. Although this girl was very black-bellied and was usually carefree, she was actually very pure and kind. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to fall asleep. Leng Zixi looked at Lin Feng's handsome face. Sometimes, she wanted to scratch Lin Feng a few times. Sometimes, she wanted to bite Lin Feng a few times. The way she bared her fangs and brandished her claws was really cute. However, she didn't disturb Lin Feng. Perhaps she felt that Lin Feng would also feel tired sometimes. Leng Zixi suddenly thought of her father. Her father was quite tired sometimes. After all, men and women were different. Because men were burdened with a lot of pressure, and that pressure was often enough to crush a person. Lin Feng didn't know how long he slept, but it was really comfortable. Leng Zixi's body was very soft, and he slept very peacefully on her thighs. This might be a good time to pull Leng Zixi over and lie on her thighs like this time. If possible, he could even hug her small waist. Presumably, it would be a very good experience. "Bastard, you finally woke up. Do you know that my legs are going numb because of you?" Leng Zixi said unhappily. "I'll help you rub it." Lin Feng stood up and said with a smile. Then, he stretched out his hand and pretended to help Leng Zixi rub her numb thighs. A woman's thighs were also a sensitive place. Leng Zixi naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng do as he pleased. Moreover, she felt that Lin Feng definitely didn't have any good intentions, so she said, "I don't need you to rub it. Just let me punch you." After saying that, Leng Zixi threw a punch at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng was speechless. This girl was really violent. She really attacked without any hesitation. Lin Feng also looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Feng didn't let Leng Zishi have her way. Before Leng Zishi's fist landed on his handsome face, Lin Feng had already jumped down from the tree. Thus, Leng Zishi's fist lost its target and smashed into the air. Leng Zishi angrily jumped down from the tree. She didn't continue to find trouble with Lin Feng. Instead, she asked, "What are we going to do next?" Lin Feng said, "Do you still need to say it?" "Of course, we'll go straight to the root of the problem and raise the Baji Palace to the ground." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Leng Zishi immediately showed an excited expression. She had the personality of a little witch, and only wished for the world to be in chaos. Therefore, Lin Feng's words just now were really to her liking. She almost cried out in joy. "You won't lie to me, right?" Leng Zishi looked at Lin Feng and asked. "Of course not," Lin Feng said. "But with just the two of us, we shouldn't be a match for them, right?" After the initial excitement, Leng Zishi calmed down and said, "A power like the Baji Palace must have some foundation. The Baji Palace's 3 ancestors might only be experts on the surface." Lin Feng began to admire Leng Zishi. She always looked like she didn't care much, but in fact, she was very meticulous. Lin Feng said, "With just the two of us, we definitely won't be able to do it. It's too dangerous. However, we can contact Yun Tianyu and the others. Now that the Undying Realm Lord has escaped with serious injuries, he won't have the time to care about the Baji Palace. Although the Baji Palace has a very strong foundation, if we join forces with Yun Tianyu and the others, even if we can't destroy the Baji Palace, we will definitely be able to inflict serious damage to them. Whether we can destroy the Baji Palace or not depends on what kind of foundation they have. If they have some unimaginably strong foundation, then destroying the Baji Palace is simply a pipe dream," Leng Zishi said. Lin Feng realized that he had underestimated Leng Zishi. Her analysis of the matter was reasonable, which greatly surprised Lin Feng. He felt that the Leng Zishi he saw might only be the tip of the iceberg. As for why he had such a feeling, Lin Feng didn't know. However, this feeling was very strong. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't say much because he was getting along well with Leng Zishi. Lin Feng also had a good feeling about her. When he was with Leng Zishi, Lin Feng felt very relaxed. "Let's find Yun Tianyu and the others first," Lin Feng said. Then, he flew towards the direction of the Lesser Western Paradise. "Where are you going?" Leng Zishi asked. "Back to the Lesser Western Paradise and wait for Yun Tianyu's people to contact me," Lin Feng said. "How do you know that Yun Tianyu's people will contact you?" Leng Zishi asked. "I guessed," Lin Feng said. Leng Zishi pursed her lips and said, "What if they don't contact us and we get blocked by the 3 ancestors of the Baji Palace?" Chapter 4969. What you said makes sense. "In that case, let's return to Little Western Paradise City," said Leng Zishi. "Let's go," said Leng Zishi. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi swaggered back to Little Western Paradise City. Many people were surprised to see them. They just left Little Western Paradise City not long ago. Why are they back? Yeah, I wonder what they're thinking. Aren't they afraid of being surrounded by the 3 ancestors of 8 Extreme Palace? Surrounded? What? The 3 ancestors of 8 Extreme Palace have already left. They went back to their ancestral land to heal. Why did the 2 of them return to the Western Paradise City? Who knows? Many people couldn't help but start discussing. They were all trying to guess why Lin Feng and Leng Zishi had returned to Little Western Paradise City. After returning, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi went straight to the City Lord Mansion. The position of City Lord of Little Western Paradise City was held by the people of 8 Extreme Palace. Everyone knew this. Lin Feng naturally knew this as well. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that the current City Lord was Situ Tianye's father. Therefore, Lin Feng suggested destroying the City Lord Mansion on the way. He wanted to show off his strength to 8 Extreme Palace. Although this wouldn't hurt 8 Extreme Palace, it would still be a huge loss. However, doing so would damage the reputation of the 8 Extreme Palace. Of course. Most importantly, that way, Lin Feng would be able to vent his anger. Leng Zishi, who loved to see the world plunged into chaos, was extremely excited when she heard Lin Feng's suggestion. "Let's follow them and see what they're up to," said a cultivator. Many people followed them. They wanted to see what Lin Feng and Leng Zishi were up to. Soon, they discovered that Lin Feng and Leng Zishi were going straight to the City Lord Mansion. 8 million years ago, the people of 8 Extreme Palace took charge of the City Lord Mansion of Little Western Paradise City. There have been 6 City Lords in total. Many experts of 8 Extreme Palace are stationed in the City Lord Mansion. Now, Lin Feng is going there. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to deal with the experts of 8 Extreme Palace in the City Lord Mansion? Said a cultivator. I feel that it's possible. Someone replied. He really felt that Lin Feng was going to deal with the cultivators of 8 Extreme Palace in the City Lord Mansion. After all, Lin Feng and 8 Extreme Palace were now in an irreconcilable relationship. Lin Feng's strength was formidable. In addition, the 3 ancestors of 8 Extreme Palace had returned to their ancestral land. Although there were many experts of 8 Extreme Palace in the City Lord Mansion, there were no true immortals guarding the place. On the other hand, Lin Feng was an expert who could contend with true immortals. Therefore, many people believed that if Lin Feng really wanted to deal with the experts of 8 Extreme Palace in the City Lord Mansion, those people might really be killed by Lin Feng. At this time, another cultivator said, Lin Feng is indeed powerful. If he takes action, it's possible for him to destroy the City Lord Mansion. However, the City Lord Mansion has already been reinforced with many powerful grand formations. If those grand formations are activated, Lin Feng will be trapped in them. It's hard to say what the result will be. Another cultivator agreed, this brother is right. The result of a battle between cultivators depends on various factors. One's strength is one aspect, but external factors are also very important. Grand formations can often play a role in reversing the result of a battle. There are too many such cases. For example, the Undying Realm Lord was almost killed. Wasn't it because he was careless and accidentally entered a grand formation and was injured by Yun Tianyu and the others? If it wasn't for the Undying Realm Lord's superb means, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as being injured. He would have died without a burial place. We'll know the result of this battle later. Let's see if Lin Feng will destroy the City Lord Mansion or if the experts of the City Lord Mansion will use the power of the grand formations to kill Lin Feng, an old man said. The others nodded. Everyone was naturally looking forward to this battle. There were many informants in the City Lord Mansion. When Lin Feng and Leng Zishi entered the city, they didn't hide their identities. They swaggered into the city. Therefore, the news of Lin Feng and Leng Zishi entering the city was immediately known by the City Lord Mansion. The news of Lin Feng and Leng Zishi heading straight to the City Lord Mansion was also known by the City Lord Mansion. This news spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout the city. When everyone heard that Lin Feng was going to destroy the City Lord Mansion, they were very shocked. Then, a large number of cultivators rushed towards the City Lord Mansion. When Lin Feng and Leng Zishi arrived at the City Lord Mansion, the City Lord Mansion was already enveloped by a powerful restriction. It seemed like the cultivators of the City Lord Mansion were already prepared for battle. They were waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. As expected, the City Lord Mansion's people have activated the Grand Formation. There are many dangers inside the Grand Formation. Once someone falls into the Grand Formation, they will encounter extremely troublesome matters. At that time, they can only passively take a beating. Lin Feng probably knows this as well. Therefore, I guess he will return empty-handed, a cultivator said. He felt that Lin Feng wouldn't rashly enter the City Lord Mansion. Who knows? Maybe Lin Feng is very confident in himself and will take the risk to enter the City Lord Mansion, said another cultivator. Actually, many people hoped that Lin Feng would go into the palace because people like to watch a good show, so of course they wanted to watch a good show. In any case, this matter had nothing to do with them. They didn't care about the final result. Of course, if possible, they still hoped that Lin Feng would destroy the City Lord Mansion. This was because many people hated the 8 Extreme Palace. However, the 8 Extreme Palace was too powerful. No one dared to offend the 8 Extreme Palace. Therefore, no matter how much they hated the 8 Extreme Palace, they naturally didn't dare to say it out loud. More and more cultivators rushed over. Even Shui Yushin was here. Now that Shui Yushin knew that Liu Xiaoqing had left minor Western Sky City, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Chapter 4970. Leng Zishi shouted from the outside, "The people inside, listen up. You've been surrounded. If you know what's good for you, come out quickly. This way, we can give you a quick death. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, after we break through the formation outside, you will definitely die miserably." When the cultivators outside saw that Leng Zishi was threatening the cultivators of the Bag Palace, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Lin Feng and the others only had 2 people. How could they encircle the Bag Palace? Did they think that the mansion's people were fools? Of course, there were also those who felt that Leng Zishi was a very interesting person. She was probably just entertaining herself right now. Lin Feng, come in if you have the ability. Let us see what you're capable of. At this time, a sneer came from the mansion. After hearing this sneer, many people couldn't help but be stunned. The people from the mansion were actually provoking Lin Feng. Clearly, these cultivators were very confident in the formation that enveloped the mansion. They were provoking Lin Feng in order to anger him. Then, they hoped that the angry Lin Feng would enter the mansion. At that time, Lin Feng would be surrounded by the formation. They could then activate the formation to kill Lin Feng. You really think that a mere formation can deal with me? What a laughable and foolish fellow. Lin Feng sneered. Don't brag outside, come in if you have the ability. After you come in, we'll beat you until you kneel and call us daddy. More people continued to provoke Lin Feng. After hearing the cultivators of the Bag Palace provoking Lin Feng, many people couldn't help but murmur. Those cultivators of the Bag Palace were really good at talking. Anyone who heard that kind of mockery would be furious, right? Moreover, in everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was a decisive killer with a domineering personality. How could Lin Feng endure being humiliated like this? Therefore, many people felt that Lin Feng would definitely enter the City Lord's mansion. What Lin Feng needed to do now was to remain calm and not enter the City Lord mansion. Once he did, he would fall right into the hands of the 8 Extreme Palace cultivators. When that happened, he would become a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. I'll fulfill your wishes. I'll chop off your heads later. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he walked towards the City Lord's residence. My God, he's really going to enter the City Lord's mansion. He's still too young. Once provoked, it's easy for him to do something impulsive. I wonder what will happen later. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show immediately began to discuss spiritedly. Leng Zishi also quickly followed. She was someone who liked to join in the fun. How could she not go in? Lin Feng also knew that he could not persuade Leng Zishi, so he did not stop Leng Zishi. Furthermore, Lin Feng also wanted to observe and see what kind of cultivation Leng Zishi had. Soon, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi entered the City Lord's mansion. When they entered, the array was instantly activated. The white fog rolled and the killing intent was dense. The situation inside the City Lord's mansion was completely covered by the white fog, so no one could see what was going on inside the City Lord's mansion. Lin Feng, die. At this time, a cold voice came from the City Lord's mansion. Everyone knew that this was the voice of an expert from the 8 Extreme Palace. Although there were no true immortal experts in the City Lord's mansion, in reality, the City Lord of the City Lord's mansion, Sichu Qinya's father, Sichu Minkuan, was also an extremely terrifying existence. He was only one step away from the true immortal realm. However, it was said that his talent was amazing, so his combat strength was comparable to many true immortal experts. With such an expert in charge, coupled with the power of the Great Array, this was where the confidence of the 8 Extreme Palace cultivators came from. At least, that was what many cultivators who were watching the show thought. How is this possible? Why is our Great Array ineffective against you? At this time, the voice of the 8 Extreme Palace cultivators came from the City Lord's mansion again. However, this time, it was the voice of the 8 Extreme Palace cultivators who were frightened. After the voice just now, there was an incomparably mournful scream. These were also the voices of the 8 extreme palace cultivators. Retreat, retreat quickly, retreat to the deepest part. A low voice came out. Some people recognized the owner of this voice. It was the voice of the city lord, Situ Minkuan. Everyone was shocked. No one could see what was going on inside, so they could only judge what was going on based on the voice. Judging from the voices of the 8 extreme palace cultivators, the great array that enveloped the city lord's mansion didn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. These people mainly relied on the great array to deal with Lin Feng. If the great array couldn't hurt Lin Feng, it would be a disaster. Therefore, miserable screams came out one after another. The 8 extreme palace cultivators fell under the attacks of Lin Feng and Lung Zishi. Situ Minkuan ordered the experts of the 8 extreme palace to retreat to the depths of the city lord's mansion. There should be an even more powerful array there, right? How can this be? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Before the battle, everyone had speculated about many possible scenarios. The only thing they didn't expect was the current situation. One could imagine that the city lord's mansion was now a sea of corpses and blood. Hehe, weren't you guys very arrogant before? Why are you scared now? At this time, Lung Zish's voice came from the city lord's mansion. Activate the ultimate great array to deal with them. Situ Minkuan's voice came again. Waves of violent fluctuations came from the city lord's mansion. Even though they were far away, after feeling the violent fluctuations, many people's faces turned pale. The fluctuations were so terrifying that it made their hair stand on end. One could imagine how powerful the ultimate great array was. While many people were still speculating whether Lin Feng could withstand the attack of the ultimate great array, the 8 extreme palace cultivators cried out in despair. Why? Why is this happening? Why can't the ultimate great array hurt you? Go to hell and ask the king of hell. Lin Feng's voice came for the first time. Horrible shrieks filled the air. Many people begged for mercy, but Lin Feng didn't pay attention to them. When all the voices disappeared, the atmosphere became calm again. What's the situation in the city lord's mansion now? Some cultivators couldn't help but mutter. Everyone was waiting. If no one activated it, the great array would gradually disperse. Chapter 4971. Dead, they're all dead. Even the city lord, Situ Minkuan, died inside. A cultivator said in horror. There were at least 1,000 corpses inside, all of which belonged to the experts of the Bag Palace. The originally lively city lord mansion had now turned into a purgatory. Lin Feng is really a terrifying person. We can't offend such a person. Otherwise, we'll be doomed. Someone said with a pale face. This person is decisive in killing. He's definitely someone who can achieve great things. Before the rise of the Sin realm, many people thought that Lin Feng was just a chess piece pushed to the front. They thought that there was an expert behind the rise of the Sin realm. But now, it seems that this theory is not very reliable. Now that I've seen Lin Feng's means, I'm more willing to believe that the rise of the Sin realm is actually due to Lin Feng's contribution, another cultivator said. Many people whispered to each other, talking about Lin Feng, the battle, and Lin Feng's character. Many people even planned to go to the Sin realm to seek refuge with Lin Feng because they felt that if they joined Lin Feng, they might have a good future. Many people had such thoughts. Of course, for now, Lin Feng didn't know about the various thoughts of the cultivators in the outside world. He and Leng Zishi left the little western paradise city. Your Excellency, you can come out now. After coming out, Lin Feng looked at the void behind him and said. He had already sensed that someone was following him. Lin Feng guessed that perhaps the person he was waiting for had already arrived. Moreover, he was hiding in the dark to observe him. A middle-aged man stepped out of the void. The middle-aged man was thin and looked a little sickly. He looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, "Fellow Daoist Lin, you're really capable. My concealment technique can't be discovered by ordinary people." Now that everyone knew that Lin Feng's combat strength was equivalent to the true immortal realm, this person actually called Lin Feng fellow Daoist. Obviously, this person was a true immortal realm expert. Lin Feng said, "I cultivate the Tao of space, so I'm more sensitive to space. The middle-aged cultivator smiled and said, so that's how it is. Fellow cultivator Lin's methods are truly admirable. Let me introduce myself. I'm Cheese Issue, a friend of Yun Tianyu. I came here because Yun Tianyu asked me to invite fellow cultivator Lin for a chat. After hearing this person's words, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little happy. It seemed that he would soon know the whereabouts of Feng Yaoguang. Naturally, he was very happy. Lin Feng said, Brother Qi, please lead the way. Brother Lin, follow me. Qi Zishu also changed the way he addressed Lin Feng. He led the way while Lin Feng and Lang Zixi quickly followed behind. Lin Feng asked, I believe Brother Qi must have participated in the battle against the Undying World Overlord, right? Yes. Unfortunately, we still failed. Although we successfully activated those ancient great formations and drew out the baleful yin qi that had accumulated underground for hundreds of millions of years to deal with the Undying World Overlord, we still couldn't kill him. The Undying World Overlord's cultivation is probably at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Of course, it's also possible that he's at the Sage Immortal Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Qi Zishu said with a sigh. This battle was truly a pity for them. Lin Feng said. However, being able to severely injure the Undying World Overlord is already a very shocking achievement. Qi Zishu said, I can only console myself like this. By the way, Brother Qi, I wonder if there are any experts among the ancient survivors with Brother Yun? Lin Feng asked. Previously, Lin Feng had addressed Yun Tianyu as Senior Yun. This showed that he respected Yun Tianyu. In fact, with Lin Feng's current strength, he could already be considered as Yun Tianyu's peer. Since Yun Tianyu's good friend addressed him as fellow Daoist, Lin Feng naturally had to change the way he addressed Yun Tianyu. Otherwise, wouldn't the seniority be messed up? Qi Zishu said, there is indeed a master of the ancient remnant with Brother Yun. After you meet him, you can ask him if you have any questions. Lin Feng nodded. He was very excited, but Lin Feng was trying his best to control his emotions. 2 hours later, Lin Feng met Yun Tianyu and another cultivator in a valley in the forest. The other cultivators who had participated in the battle against the world leader of the immortal world and the 3 ancestors of the Bag Palace weren't there. Lin Feng guessed that those cultivators had probably left already. Yun Tianyu and the others were there because they wanted to see him. Brother Yun, I've brought Brother Lin here. This time, Brother Lin killed more than 1,000 experts from the 8 Extreme Palace. Even Sichu Mingquan was killed by Brother Lin. How satisfying. Qi Zishu laughed. After hearing this, Yun Tianyu and the other cultivator's eyes lit up. The other cultivator was a very gentle-looking middle-aged cultivator with a righteous expression. Lin Feng guessed that he was an ancient survivor. Yun Tianyu said, Brother Wang, this is the Sinner's Blood King I mentioned to you, Lin Feng. The cultivator called Brother Wang smiled and cupped his fists. Brother Lin, my surname is Wang, and my name is Yunshan. I've heard Brother Yun mention Brother Lin before, so I've been acquainted with Brother Lin for a long time. Now that I've met you, I'm truly shocked. Brother Wang is too kind. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said politely. Yun Tianyu said, Brother Lin, I've already asked around about that female friend of yours. Brother Wang said that a female cultivator has indeed come from the primordial remnant. Her name is Feng Yaoguang. If you want to ask anything, you can ask Brother Wang. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. Lin Feng looked at Wang Yunshan and asked, Brother Wang, how is Yaoguang right now? She has entered the reincarnation passage. She wants to enter the reincarnation passage to find her lost memories. Wang Yunshan sighed. Reincarnation passage? What's that? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Chapter 4972. The reincarnation passage would open after 1,000 years. He would only know if Feng Yaoguang was dead or alive after 1,000 years. Would the epoch be destroyed after 1,000 years? Would the 6 Daos collapse? These were all uncertainties. Therefore, the 1,000 years that Wang Yunshan mentioned might be an eternal parting. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. He wanted to find Feng Yaoguang and help her. He was worried about her safety, but he was powerless. It was a terrible feeling. Is there really no way to open the reincarnation passage again? Lin Feng asked, unwilling to give up. Wang Yunshan said, if there's a way, it's not completely impossible. It's said that if you can enter the heaven-devouring secret realm, you might be able to enter the reincarnation passage from there. Heaven-devouring secret realm? Lin Feng was shocked. The heaven-devouring secret realm was a secret realm left behind by Lin Feng's ancestor, the heaven-devouring evil emperor. Lin Feng even had a token to enter the heaven-devouring secret realm. However, Lin Feng had never heard of any news about the heaven-devouring secret realm, let alone entering it. However, Lin Feng was shocked that there was a way to enter the reincarnation passage in the heaven-devouring secret realm. Lin Feng did not know what it was, so he asked, how does one enter the reincarnation passage from the heaven-devouring secret realm? Wang Yunshan said, I'm not too sure, but since there's such a thing, there must be a way. As for how to enter the reincarnation passage, we'll have to wait until the cultivator enters the heaven-devouring secret realm, or they'll have to figure it out on their own, Lin Feng said. But there hasn't been any news about the heaven-devouring secret realm. The heaven-devouring secret realm should be appearing soon, Wang Yunshan said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He asked curiously, why do you say that? Do you have any evidence? Because it is said that the sky-devouring secret realm will appear once every 10 million years. It has been exactly 10 million years since the last time the sky-devouring secret realm appeared. It is now 3 months. That is to say, the sky-devouring secret realm will appear one day in the next 9 months. However, it is hard to say whether the sky-devouring secret realm will appear in the undying world. It might appear in the heaven realm or somewhere in the mortal world. This secret realm is very special. It drifts in space and time and can only be seen when it appears in the mortal world, Wang Yunshan said. After hearing Wang Yunshan's words, Lin Feng was both happy and worried. He was happy that the heaven-devouring secret realm was about to appear, but worried that the heaven-devouring secret realm was not in the undying world. If he was in another world, he wouldn't know either. Perhaps the token would be able to sense the location of the heaven-devouring secret realm. However, even if the token was able to sense it, there were still some tricky things that he had to consider. For example, if the sky-devouring secret realm appeared in the heaven realm, chaotic Shenhuang world or other places, he wouldn't be able to go there even if he knew where it was. It would be better if it appeared in the mortal world. At most, he could leave the undying world and go to the mortal world. At that time, he could still return to the undying world. However, there was no way for Lin Feng to go to those worlds. Therefore, Lin Feng prayed that the sky-devouring secret realm would not appear in those worlds. It would be best if it appeared in the undying world. This way, he would be able to enter the sky-devouring secret realm immediately. Lin Feng originally wanted to find the sky-devouring secret realm and take away the item left behind by his ancestor, the sky-devouring demon emperor. Now that he knew that the sky-devouring secret realm could enter the reincarnation passage, Lin Feng was even more eager to enter the sky-devouring secret realm. However, these things couldn't be rushed. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Wang Yunshan said, we can understand your feelings, but you need to wait for the right opportunity. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng said, I have a plan to deal with the 8 Extreme Palace. I wonder if the 3 of you would like to hear it. What plan? The 3 of them looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng said, now that the 3 ancestors of the 8 Extreme Palace are injured, this is the best opportunity to eliminate the 8 Extreme Palace. If we work together, we should be able to eliminate the 8 Extreme Palace. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the 8 Extreme Palace? What do you all think? Yun Tianyu, Wang Yunshan, and Qi Zishu fell into deep thought. Qi Zishu said, the threat of the 8 Extreme Palace's 3 ancestors has indeed been greatly reduced. Moreover, Brother Lin seems to have grasped some terrifying means that allow him to ignore the attacks of the 8 Extreme Palace's grand formation. I think this plan is feasible. The only thing I'm worried about is that the 8 Extreme Palace might have other trump cards up their sleeves. Moreover, their trump cards might be extremely terrifying. Don't worry. If we're talking about trump cards, I have my own trump cards as well. If we can't eliminate the 8 Extreme Palace, my trump cards will allow us to leave safely, Lin Feng said. Yun Tianyu, Wang Yunshan, and Qi's Issue's eyes lit up when they heard that. Yun Tianyu asked, Brother Lin, what is your trump card? Ancient demon weapons, Lin Feng said. Hiss. Yun Tianyu, Wang Yunshan, and Qi's Issue sucked in a cold breath when they heard Lin Feng mention ancient demon weapons. Ancient weapons were indeed the most powerful and terrifying trump cards. Once they were unleashed, their power would be unimaginable. However, ancient weapons weren't easy to use. The current situation was a little different because Yun Tianyu and the others were true immortals. Thus, using ancient weapons shouldn't be a problem. Lin Feng said, that's why I think we should give it a try. Even if we can't destroy the 8 Extreme Palace, we should be able to deal a great blow to its vitality. It would be even better if we can destroy the 8 Extreme Palace, Yun Tianyu said. Alright, let's give it a try, there's no time to lose. Let's head to the 8 Extreme Palace right now, Qi's Issue said. If we can destroy the 8 Extreme Palace, the entire Undying world will be in an uproar. I'm really looking forward to that scene. Hehe, let's go and destroy those bastards from the 8 Extreme Palace. Wang Yunshan grinned. As an ancient remnant, he hated the 8 Extreme Palace to the bone. But now, he could see the hope of destroying the 8 Extreme Palace, so he was naturally very happy. Chapter 4973. The 8 Extreme Palace was located in the famous Western Ancient Forest. It was located in the depths of the forest, where immortal mist lingered in the air. Between the mountains, there were auspicious clouds. This was the ancestral ground of the 8 Extreme Palace. For many people, the 8 Extreme Palace was a power that they yearned to join. Not only was it powerful, it also had the backing of the Heavenly Court. If one could join the 8 Extreme Palace, their life would be completely different. Every year, many people would come to the 8 Extreme Palace in order to join. However, these people were destined to return empty-handed. Joining the 8 Extreme Palace was an extremely difficult matter. The 8 Extreme Palace rarely recruited disciples from the outside. First, the disciples were chosen from the descendants of the sect. Second, the sect had people who were responsible for searching for geniuses. These people would roam all over the place in order to find geniuses with exceptional talents and bring them to the 8 Extreme Palace. Of course, this didn't mean that 8 Extreme Palace didn't recruit external disciples. In fact, they would occasionally hold recruitment ceremonies. However, the last time they recruited external cultivators was more than 700 years ago. When Lin Feng's group arrived, they saw many people kneeling outside the sect. These were all cultivators who wanted to join 8 Extreme Palace. However, no one cared about them. A great sect like 8 Extreme Palace naturally wouldn't recruit them just because they were kneeling on the ground. The greater the sect, the more ruthless they would be. Soon, this place will turn into ruins. Lung Zishi giggled, revealing a devilish grin on her face. Lin Feng's group directly flew towards 8 Extreme Palace. A patrolling disciple flew over and coldly shouted, "Impudent! You think 8 Extreme Palace is a place for people like you to casually barge in? Scram right now or we'll kill you all." As soon as the cultivator's voice faded, Wang Yunshan had already made his move. He sent a palm strike towards those people. An incomparably huge energy palm print condensed in the void. The energy palm print instantly killed more than 10 patrolling disciples. Heavens! Someone killed a patrolling disciple of 8 Extreme Palace. Why are these people causing trouble in the sect's ancestral ground? Are they out of their minds? Naturally, the situation here couldn't be hidden from the many cultivators kneeling outside who wanted to join the 8-level palace. Immediately, some of them exclaimed in disbelief. Due to the Heavenly Court's support, the 8-level palace had even suppressed the Western Heaven Immortal sect's momentum. Therefore, who would dare to provoke a colossus like the 8-level palace? Especially since this was the sect's ancestral ground, the sect's foundation was located here. However, even under such circumstances, those people still came here to cause trouble. It was no wonder that the surrounding cultivators were so shocked and moved. Woo woo woo, there were more than 10 patrolling disciples. Instead, they were divided into several groups. When the other patrolling groups saw the situation here, they immediately blew their horns. Next, the 8 Extreme Palaces Grand Formation was activated. Lin Feng's group was instantly enveloped by the Grand Formation. A large number of cultivators from Bag Palace flew over quickly. Their leader was a skinny old man with sunken eyes and a withered body. He looked like a ferocious ghost that had crawled out from hell. The old man was the Vice Palace Lord of Bag Palace. His nickname was Mysterious Yin Ghost Elder. He was an expert who cultivated both evil and devil cultivation. His evil and devil cultivation were extremely powerful. Although he was only at the quasi-true immortal realm, many true immortal realm experts might not be his match. As for the Palace Lord of Bag Palace, he was the father of young Master Ming Yu. He was currently in the hidden gate of life and death, so he didn't appear. Yun Tianyu, Qi Zishu, Wang Yunshan. It's actually you. Are you here to court death? After seeing Yun Tianyu's group, Ghost Elder Profound Yin's face suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. He didn't know Lin Feng and Leng Zishi. Both of them were extremely young, so he naturally didn't put them in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Feng and Leng Zishi were just nobodies. Those who knew Lin Feng were basically all killed by Lin Feng's group in Minor Western Paradise City. Young Master Ming Yu also knew Lin Feng, but he wasn't in 8 Extreme Palace right now. The 3 ancestors of 8 Extreme Palace also knew Lin Feng, but they were currently in seclusion. Thus, no one in 8 Extreme Palace could recognize Lin Feng. The experts stationed in Minor Western Paradise City had been killed. The people in 8 Extreme Palace's ancestral land didn't know about it for the time being, as the news had yet to reach them. However, the higher-ups of 8 Extreme Palace already knew about Situ Minkuan's death. Someone like Situ Minkuan had a Yuan soul lamp in 8 Extreme Palace. Ordinary cultivators weren't qualified to set up a Yuan soul lamp. Thus, the higher-ups of 8 Extreme Palace could only determine Situ Minkuan's death based on the Yuan soul lamp. They had no way of knowing about the deaths of others. Thus, the higher-ups of 8 Extreme Palace were furious. They had already sent people to investigate how Situ Minkuan died. Wang Yunshan said, "Ghost Elder Profound Yin, you are just a quasi-true immortal. You dare act so presumptuously in front of us? You really don't know the meaning of death. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a great character?" Ghost Elder Profound Yin said coldly. "Wang Yunshan, you people of ancient times should be cut into pieces. This seat knows that you people are strong, but this is 8 Extreme Palace's ancestral land. With the foundation here, we can easily kill you all. You're even better at bragging than Situ Minkuan," Leng Zishi said sarcastically. "You killed Situ Minkuan?" Ghost Elder Profound Yin's expression became extremely unsightly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "To be precise, it has nothing to do with Brother Yun, Brother Qi, or Brother Wang. It was me and this fairy beside me who killed him. Not only did we kill Situ Minkuan, but we also killed all the experts stationed in Minor Western Paradise City." "What?" The spectral elder's expression changed abruptly when he heard this. Next, boundless killing intent emerged from his heart. It had always been his 8th-level palace that annihilated the other powers. When had his 8th-level palace ever suffered such a huge loss? For the upper echelons of the Baji Palace, this was something they absolutely could not accept. Chapter 4974. Although the old man found it hard to believe that such a young cultivator could be so powerful, there was no lack of young and heaven-defying existences in this world. For example, the 8 young nobles of the Undying Realm and the recently risen Sinner King, Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I am the Sinner King, Lin Feng." "You are that Lin Feng?" The mysterious dark ghost elder's eyes widened. Then, he burst out laughing. Leng Zishi said, "Old man, are you scared out of your wits? Shut up, little bitch. I'll pluck you later." The old man's evil eyes stared at Leng Zishi. Due to the fact that this old man cultivated an evil merit law, he was very evil. Moreover, he also cultivated the art of plucking others. Now that he saw how charming Leng Zishi was, he naturally had some evil thoughts. "Old bastard, you dare to scheme against me? Why don't you take a piss and take a look at yourself? I'll castrate you later." Lung Zishi immediately cursed loudly. Her personality was quite fierce. Lin Feng's group couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing her cursing. This young lady was indeed ferocious. She could really say anything and dare to say anything. If it were any other woman, they would not dare to say such words. The cultivators outside also knew what was going on. Naturally, they had heard of Yun Tianyu and the others. They had also heard of the Emperor of the Sin's blood, Lin Feng. It turned out that these people had such a great background. They were all peerless experts. They came together. Don't tell me they want to destroy the 8 Extreme Palace? A cultivator asked. Many people's expression changed after hearing this. That was indeed a possibility. These people were most likely here to destroy the 8 Extreme Palace. Even though they're strong, this is the ancestral land of the Bag Palace. The Bag Palace is an ancient influential group. They must have a lot of resources. They can easily kill Lin Feng and the others. Someone said. Clearly, this cultivator was very confident in 8 Extreme Palace's foundation. He believed that 8 Extreme Palace would definitely win this battle and that Lin Feng and the others would most likely die here. There were quite a number of people who agreed with this cultivator. Of course, there were also some people who felt that Lin Feng's group wasn't simple. It wouldn't be easy for the Baji Palace to kill these people. As for the outcome, perhaps it would be revealed soon. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Let me show you the power of my Baji Palace, the mysterious dark ghost elder said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying formation was activated. Boom boom boom, a meteor shower began to fall from the 9 heavens. Meteorites fell one after another, burning rapidly in the process of falling. These meteorites weren't big. The smaller ones were around 100 meters in diameter, while the bigger ones were around 1,000 meters in diameter. The power of those meteorites was extremely powerful. Especially when those meteorites burned, the power of those meteorites seemed to have increased a lot. When those meteorites came crashing down, the void was shattered by those meteorites. After seeing this scene, the cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace were naturally incomparably proud. The cultivators outside were also incomparably shocked. What a powerful meteor shower! The power was too terrifying. It was simply despairing. Follow me, Lin Feng said. He didn't intend to resist the 8 Extreme Palace's formation because these formations were too terrifying. It was an extremely unwise choice to do so. Once they fell into the formation's attack, it would be very troublesome. Even if they were strong, they could still be killed by the formation. Lin Feng was clear about this. Yun Tianyu and the others were also very clear about this because they had used similar methods to almost eliminate a terrifying existence like the Undying Realm Lord. Yun Tianyu and the others also knew that Lin Feng seemed to have the ability to ignore the formation's power. Therefore, they all followed behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the others moved through the formation. The dense meteor shower fell down, but none of them could touch Lin Feng and the others. After seeing this scene, the expressions of the profound dark ghost elder and the other cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace became extremely unsightly. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. The development of the situation seemed to be somewhat different from what they had imagined. Of course, they weren't particularly flustered because this was just the beginning. The cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace continued to activate the other great formations. All kinds of great formations were activated. Then, the densely packed great formations all rushed towards Lin Feng. Waves of extremely terrifying fluctuations swept through the world, shaking the void. Facing the rain of attacks from the various great formations, it was too difficult to resist. However, Lin Feng was very calm. In the face of these terrifying attacks, Lin Feng led the group through the great formations. This was the ability of the Heavenly Master Dao. No matter what kind of formation it was, it couldn't stop them. Lin Feng's method was truly tyrannical. Even Yun Tianyu and the others couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They had never seen someone like Lin Feng who could ignore the various great formations. This ability was truly too frightening. If the group knew how Lin Feng destroyed the City Lord Mansion back then, they wouldn't be as confident as before. Now, They were panicking because Lin Feng could ignore the attacks of the great formations. Even a true immortal would die in front of such a terrifying formation. However, it couldn't cause any harm to Lin Feng's group. This was naturally a huge blow to the group. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Old man Shen Yin shouted in a deep voice. They quickly rushed towards the depths of the 8 Extreme Palace. However, at this time, Lin Feng led everyone out of the great formation. Kill! Wang Yunshan shouted and quickly rushed towards the cultivators of the 8 Extreme Palace. Wang Yunshan looked very gentle, but even the most gentle person would turn into a madman in the face of a blood feud. Wang Yunshan was like this, and so was Yun Tianyu. Many of Wang Yunshan's relatives had died in that battle back then, and Yun Tianyu's lover had died tragically in front of his eyes. Even after so many years had passed, this blood feud was still engraved in his heart. Unfortunately, they weren't as powerful as they were now. Otherwise, this tragedy wouldn't have happened.